This boy joined the academy to distribute shots and back shots. But right now, everyone was thinking, if I end up with this guy in my team, I'm gonna fail hard because see, the academy test was about to begin, and everyone was shocked for the first time in ages someone had chosen a handgun in this world. This did not make any sense. Modern weapons had the lowest potential since mythic items carried the power of older heroes. So spears, swords, and even bows were 99.99% of the chosen weapons. But for the first time, someone actually picked a handgun, which made all students anxious, because the test teams were set at random in groups of 4. And when Hajin saw Johanna's name, he flinched. This girl had the biggest ego in the academy. Yes, she was indeed a genius. Ranked 7 on the first day, a born to succeed the top guild. But she hated losers, so the moment our boy fell into her team, she immediately scoffed at him. Bro couldn't say 2 words and was put down. But we are on the test already. After running for 40 minutes, they finally found the target area. But Hajin was already exhausted. His stamina was trash compared to those guys. Johanna told them to get ready, and from there she saw the black octopus appear. This sounds like a hentai's monster, no cap, and Johanna told our boy to stay back and don't mess up things. Girl really said to my bro that he was better off AFK at base, but he wouldn't let that slide, so the creature began destroying everything, and the team engaged. The axe guy brought him to the shore, while Yonha walked forward like she's the next coming of Jinwoo. The boss attacked with a spore shower. Axe homeboy was already needing help, and Yonha easily saved him, and then she tried to solo farm, but the creature easily found a gap in her movements, and a face-sucking creature was about to bite onto her smug face. But then boom, American citizen stands on business. Yeah, like a Chicago pedestrian, my bro hits it squarely from the sidelines. Yonha still tried to curse at my boy, but the black octopus sent a huge barrage of teeth monsters towards her and Hajin. But unfortunately for the monster, this boy is actually Texan, so he just closed his eyes and turned on bullet time, one of the few skills he got since he's just an extra. That slowed down time drastically for 3 seconds. With that, the American eagle went on a rampage. After the screams, time unfroze, and every monster of the arena exploded from 1 second to the next. Yeno was completely confused, but she was able to use the chance to lock the monster's mouth, and then they finished it off with ease. While our patriot was resting, we cut to discover that his team ranked 16, and Yeno was raging because the girl she considers her rival, Chai Nayun, just ranked 4. Even worse, when she talked to her, Nayun said that ranking 16 with a guy with guns in her team was a miracle, but Nayun knew that Hajin actually did way too much. She made a route mistake that cost them 40 minutes of running. Of course, she doesn't want to admit it. No way she would say a guy with guns is even decent. Crazy enough, she doesn't even remember his name. Because see, this boy is the extra of extras. He was actually the guy who wrote this story, one which was already dropped, but after a random comment he was suddenly brought into it. As a student of Cube, an isolated training facility to create the next soldiers and heroes, but worst of all is that he's an extra. So unimportant that at that time he literally had no fucking face. This Wigga had an actual question mark for a face, while everyone else had that protagonist energy, but all of a sudden his old laptop arrived at his apartment, the same one where he wrote the story. And the moment he picked it up, his question mark finally broke like a Digimon bro evolved, and now at least had an actual face. And because of that, his stats were reset and he gained some points to allocate. Dude is Vegas maxing because he put all points in luck and then some on perseverance for the test we saw. From here we know what happened. He selected the American home utensil. Everyone thought bro had just forfeited, but he farmed aura on Yonha, who now was looking at him thinking, how did this guy do so much with guns? He even got more attention from the teammates than her, so who is he? As for the protagonist, he's already back to training, probably trying hard to fix his stamina after what happened. He realizes he forgot to check his alerts since he started working out, and wonders how many points he earned. As usual, luck seems to be helping him a lot. His accuracy has gone up sharply, and his gift has improved too. Now each shot counts as a true bullseye. MC's senses like sight and hearing have also gotten sharper, and his story points went up by 27. Thinking back on the monster round, Hajin figures luck must be playing a huge part there too, including with his CC points. His plan to get involved with Yenahai is working so far. His physical stats have risen from training as well. Strength, stamina, and health all improved, and his luck boosts that growth even more. Since he's trained enough for now, he decides to wrap it up and head back. Meanwhile, in her dorm, Yana is busy reviewing the footage from the monster round. What catches her attention most is Hajin's shooting. He fired 60 bullets in just 3 seconds with a single pistol. Yana tries to picture someone firing 20 rounds per second and thinks there's no way that should be possible with a handgun, so she wonders if it was some kind of automatic weapon. She also looks at his physical stats. His agility is great, but his health and overall build are below the other cadets. On top of that, he suddenly switched weapons during selection. Yana's instincts tell her something is off, and she doesn't even remember seeing the protagonist back at the military academy. While she's thinking it over, Yana gets a message from Junghak, someone she clearly likes. She tells him she's busy analyzing the footage. Junghak wants to know if she found anyone valuable on her team, since she obviously plans to lead the best group. That catches Yana off guard. She didn't think anyone on her team was especially worth noting, except for the mysterious shooter, the one person Junghak is actually curious about. A small smile appears on Yana's face. She's happy that the guy she likes is showing interest in her. Still, Yana says Hajin is only doing decent for his rank, which is somewhere around the 900s among the cadets. Jonghak is surprised and wonders if MC just got lucky. Yana thinks about that and starts asking herself the same thing. Was he really skilled, or was it all just luck? That wraps up that topic, so now the story moves to the guild building called Holy Grace of God. There, the vice captain is completely focused on Suho's amazing performance. Among all the footage, Suho stands out enough to catch the eye of Yun Sung-ah, the guild's vice captain. She praises his clean, exact movements and how good he is with a sword. To her, Suho has reached a level that almost looks effortless, like he's dancing through the fight. On top of that, his cutting power feels strong enough to split space itself. Because of that, the three biggest guilds in Korea are all watching him now. They all want to recruit him, and Yun Sung-ah wants to move fast, especially since he still belongs to no guild. After Suho, the next person she takes interest in is Hajin. She's shocked that out of every weapon, he chose to fight with a gun. Her assistant confirms the protagonist has already drawn attention in guild circles. A lot of people checked the footage because Yuna was on his team and they wanted to review her match too. The big question online is simple. How did he fire 60 shots from a non-automatic pistol in 3 seconds? It makes no sense. Even with absurd speed, that gun shouldn't be able to handle that much recoil that fast. Because his talent feels strange and hard to explain, people have started calling him unconventional. Yuna Sanga also learns that right after entering the academy, he switched from using a sword to using a gun. That makes her think he may have already awakened his true talent. She's talking about the moment when a person's special ability fully appears. No one can know from the start what kind of talent they'll get. That's why some cadets change weapons after their gift appears, when it doesn't match what they trained with before. But that usually creates a huge setback, often putting a cadet behind by at least 3 years. That's why the military academy pushes students to learn many weapons instead of relying on just one. Even so, Yun Song-ah can't understand how a 17-year-old could reach that kind of awakened state. Still, she thinks his talent may be narrow if it only works with firearms. At first, she sees him as a possible recruit, but then decides to wait and see how his talent develops before making a move. She wants proof that Hajin can really live up to the hype around him. It's Wednesday, which means training is underway. Suho is matched against another student in a fair one-on-one fight. This part of the program is called anti-personnel training, and it's normally done in pairs using training weapons, so the results are clear and injuries stay low. But for Hajin, things go horribly. He ends up with the worst result of everyone. Even with his passive skill, he's the only student forced to spar with the instructor instead of another cadet, and he loses 18 times in a row. The real issue is that training guns aren't properly prepared for this kind of match, so if MC used a real one against another student, someone could get hurt. That's why the instructor takes responsibility and fights him personally. Hajin gets battered and begs to give up, but the instructor ignores him and throws a punch right at his face. Just before it lands, he slips away from the blow, and the punch smashes into the ground instead. His teacher is shocked that he dodged it. Then the protagonist avoids 2 more attacks, making the instructor realize something important. Hajin may look sloppy and average, but his eyes can track attacks with incredible accuracy. That's another effect of Deadeye, MC's gift. It sharpens his senses and lets him read the path of incoming movement, helping him dodge each attack. The problem is, seeing an attack is one thing, moving his own body fast enough is another. The other students watch and think he just looks clumsy and lazy. Even though his classmates mock him like a total loser, he still gains 40 story points, so in a way he got what he wanted. Still, he hates being laughed at. After the exhausting training, Hajin takes a break with a soda. Then he looks to the side and notices Yunha passing by. She gives him a look full of disgust, like she sees him as someone beneath her. It's kind of ironic since he's the author who wrote her personality that way in the first place. Today though, he's in the mood to test something, so he calls Yunha by name before tossing her a drink. She catches it on reflex and asks if he's trying to start a fight. His charm is really that bad. She seriously thinks he just attacked her. Hajin says it's only a thank you for helping their team move forward in training. To him, this small test matters. He wants to see how many story points he can earn from a simple interaction with one of the main characters, since side characters usually only give him around 40. Yuna hands the drink back and warns the idiot not to act so familiar with her. It's a first warning, and not one he should ignore. As she walks away, Hajin smiles. He already got the result he wanted. Later, when Yuna takes her bag outside, she's surprised to feel that it's heavier than before. Noticing the difference, she opens it and finds another can inside. He had secretly slipped in a second one, earning even more of Yunha's hatred. She wants to crush the can, but then stops herself after all. The can didn't do anything wrong. When it comes to Yuna, she secretly likes normal food like burgers and Coke, but because of her family's image, she's never seen buying it herself. Hejin built this whole test around that hidden side of her, something no one else should know. Even then, the short exchange doesn't earn him many points. That pushes him to get involved in major story events instead, since he already knows what's coming next. The protagonist figures the attack at the National Weapon Museum by a demonic human should happen soon. Demonic humans are evil people who made a deal with a demon. In exchange for their souls, they gain great power and become tools the demons use for dirty work. The coming incident will be caused by one of them hiding in the museum, waiting to kill a specific target. In the end, that demonic human is defeated by Suho and the other main characters who are present. Through that event, Suho earns their recognition and respect. The main fighters there will be Suho and Nayun. The villain won't be too hard to beat, since this happens right near the start of the novel and is basically Suho's first real enemy. Since he knows all this already, Heijin starts planning how to step into the event. While he's thinking of a way to get into the museum, an instructor yells at him for standing outside the dorms doing nothing. So MC grabs his laptop and heads out, just as he gets an important system message that hasn't been revealed yet. At this academy, there are clubs for extracurricular activities. Cadets can join groups and create their own activities. Some of them include academic clubs, martial arts, and even simple hobbies like painting or music. There are hundreds of clubs inside the cube. One of the best things about them is that they help cadets grow, make connections, and get to know each other better. Eventually, Heijin decides it's time to join one himself. At the cube entrance, he signs up for the travel club and is welcomed by Han Yun, the club president. He's excited to greet so many new first-year members. In fact, when the applications first came in, Han Yun could hardly believe it. The club had ended up with some impressive cadets. He welcomes them again and explains the club's goal: rest. It sounds simple enough. Members can use a portal up to twice a month to travel outside the cube. For their first outing, Heijin announces they'll be going somewhere close: Seoul, the capital of Korea. Heijin thinks that a trip to Seoul should be easy enough if they split into pairs. So far, nothing has changed from the novel. Heijin has no idea that the protagonist's real goal today is the first major arc, the Seoul Weapon Museum. Once he gets there with several main characters, MC plans to influence the story from the sidelines. The club president tells everyone to draw lots to pick partners. That catches Heijin off guard, because this wasn't how the groups were formed in the novel. Still, he doesn't care much and decides to keep moving with his own plan. To his surprise, he ends up paired with Yuna, of all people. Being herself as always, Yuna coldly says they should each handle things their own way. The protagonist agrees and lets her go do her thing. Before leaving, Yuna turns back with a deadly look that basically says she'll kill him if he talks to her casually again. Since this is his second offense, she makes it clear there won't be mercy next time. Hajin just accepts it and moves on. The scene then shifts to the National Weapon Museum, the main stage of the story's first arc. It's the biggest weapon replica hall in the country. Still, MC walks through it without much interest. Then he spots Nayun on his left, focused on one weapon. If Nayun is here, Hajin knows the main lead has to be nearby too. And sure enough, Suho is right ahead, checking out a weapon alone. Just like in the novel, he walks up and asks if he's looking at the seven-branched sword. He introduces himself too, and that helps Suho remember him. To Suho, Hajin is the sniper from the travel club. The protagonist thinks about how Suho was written: strong, handsome, and kind. Readers used to complain that he felt too perfect and cheesy. Guess haters never change. Then Suho mentions a weapon exhibit nearby and asks MC to come with him. MC agrees, though he doubts that visit will even happen after what's coming. Out of nowhere, the museum goes on alert. A broadcast warns that monsters have appeared outside. The civilians freeze in fear. That fear quickly turns into panic, and everyone rushes to find a way out. People start shoving each other without caring who gets hurt, not even kids. In the middle of that chaos, someone slams a fist into the glass, making everyone look over. That one move stops the crowd cold. Even Suho is surprised when he sees it was Nayun. She tells everyone to calm down. The museum's standby hero will be here soon. Using that moment, she grabs a bow from the display and warns them that running outside will just turn them into targets. But taking the weapon triggers the security system and locks everyone inside. So she tells them to grab weapons and hold out until real heroes arrive. Suddenly, Nayun senses a dangerous man in the distance and gets ready. He gives off a dark red aura, and one look at him makes it clear this is a demonic human behind the attack. Hajin recognizes him as Lucius's dog, a key villain in Suho's growth in the story. The demon stretches out his claws to attack Nayun, but while he's focused on her, Suho takes the chance to strike from behind with the seven-branched sword. His blade is just about to cut the demon down, and that should mean the story is still on track. Suho is supposed to beat this guy easily, but instead, Suho gets blown away by a brutal counterattack. The hit is so heavy that he crashes to the floor right in front of Hajin. He can only stare. This was never supposed to happen. Suho lies on the ground, and the protagonist can't make sense of it. The story was never meant to go this way. Suho should have won. Even if he struggled at first, he still had more than enough power to crush the demonic human. But that's not what happened. Suho's sudden defeat shakes Nayun, and she screams his name. He coughs up blood and can barely stand. Hajin knows Suho is in serious danger, and there's no time to recover from a setback this big. The demonic human walks toward him, ready to finish the job. Nayun tries to think fast and fires arrow after arrow straight at his face, but the guy tanks every shot like it's nothing. Confused, Nayun keeps trying to bring him down, but nothing works. Her arrows do absolutely no damage, and despair starts to show on her face. She can't understand what's going on. What's worse, the demonic human isn't even using a skill to block them. He's just enduring them with raw physical strength. Hajin realizes Nayun is in danger as the enemy closes in. The demonic human swings his claws right at her face. It looks like the end for Nayun, until Suho jumps back in and kicks him in the face. He managed to get up while Nayun bought time, But before they can recover, Suho gets blasted back again, barely blocking the dark energy with his sword. Then the demonic human shocks him by transforming, wrapping himself in that dark aura. The power gap becomes overwhelming, and Suho is dropped again at once. Nayun starts firing from behind to keep Suho from being killed. The monster turns toward her, then swings a huge claw at Nayun's face and smashes her into the wall. To Hajin, this is a complete disaster. He's horrified any of them could die right now. After seeing the story break from his script twice, MC has no idea why the main plot is changing this much. He snaps open his laptop, trying to save the situation. Hajin steadies himself and gathers his bullets, already knowing his mana rounds won't hurt the demonic human enough to matter, even with a critical hit. Still, this world was built by him, so he believes the major rules shouldn't have changed. As he types, he edits the attributes of his mana bullet to fit the fight. He raises its attack power to 6 and spends 100 story points to make the change possible. After reloading his gun, Hajin gets ready. In a fight like this, flexible skills matter more than anything. While Suho and the demonic human are locked in a standoff, he gets the perfect shot. Since the enemy has a dark attribute, he uses the one thing that can wipe out darkness. He shouts Suho's name and tells him to move. Then, using the light attribute, the protagonist fires a white light bullet. The shot lands cleanly on the demonic human, and a blue beam of light bursts out. The bullet blows off the demonic human's arm and makes him scream in pain, while Nayun slips free as the dark energy vanishes. She drops to the floor, and Hajin figures he's done enough. The enemy is badly hurt, and Suho should now have the chance to finish it. MC's body shakes from using his skill, so he leaves the rest to Suho and trusts the protagonist to end it. Suho raises his weapon and covers himself in a blue aura. He activates the Sword Saint's magic power, then unleashes his ultimate slash. That final strike ends the fight at last. As Suho cuts down the demonic human in one move, the monster falls, defeated. Suho is barely staying on his feet, and Nayun isn't doing much better. He reaches her and asks if she's okay. Upset and angry, she knocks his arm away. Hajin thinks they should be left alone. Her brother is supposed to show up soon and comfort her, just like in the original story. But then he gets a sharp look from both of them. A background extra like him shouldn't know anything about their personal lives. Nayun starts to question him, but she's too weak to continue. Meanwhile, outside the museum, the remaining monsters are cut down by the vice captain and her twin swords. Soon the situation outside is under control. She asks what happened inside and hears that a demonic human was taken down by cube cadets. Wanting to know who they were, she asks for their names. The vice captain is shocked to hear that Nayun, Suho, and Hajin were involved. She rushes into the museum because the only person she wants to see right now is Suho. She's so excited that she starts wondering what to even say to him. Just then, he is leaving the museum and runs into her. Curious, she tries to ask about Suho, but Hajin answers first and tells the vice captain he's still inside. She heads in but immediately feels shaken because that random cube cadet somehow seemed to know she was looking for Suho from the start. Later, the protagonist rests in a park and thinks about how unexpected it was to run into Suho like that. He wonders if that meeting matters, if it could be another reason the story is changing. To sort out his thoughts, Hajin goes back to the beginning. He sees himself as nothing more than an extra from outside the story, someone with almost no importance. Up to now, the plot had moved normally, so it seemed impossible that he was the one changing it. But then it hits him. He forgot one thing, and that thing is that this novel also has a co-author. MC explains that the current version of the story is a remake of his novel, based on an email he got from a fan at the start. That's why things in the main arc turned out differently from what he expected. If that's true, then all the predictions he's been relying on are useless. That thought scares Hajin, because now he has no idea what comes next. He checks his laptop. There's a message about a review. The message says the story had no real big threat, so the protagonist could crush every problem too easily. That kind of plot would just make readers lose interest and get bored. Because of that, from now on, every boss in the story has been made much stronger, even if that makes things messy and hard to predict. After the museum incident, the instructor calls Hajin and Suho in for a report. He keeps it short and avoids the full details. The instructor decides their condition matters more right now. Suho, still worried, asks about Nayun. The instructor tells him she took medical leave and went home with her family for now. He then tells both boys to head back to their dorms and rest. He makes it clear he won't push them any further today. That gives Suho a chance to stop Hajin and call out to him. The blue-haired lead wants answers. He asks why the protagonist said that thing to Nayun about her brother. For a second, MC looks thrown off, then remembers. He starts to explain, but the co-author's message comes back to mind, and instead he asks why Suho cares so much. Suho isn't dumb, so that act annoys him fast, and he takes Hajin's attitude seriously. Irritated, he cuts the talk off and decides they'll deal with it another time. Then the story shifts to Nayun herself. Nayun ranked 4th in her class at the military academy, and now studies at Cube. She's known for both her talent and the power of the Che family. She's the daughter of Shin-yuk and the younger sister of Jin-yun. Those names stand out to him while he looks into her. What he can't figure out is why she reacted so strongly when he brought up her brother. Then Hajin finds a news report about Jin-yun being in critical condition after a monster operation. The result was a coma. The protagonist recognizes that mission right away, the Firestorm Demon Suppression Operation. That mission was supposed to help Jin Yoon make a name for himself by stopping the threat. It also should have brought him even closer to the main heroes. For Naeun, one of her biggest joys was watching her older brother succeed as a hero. But now everything has changed. Jin Yoon is the one trapped by the disaster, and that becomes the source of Naeun's trauma. Not long after, Hajin gets another message from the system. It says any future change to the story will be shown to him right away, once he points out the difference from the original plot. The system also warns that Jin Yoon, Suho's supporter, has been heavily changed in this version of the story. Then it shows what happened. Jin Yoon was badly wounded and barely conscious after taking a brutal hit. The co-author decided the protagonist had too many people backing him, so some of them had to be removed. Jin Yoon ended up being one of the sacrifices. 4 years ago, right after becoming a hero, Jin Yoon turned into a demon seed. That twist is far worse than anything Hajin could have imagined. Even he never saw something this awful coming. The story moves to Naeun. A radio broadcast reports the sudden monster attack at the National Museum, saying 7 people died and 50 were hurt. Naeun, already shaken, can't bear to hear more, and switches it off. She drops onto her bed alone until her worried father rushes in, calling her name. Naeun looks at him and asks why he's away from duty. Shin-yuk doesn't care about that right now. Since she's in the hospital, he wants her checked fully just to be safe. Naeun pretends she's fine and tries hard not to worry him, even thinking he came all this way for too much. But he's still her father, and he can't stop worrying just because she says she's okay. Naeun finally asks if she can see Jin Yoon at least once before she leaves the hospital. Seeing how weak she is, her father agrees. Then the story turns back to Jin Yoon's condition. To understand his fate, we need to know what demon seeds are. Demons are among the strongest beings in this world, stronger than devils or humans. One of their scariest powers is targeting humans and turning them into demon seeds. Once marked, the victim enters an incubation stage. It's basically like a parasite feeding on its host. In time, the demon seed takes over completely and turns that person into a full demon. So Jin Yoon's condition is much worse than anyone thought. One day he will become a demon. The incubation period usually lasts 5 years. Since 4 years have already passed, the end is getting close. Soon Jin Yoon will transform. Meanwhile, his little sister heads to his room. As she steps inside, Hajin thinks there is only one answer in a case like this. Before the demon fully wakes up and takes over, the only way to stop that horrible fate is to kill the host. That is the terrible choice hanging over Jin Yoon, as Naeun stands before her unconscious brother, ready to speak to him. At the same time, MC feels it may be impossible. He can't think of anyone who could really do it. Kill Jin Yoon before the change begins. Even a mercenary would likely refuse a target this dangerous, especially since Jin Yoon was supposed to inherit Shin-yuk's place next. Worse, the germination process causes no outward changes, so nobody can step in early. The biggest issue is the demon inside him. Once awakened, it would be too strong for even Suho to handle. Hajin believes that if the real heroes fought Demon Jin Yoon, many of them would die. To stop that future, he decides he has to do whatever it takes, especially because those heroes will be needed for the battles ahead. While Naeun sits beside her brother's unconscious body, the protagonist is hit with a cold, crushing feeling of defeat. He understands what this means. He has to be the one to do the horrible thing and take a life to prevent something even worse. Naeun speaks to her brother about the monster attack earlier that day. She admits she had never fought a demon that strong and believed an ordinary cadet could never have stopped it. As much as she hates to admit it, Hajin was the sharpshooter who stepped in and saved them. In the end, she chooses not to keep talking about him and realizes visiting time is over. Naeun gets ready to leave, hoping she'll see her brother again soon. But as she walks away, Naeun suddenly stops, overcome by a rising sense of dread about him. She had tried to bury the memory, but there's no way she could forget Hajin's words. With those cold eyes, he said something she took as a threat while she was vulnerable. Her eyes harden with anger and resolve as she remembers what MC told her. The story then moves to the Hero Tower, where Vice Captain Shunga is busy with something risky. She's looking through restricted files on her own, putting her position on the line. Seong-ah wants the records from the museum attack, and her assistant is clearly nervous because what she's doing is illegal. Still, the investigation reveals heavy traces of light attribute magic on the defeated demonic human's body, which means the one who took it down had to be able to use light mana. That excites Seong-ah, because demons are weak against light. She immediately wants to recruit this mystery hero. Checking the footage, Seong-ah remembers there were only 3 cube cadets in the museum, meaning one of them must be the light user. It's obviously not Suho or Naeun, since both of their talents are already known. So the vice captain gets curious about the 3rd cadet, the one she knows almost nothing about him. Then he makes a new discovery of his own. It turns out nobody else in this world can actually see the laptop he works on. Because of that, he can check the story safely without anyone noticing. Once he learned the laptop was invisible, the protagonist added another function to it. Now it warns him right away whenever the story changes. Over at the training center, Rachel is giving her partner a brutal time, beating him again and again until he's begging to switch partners. Hajin's newest feature handles detection and change tracking. If something shifts within 30 meters of the original story, he gets an instant alert. He can't just wait for messages from the co-author or hope to catch every little detail himself, so this helps him stay ahead of surprises. Still, Even he didn't expect a furious Nayun to suddenly appear behind him and demand a practice match. MC looks at her and flat out refuses. Fighting Nayun does nothing for him. Nayun calls him a coward and snaps that he brought up her family for no reason. The other cadets start wondering if this is about to blow up. Hajin says no because of his bullets. In a practice match, they could seriously hurt her, and he wants no part of that. She takes that as him looking down on her, which only makes her angrier. Then the training instructor shows up and cuts them off, yelling at Nayun for trying to fight Cadet Kim when he doesn't even have a practice weapon. Because of the danger involved, the protagonist is strictly banned from sparring with the other students. Nayun storms off, and MC realizes an apology probably won't help now. As the author, he knows what he did was stupid, but it's too late to take it back. Still, he has a different goal, so he keeps training like crazy to get stronger. The bruises on his hand prove it. His real goal is to kill Nayun's older brother, so apologizing to her feels pointless. If he gets close to her now, it'll only make things worse later, and the betrayal will hurt her even more. The story then shifts to another club orientation. A lot of students have gathered for it. The club president is Young Hyun, head of the Verity Study Club. He explains that the club focuses on monster analysis and battle research. Their whole purpose is to study monsters together and trade ideas. While he talks, plenty of students are clearly taken in by his looks and charm. He has a way of pulling everyone in, but Hajin knows it's all fake. In his mind, he notes that Hajin is using a demon's power. That takes him back to the first half of the story. At this point in Cube, a lot is supposed to happen. Cadets vanish, monsters invade, and chaos spreads. Hajin, the club president, is one of the people pulling strings behind it all. His nice image is a lie. Yeon made a pact with the demon Lilith, gained charm powers, and became a demon himself. That's the real reason Hajin joined this study club. Among the cadets, Yeon Ha also seems unfazed by Hyun's charm. To continue the orientation, Hyun shows the students how the club usually does its analysis. He brings up a hologram of a high intermediate monster called the Monster Tyrant. It first appeared right after the disaster that led to towers and dungeons invading the world, and no one has beaten it yet. Nayun says information on high-level monsters is priceless to the institution because it helps them plan raids, and if someone learns a monster's weak point, that data alone can sell for billions. With that, Hyun picks someone from the crowd and asks Jeonha what she thinks the creature's vital point is. Jeonha answers that its weak point hasn't been discovered, and she's right. Even so, Hyun says her opinion still matters, since this kind of guessing game is part of the club's fun. To wrap things up, he invites everyone to the after-party so they can keep sharing ideas about the monster's weak point. Once the talk is over, Hajin walks up to Jeonha and asks if she plans to go. She ignores him, so he tries again, this time shouting just to get her attention. Jeonha finally stops and says she will attend, since she might pick up useful information there. Catching on fast, Hajin asks if she wants that info to lead her future strike team in her guild. That makes Jeonha pay attention. The Straits of Essence Guild is a major force with a long history. When monsters first came through the gates 50 years ago, Jeonha's clan founded that guild. That's why it became one of the most powerful guilds in the country. The protagonist then shocks her by showing how much he knows about her guild. Lately, the vice leader has been gaining influence and even threatening her place as the next successor, so he asks if that's why she wants information from the after-party. Annoyed that he keeps circling around the point, Jeonha asks what he really wants. To her surprise, Hajin offers a huge deal. He says he knows the Mountain Tyrant's weakness. The sudden offer catches her off guard. MC tells her this is exactly what she needs, if she wants to prove to her guild that she's serious and worthy of leading it. He explains that the monster has a small blue mark hidden on its heel, and hitting that spot first can freeze it in place for a moment. Then he adds that he's not giving that away for free. In return, he wants something from Jeonha's guild. The item he's after is a prized weapon from their armory, the Desert Eagle. Jeonha asks if he has any notes or proof to back up what he said about the Mountain Tyrant. Hajin just smiles and bluntly admits he doesn't. It's a ridiculous thing to say when he has no research to show. Jeonha goes blank for a second, realizing he may just be messing with her. She turns and leaves in anger, but he calls after her that if she ignores his advice, she'll regret it. Of course, she might not believe him, but if she does, Hajin may have just gained a powerful ally. The funny part is that Jeonha immediately contacts one of her guild's handlers. Embarrassed, she sends a message to the strike team hunting the Mountain Tyrant and tells them to target the blue mark on its heel, since it might be the weak spot. So even without proof, she still followed the protagonist's advice. The protagonist figures this may be a smart investment. One day, Jeonha is destined to become the Queen of Seoul. Then Kim the 1100th meets his worst enemy yet, a loan payment bill. He's hit with a debt of 300 million won. The look on his face says everything. He can barely process how much he owes. He already maxed out his student loans from the start, and now Hajin can't help wondering what kind of miserable life Chundong was living to need that much money. Then it gets worse. He checks his account and finds only 3 million won left. That's nothing compared to what he owes the school. At this rate, he has no real shot of getting back to his old world. Instead, he might be stuck here working forever just to pay off the debt. Scratching his head, Hajin realizes the answer is simple. He needs a job. In this world, there are two fast ways to make serious money. The first is stocks. Since towers and dungeons started appearing, hero guilds began clearing them, and many of those guilds now have shares traded on the stock market. As the author, he knows which guilds will go public. The problem is he still needs starting money, so that plan can't help him right away. That leaves the second option, and for now it's his only real choice: field hunting. A field is a dangerous zone full of monsters. Unlike towers or dungeons, it has many different kinds, and hunting them can bring in a lot of money once you sell the bodies. But Hajin himself is the problem. His stats are poor, only a little above average, so he isn't sure he can survive a hunt as he is now. He also thinks it would be a waste to spend story points just upgrading his training gun, so he starts looking for another way to strengthen his weapon or improve his stats. Just then someone knocks on the door. A voice calls out that he has a package from Cadet Yu Youngha. Hearing that name, Hajin pauses. Yu Youngha isn't someone who normally deals with him, so he has no idea what this means. He opens the door and finds a small box. When he opens it, he's stunned by what's inside. From there, the scene jumps to the Gwangju Field Zone in Gangwon Province. Kim, the protagonist, has arrived for his first real field hunt through the portal system. After checking in, he gets a polite send-off from the receptionist. MC notes that cadets are treated with respect wherever they go. Then he heads out of the portal station and steps into Gangwon Province. This area is seen as low risk, so it became a popular stop for adventurers from all over, and earned the nickname International Metropolis. Nearby, a man shouts that he needs a mage to join his party before heading into Chokjeongyang Mountain. Plenty of people are doing the same, and Hajin quietly moves through the crowd to see how things work. He spots an employee confirming the kill of 3 hobgoblins. From that, he realizes he could make decent money by selling monster loot through an agency and make the whole process easier. He starts looking for an agent, but then someone calls out to him from behind. This man seems to know exactly what Hajin wants and asks if he's here to hunt monsters. The protagonist says yes, and finds out the nervous guy is actually an agent. He even shows his business card to prove it, though MC didn't expect him to look this desperate. Then he reads the agency name on the card. It's run by Park Soo-hyuk. This is the same big shot who will one day become Suho's personal agent. So even if he looks shaky now, he clearly has the talent to scout top-tier people. Later, he'll become the CEO of Korea's top agency. That's why it's so strange for Hajin to meet him this early. Right now, he's still inexperienced, which explains his awkward behavior. The protagonist gets interested right away and reaches out his hand. He's ready to sign with the agency. MC knows this is still the start of the story. A lot of people haven't grown into who they're meant to become yet, so making connections now is basically an investment in people. Then one thought hits him. If this guy is supposed to work with Suho later, is it really okay to take him first? A little later, while heading toward the monster zone, Hajin asks if the agent is doing okay on his own. Then it becomes obvious the guy is totally worn out, like he's never run this much in his life. That makes sense. Cadets are far stronger, while agents usually follow by vehicle. As they get closer to the danger zone, the agent notices a pile of hobgoblin tracks. Still, that kind of money won't be enough for him. One mana bullet alone costs 200,000 won, so he needs bigger prey than just goblins. He locks onto a target below the cliff, points at a boar-like monster and asks if hunting that one is fine. The agent immediately panics because it's a steel boar, a monster known for shrugging off bullets since its hide is too tough to pierce. Hajin barely reacts and keeps moving like it's no big deal. The agent is speechless. From his point of view, the protagonist is basically asking to die. But the protagonist insists he's carrying a very solid gun, one that can bring down just about anything, and he has a reason to be this confident. He recently got a new gift from Jung Hak in return for the valuable information he gave him. Then MC pulls out the Desert Eagle. He also upgraded it with a new effect by spending extra story points. The agent still warns him not to provoke the boar and tells him to be careful, but Hajin doesn't care. He takes aim and fires one explosive shot. That single bullet tears through the monster with perfect accuracy, killing it on the spot. The sudden shot stuns everyone nearby, and the agent practically drops in disbelief. The system then reminds Hajin of the special effect he added. Every time he gets a kill with the gun, its destructive power doubles. With that kind of skill, he'll be terrifying. He is clearly pleased with how well the new weapon works. Seeing both the gun and the protagonist's aim, the agent is deeply impressed. The kid barely has time to enjoy the praise before he simply aims at another target and fires again. The agent asks what he hit this time, and Hajin says he spotted a black pelican in the distance and took the shot. To the agent, that's unbelievable. MC can see that far and hit even something in the air. He confidently jokes that he has eagle eyes after all. He tells the agent he's going down the cliff to collect the monsters, and the man rushes after him. With a black pelican and a steel boar already down, they've secured 2 valuable monsters in a row. The protagonist asks if he can move them safely, and Soo-hyuk says it would be better to pay the shipping fee and call the logistics team. He even works out how much they'll make after taxes. Hajin is impressed by that sharp eye for detail, the same trait that will later make the agent famous nationwide. The man shakes MC's hand with confidence, and both of them look forward to working together again in the future. Remembering he said this was his first time hunting in the field, the agent asks what he'll do with the money, and he says he's going to buy stocks, completely throwing the man off. The rising guild called Pack Horse Masters was originally founded by a demon. In the original story, they play a major role. Back in his room with his laptop, Hajin thinks the guild itself isn't the main issue. The next dungeon raid is. In the main plot, Pack Horse Masters clears the Devil's Den dungeon. Right after that raid, the guild stock price explodes, jumping by almost 1,000%. That's why the protagonist gladly buys in early, so he can cash out big once the boom starts. It's the easiest and most efficient way to make money. Using what he knows about the future, he spends 3 million won to finish the purchase, then wonders where else he can get stock info. The internet forums weren't much help, so he considers checking a shady site like Violet Haze. That thought reminds Hajin of something. He remembers the masked group that becomes a major villain force in the second half of the story. Very little is known about them, but as the author, MC knows exactly who they are and where they hide. He may be the only person in the world who knows. They're criminals, sure, but even they hate demonic humans. So he wonders if getting close to the group's leader could help him someday, when Chaijin Jun comes back as a demonic human. Looking over his options, he decides there should be an open spot in the organization, which means he has a chance to make a move. But while he's searching, the laptop screen suddenly goes dark, and Hajin leans in with panic. This is terrible for him. His laptop is his only link to his old world, and losing it would slow him down badly. Luckily, it turns back on, giving him some relief. It's already been a full month since he arrived in this world. The laptop was just forcing a sudden update. It hit him so hard he almost passed out, thinking he'd lost everything. Now the scene shifts. In a restaurant, a pair sits alone and draws plenty of attention. It's Jong-hak, who clearly doesn't want to be there, and Yonha, who's enjoying herself. Jong-hak starts complaining. He hates polite, noble meetings like this and wants no part of them. Yonha teases him and points out that this meeting only helps him. After all, he's talking to someone expected to lead society one day. She asks about his grades and learns he's doing fine, then mocks him for not aiming for first place. But to Jong-hak, fine means second place isn't good enough. He's still near the top, but his standards for himself are brutal. Their meeting gets interrupted by an unexpected guest, Naeun, the girl Jong-hak likes. He practically jumps out of his seat, dropping his cool act just to get her attention. Watching him react like that instantly ruins Yongha's mood since she has feelings for Jong-hak too. He quickly checks if Naeun is okay and she says she is, but while they talk, Yongha grows annoyed at being ignored. Then Naeun brings up Hajin's name, and that immediately gets Yongha's attention. She turns and asks what Naeun means. Naeun explains that during the demonic human incident at the National Museum, only 3 cadets were there, and the protagonist was one of them. The demonic human overwhelmed both Suho and Naeun, and they couldn't stop him until someone suddenly stepped in. That someone was Hajin. His shot blew apart the demon's hand. Naeun saw it happen herself, and she still can't believe he pulled it off with a training pistol. That makes her wonder what he's really hiding. Yoanna goes quiet in thought, and Naeun asks what she thinks of him, especially since they were together during their first training. Yoanna hesitates before answering. Because of her suspicions, she already looked into Hajin. All she found was the basics. He's an orphan. He joined Cube, and he's buried under a 300 million debt. Beyond that, nothing unusual turned up. On top of that, she still can't understand how he knew the Mountain Tyrant's weak point when even top researchers and analysts didn't know it yet. Yorini remembers asking him before, but he stayed stubborn and told her nothing. That's why she wants to look into him. She believes he could become a valuable asset for the Yorena Guild someday. At first, she thought he was nothing special. But after thinking it over, Yorena realizes the attacks he used in training weren't strong enough to blow off a demon's whole arm like that, so she concludes he's hiding some kind of secret trump card from everyone else. Then Naeun quietly throws out a wild idea. Maybe Kim the 1100th is actually a devil human. That suggestion shocks both Jong-hak and Yuna. Even Jong-hak has trouble believing a demon would kill another demon for no reason. Still, Naeun can't explain it. She just knows something about Kim. Hajin feels off. At the same time, his laptop starts acting weird. The update is almost at 100% when a warm feeling suddenly spreads from his wrist. Then the pain gets sharper. Blood starts soaking through his sleeve. Hajin panics as his wrist burns with intense pain. The new update is creating a stigma, a mark tied to the creator's authority. As his influence and story points grow, that mark will evolve too. The magic inside it can be used when needed, then it recharges in 24 hours. The protagonist is hit with a pounding headache and pain all over, like too much information is being forced into his brain. Back at the restaurant, Jong-hak slams his palm on the table, annoyed that Naeun is still so upset over what Hajin did. Meanwhile, MC can barely stay on his feet and collapses to the floor. Back with Naeun, she can't stop thinking about those harsh words. Kim, he said. She admits she really can't stand him. The protagonist stays unconscious. His body gives out, and the stigma left by the update is now visible. Then his laptop shows a new notification. A new ability has been added to his gift of observation and reading, making it even better. Now the scene moves to the Association Tower in Seoul. Right after the National Museum incident, Suho, Naeun, and Hajin are called in because they took part in the fight. They're being given certificates of recognition for what they did to protect the city. MC's wrist is still throbbing from what happened yesterday. It's better now, but the pain hasn't gone away. He also still doesn't know what the mark is for. Unluckily for him, he ends up sitting next to Naeun. She's furious and tells him to shut up, even though he hasn't said a single word. Just sitting beside him already gets on her nerves. Ha-Jane asks if she's still hung up on what happened, then reminds her that he also saved her life that day. That frustrates Nayeon, but she can't deny he's telling the truth. She snaps back at him, and Suho steps in to calm them down. He even offers to switch seats with her, but she stubbornly refuses that too. After more arguing, she finally trades places with Suho, who sits next to Ha-Jin and starts talking to him. He thanks Kim, the protagonist, for saving them, which the protagonist clearly wasn't expecting. Suho says that without his help, they would have lost that fight. To him, MC was their savior, and he's honestly grateful, but MC stays calm. He thinks they probably would have won anyway, even without him. If he hadn't been there, Suho likely would have pulled out some main character miracle and grown stronger on the spot just to beat the threat. That's what protagonists do. They face danger and keep getting stronger. The scene then shifts to the auditorium where a famous hero is making his entrance. He walks in with easy confidence, looking bored by the job he's been given. This man is Yushi Hyuk, a top-class hero ranked 37th in the association. The whole crowd goes quiet around him, and the award ceremony begins. Nayeon, Suho, and Ha-Jing are all waiting there. The winners are called up to the stage. These 3 cadets were chosen for their brave service to the city. Shi-Hyuk presents the awards, praising them for taking down a demonic threat and protecting innocent lives. First, Shi-Hyuk goes to Suho and hands him his award. He says Suho's power has real potential and calls him someone worth recruiting. Suho receives his certificate, and right after that, Shi-Hyuk offers him a spot under his command as a hunter for the Abandoned Plains Guild, telling him hero work is dull and full of responsibility he doesn't care much about. But Suho confidently turns him down, still set on becoming a hero. Losing interest, Shi-Hyuk moves on to the next cadet. In front of him, Nayeon looks confused because he seems to know who she is. Turns out this guy is basically her teacher, or at least that's what she'd like to think. In truth, Shi-Hyuk doesn't really see her as a student at all. Her father begged him to train her, and that's the only reason they're connected. That blunt answer crushes her excitement, while Ha-Jing quietly enjoys the awkward moment. Then comes the last cadet. Shi-Hyuk is oddly interested in the protagonist from the start because he has no idea who this plain-looking guy is. The first thing he asks is who MC even is. He takes it as total indifference. Just like everyone else, Shi-Hyuk barely seems to notice him. And with that, the ceremony ends in a pretty dull way. Afterward, Nayeon is the first cadet asked how she feels about getting her award. Meanwhile, Ha-Jin is happier than ever. He just got 15 million for helping wipe out the demon, and he needs every bit of it for that 300 million debt. Sitting alone, he starts planning how to use the money. He wants to buy more guild stocks. At the same time, he's eager to check the new features his laptop got after that painful update. When he opens it, a message lists the changes: the stigma mark, internet access, and a new upgrade to his observation and reading skill called the Tome of Truth. The protagonist struggles to figure out how to use the new skill. Just as he thinks about activating it, the stigma forms a shield, showing it's about to trigger. Startled, Ha-Jin doesn't want to risk testing it here, so he decides to head back to the dorm where no one will see. It'd be a pain if anyone noticed. The second update is internet access. MC moves the cursor over the button and clicks. After a short pause, the screen opens several websites, including Law Abiding Spirit, Violent Haze, The Sword of Jeremy, and others. He's not just getting normal internet for free, he also has free access to restricted sites as well. Out of all of them, the most important one is Violent Haze. It's the most famous membership site around, used to trade key information, weapons, bounties, requests, and more. Only a few heroes don't use it, so the government mostly ignores the black market deals happening there. Normally, the access fee is insane. For Ha-Jin, all it costs is 200 of his precious story points, and he pays it to make an account for now. Just as he's about to log into a certain page, someone calls out to him. It's Seung-ah. The Vice Master found him. She knows he recognized who she is, and she also remembers he's the only person who slipped away during the ceremony earlier. She came here just to hand him a card from her guild, Holy Grace of God. This is a huge deal, and even Ha-Jin knows getting that card means a lot. Seung-ah has several important questions for him, so she sits down and asks if he'll answer them. Of course, the protagonist already suspects she wants to recruit him, so he sits with her and asks what she wants to know. Seung-ah looks kind and gentle in the media, but that's not the whole truth. Even top talents get treated harshly by her. She only cares about the very best and cuts off anyone she sees as unnecessary. That's the real Seung-ah. Building a connection with her now could be crucial for Ha-Jin later. So before she can really begin, he simply cuts her off and coldly says he has nothing new to tell her. Even after being shut down, Seung-ah quickly clears things up. She's the one interested in him, and she reminds him she's the vice master of the most important guild. MC acknowledges Seung-ah's status in Korea but brushes it off. He knows she came for personal reasons. He's sure Seung-ah only showed up after watching the video of his light attribute shot. She's not truly here to recruit him yet. She just wants answers. So Ha-Jin plays hard to get. He wants to look calm and in control, hoping her brief curiosity turns into real interest. Then he makes a bold move and says he's retiring right away, which catches Seung-ah off guard. Checking his stigma again, he learns more about how it works. If his total story points pass a certain limit, the attention score rises and another mark is added. He can use the power whenever he wants, but after one use, it needs 24 hours to recharge. To test the new ability, the protagonist focuses and tries to make a dagger with magic. Instead, the mark suddenly creates a mythical sword out of nowhere, and it's real. Hajin swings it and can tell it's ready to use right away. The strange part about magic is that it depends on natural talent and knowledge. Since MC was thrown into this world with no clue about his origin, he assumed he wouldn't be able to use magic at all. So he's glad he found his own way to use it through the stigma's power. The last thing he wants to test is the Tome of Truth, which should boost his reading and observation skills. After thinking it over, he says the skill's name out loud. His stigma activates again. This time it brings out a book that holds the truth. The book's strange power lets Hajin get answers to any question, as long as it stays within the limits of his magic. That's insanely broken. Even the author would need a second to process that. To see if it's legit, the protagonist asks for his height. Turns out he's 174 centimeters tall, about 5'8". Each question costs 1 story point when he uses the tome. Then suddenly, Hajin's smartwatch starts blaring. It's an emergency alert from the school. A group message is asking if anyone knows where a student is. Seeing the red warning, MC starts to worry. He thinks this may be the start of the second major event in the story. The main story's next big arc is the Cube Cadets' serial disappearances. 6 cadets will vanish without a trace. The culprit hides every clue perfectly, making the investigation useless as the number keeps growing. Hajin knows this incident matters because the criminal's final target is Yu Young-han. He also knows things could get bad if the co-author interferes here and changes the plot, especially after what happened at the museum. He wants to catch the criminal himself, but he also worries that stepping in could ruin the story's flow for good. For now, all he can do is wait and watch. The next day, the scene shifts to the training center. Suho is drinking water when a friend points something out ahead. Hajin is trying to train his body when a bunch of annoying punks show up and start bothering him. They mock him for not being able to lift a simple weight, and even say he might have bribed his way into the school. Suho wants to step in because he can't stand that kind of thing, but his friend stops him and pulls him back. He can't believe Shin Jong-hak is just watching. But Jong-hak says the protagonist must have somehow gotten on those guys' bad side, and if Suho joins in, he'll become a target too. There's also a chance they're acting this way to test Hajin's reaction. Suho can't believe that excuse. Still, Shin Jong-hak thinks a guy who wrecked a demon human's arm wouldn't be scared of some weak thugs. He figures MC is hiding his real strength. That idea falls apart fast, because he seriously cannot lift the bar. He struggles alone and eventually gives up. Even the troublemakers think it looks pathetic. Now Shin Jong-hak starts thinking the protagonist may have just gotten lucky before. Suho ignores that and rushes over to help. The other cadets quickly notice a fight might break out, and Nayun is listening in too. Then the instructor storms in like an angry dad, furious that they're turning his training session into a joke. He orders everyone to gather because the quiz scores are about to be revealed. The results will be posted on the wall for everyone to see. The cadets crowd around and realize a lot of them failed. Only one name is at the top, Kim Hae-jin, the same guy who couldn't even lift the bar earlier. Rachel is second, and Shin Jong-hak takes third. MC isn't surprised. After all, he knows this story better than anyone he wrote it. When the result sinks in, a girl's sword drops to the floor. She's too stunned to speak. It's the British princess who ranked third in admissions. The key thing about Rachel is simple. She never places second on a written test, no matter the subject. So getting second this time completely shakes her. She stares at Hae-jin like she's seen a ghost. He is just as stunned and doesn't know what to say. To understand why this hits Rachel so hard, we need to look back to when she first entered the cube. Her attendants worried that she'd soon be standing beside the world's top hero candidates. They also feared she'd have no one close to rely on, since everyone in her class would be Korean. Rachel didn't mind. She wasn't nervous, she just wanted to meet everyone's expectations. She carried that pressure for the royal family, but today she feels something new: fear, defeat, and deep disappointment. To her, this result feels like letting her people down. The teacher even praises Hae-jin's test, pointing out how brilliant his new view on phenomenological analysis was. He gets special mention as someone worth following as an academic resource. Rachel knows phenomenology is not easy. She doesn't even think she can close the gap before midterms, so this quiet, distant Kim the protagonist keeps impressing her, even though he barely seems to pay attention in class. Now fully curious and eager to know how he studies, Rachel's interest in him grows even more. Later in the information office, Hae-jin checks through a pile of results. Now that he has the Tome of Truth, he finally has a way to solve his problems. With enough story points, he can fill in almost any gap in his knowledge. He still doesn't have much working for him right now, so he can't expect huge gains yet. All he can do is hope things improve. Next, MC starts the agent registration process and plans to spend some of his story points to handle the rest. Then we get into the second major event in the story. After it happens, people start doubting the institution's role as a place of safety and authority. It no longer feels secure. Even with his current abilities, Hae-jin knows he's still too weak to face a demon alone. Still, Shin Jong-hak getting mad and sending his lackeys after him has earned him a lot of story points, which ends up helping him. So he decides to spend some of them to improve his odds of surviving what's coming. First, he looks into upgrading his weapon. Since he already has the Desert Eagle, he adds a conversion feature that lets it turn into a sniper rifle. For a moment, Hae-jin wonders if that might be a bit too much, but in the end, he spends 250 more story points to add it. The gun changes into a gold sniper rifle, showing the upgrade worked. Even the protagonist is impressed, but it's way too flashy and would draw too much attention, so he changes it back into a pistol for now. His next goal is to create a technique that can help him. He has 3 slots to work with. Unlike magical powers, techniques are trained physical skills that must be learned, not gifted. For a long-range fighter, one of the most important things for survival is getting the best position before taking a shot. So Heijin wants a technique that helps him reach the perfect spot and avoid trouble later. He types the details into his laptop and sets up the technique. At last, the ability is complete. He names it parkour, and it turns him into a movement monster across the field, helping him stay mobile and avoid getting pinned down. That effect costs him 350 story points. Those 350 points are gone. Oddly enough, MC doesn't feel any different, even though he knows the skill was added. Then his smartwatch suddenly buzzes. It's a group message. People are searching for Sungyun, the second victim of the attacker inside the institution, Yoon Ha-yeon. The message explains that the students who vanished before Yoon Ha were already murdered by the culprit. So once someone disappears, they're basically dead. Since Hajin is the author, he knows how dangerous this hidden villain is, and he also knows who will get dragged into this case. That leaves him with a rough choice: ignore what's happening for the sake of the story and his own gain, or step in. The scene then shifts to the training grounds below the cube. An instructor tells the cadets they're about to begin a special hands-on exercise. The cave in front of them is actually an artificial dungeon made with magic tech. Inside are illusions based on real monsters, making it the safest way to train for real dungeon fights later on. Today's mission is a simulated dungeon raid. Still, the instructor warns them not to treat it like a joke just because it's practice. Because the artificial dungeon is huge, the Veritas and cultural groups will work together to clear it. One team from each unit will combine into a single assault party, and the cadets are told to make their teams now. Right away, everyone starts talking and grouping up. Team 8 includes Hajin, Hazuki, and Hosung. From the cultural side, they're joined by Jaden and the others, making a full team of 8. The artificial dungeon is full of nasty traps, and he suspects some were set with demonic humans in mind. To prepare for that, he already made special bullets. Even so, he still wonders if he'll make it through this training alive. Then the system suddenly sends out a warning about a story discrepancy. That's bad news for the author because he has no way of knowing exactly what changed. Worse, 3 parts of the story were altered during this one event, so Hajin has no clue what's happening or who's causing it. While the teams gather, that uncertainty keeps bothering him. While he's distracted, Suho's teammate from the cultural unit, Yoon, mocks him for spacing out instead of listening. The system immediately notes that Yoon's temper has risen. At the same time, Yoon meets Jaden from the cultural team. He looks excited, but she barely reacts and keeps a blank face. Even so, the system says Jaden's growth potential has increased because of that interaction. Then Naeun starts talking with a cadet she recognizes from the hunting club. He introduces himself as Sven, greeting her with a bright smile and ends up pairing with her. But for some reason, his mental state gets even worse, which means he's now at even greater risk of turning into a demonic puppet during the raid. Hajin is completely thrown off by these sudden changes, and he knows they could seriously affect the story. So he narrows his focus to the 2 people he needs to watch most closely. The first is Jaden from Team 8. He's supposed to be a thug-type character, rough, arrogant, and a bit of a bully. What really worries Hajin is the random boost in Jaden's growth potential. Jaden then introduces the rest of his side of the team. Yoonha does the same, though she conveniently forgets the protagonist's name again, clearly just to annoy him. Pushing that aside, MC turns to the second problem on his mind: Sven. He's a government-sponsored cadet from Germany, treated as an elite hero prospect. There's just one key detail about him: he likes Naeun. Like the other foreign students at the institution, Sven came here chasing glory and success, but he still hasn't reached either of them. Not when people like Naeun, Suho, and Yona are around. Compared to monsters like them, Sven started to lose his confidence. Before coming here, he had never really felt crushed by inferiority or defeat. That insecurity consumed him, and in his desperate hunger for power, Sven ends up selling his soul for strength, or at least that's how Hajin originally wrote him. The real issue is that his transformation is supposed to happen during this raid. Now it seems to be happening earlier than expected, and even if the change looks small, he knows it could still be dangerous. His thoughts are cut off when Jaden suddenly grabs his shoulder and tells him to stop zoning out. Hajin shrugs him off, but Jaden quickly calls him trash and acts like the rumors must be true. Hearing that, the protagonist realizes his reputation is at rock bottom. One rumor in particular has spread through the unit, that he uses his status as a cadet to push other people around. It's obviously made-up slander, but people are paying attention to it, and MC has a pretty good idea who started it. Yonghak and his lackeys. What annoys him even more is that Hazuki and Hosung don't step in for him at all, even though they're teammates. Anyway, the team order is decided, and they'll enter, starting from Team 1. While they wait, Jaden keeps trying to charm Yona, bragging about how strong their combined team is. He even talks down on Hajin as dead weight, which is almost funny at this point. Soon, it's finally Team 8's turn. They head into the dungeon. The group moves carefully, with Jaden confidently taking the lead. Before long, they reach an area where the path splits. Someone asks which route is best, and Jaden says they can rely on their ranged fighter if needed. After staying quiet for a while, Hajin suddenly tells them to take Route 6. Jaden is clearly irritated, but one of the others trusts his instincts and agrees with him. That quick approval catches the protagonist off guard. Even while calling him useless in front of everyone, they still admit he has a good eye. Hajin finds that annoying, but he lets it slide, as long as Route 6 leads them to Yahello. If Seven really makes a deal with the demon hiding in this cave, Mayun will end up carrying that burden alone. If she falls here, the whole story could collapse. She's too important to lose, so the group heads into Path 6. Jaden still throws petty insults at MC, calling him an attention seeker, but MC ignores him and focuses on what's ahead. The others can't see anything in the dark. He, though, picks up a salamander nearby, and suspects it may be tied to some dungeon mechanism. Worried, their archer suggests firing a light arrow to check the area. After getting approval, he gets ready. Then he fires, sending a trail of light through the darkness. Sure enough, a salamander is waiting ahead. Jaden is stunned, and the team immediately gets into battle formation. Hajin, meanwhile, waits for something else before moving. One of the cadets pulls out a whip and charges first. The whip cracks forward at the monster. It interrupts the attack building in the creature's mouth. The thing was just about to fire. With its mouth restrained, Hazuki and the other melee fighters rush in and hammer it with heavy attacks. Since it's only a hologram, they bring it down pretty easily. The fight ends with almost no damage to the team. Then a rumbling sound echoes through the area, and they realize the dungeon is shifting after the monster's defeat. Hajin notices the electric charge running through the whip. He's impressed that its user has already awakened that power. Just as they're about to move again, the protagonist trips on a rock and crashes into a teammate from behind. At that exact moment, a sharp projectile slices past where they had been standing. Both of them slam to the ground. Hajin breaks into a cold sweat, convinced he's done for now. The other cadet tries to ignore his ridiculous behavior and brushes him off for the moment, but then she snaps and tries to hit him. Before she can, the others point out the arrow that almost killed them. That's when MC realizes their fall actually made them dodge a poisoned arrow that could have killed them. Then the story cuts to Sven, who was hit by one of those arrows. He begs Nayun to leave him behind. Dragging him along, Nayun yells at him to shut up and run if he can. She still can't believe what happened. An arrow came out of nowhere and struck Sven in the back, so she ran. That makes even less sense because this is supposed to be an artificial dungeon, where that kind of thing shouldn't happen. Now we see what's chasing her, a massive lava golem like a mini Godzilla, right behind Nayun. No wonder she's mad at Sven for talking nonsense while injured. Meanwhile, the cadets keep moving through the artificial cave. They're busy fighting fire salamanders that shoot beams from their mouths. Hajin's team is holding up well, especially the ranged fighters who defend and fire back. He and Yuhana are clearing the monsters with little trouble too. Jaden is even enjoying himself while cutting them down. So far, the fight feels easy. None of these monsters are that dangerous. Aside from the poisoned arrow, they don't think there are any real traps, so they keep going deeper. But the co-author can't shake the feeling that the poisoned arrow is wrong. He even got a system notice about it, so he can't believe these idiots still think it was part of the test. Hajin's mind is racing. Then a terrifying presence creeps up from behind him. A fully charged salamander is there, ready to fire a deadly blast at any second. The protagonist is shocked that one of them survived. A huge wave of fire bursts straight toward them. Yana and the others are left wide open. One hit could wipe them all out. That's why Hajin steps in and uses his stigma magic, burning his one-time skill to cast a water barrier right away. The barrier rises and shields the team from the blast. The beam is powerful, but the water barrier holds until the attack finally fades. After firing everything it had, the salamander collapses. It was its last move. But what Hajin just did leaves the others stunned. Hajin notices the electric charge running through the whip. He's impressed that its user has already awakened that power. He grabs MC and demands to know why he hid his water power when they could have used it earlier. He stays calm and says it was just the effect of a magic item. But Jaden doesn't buy it. Yana steps in to separate them. What really worries them is that they just fought a real monster inside an artificial dungeon. Yana guesses the place is meant to copy a normal dungeon, so maybe another dungeon somehow mixed into it, or something else went wrong. She decides not to dwell on it and says they'll probably get points for killing a real monster later. Then Yona leads the group on like none of this bothered her, but in her head she's sure Hajin lied about the magic item. He couldn't even afford a desert eagle, so there's no way he casually got a magic item, especially one with water magic. Guys like Jonghak or Suho might pull that off, but the protagonist? No chance. Yona starts connecting everything strange about him, from finding the mountain tyrant's weak spot to using magic at all. She can't understand why he works so hard to hide his power, and that brings her back to Nayon's first guess that he might be a devil-like human. Because of those doubts, Yona has been watching MC closely. Now let's go back to Nayon and see how she handles her monster. The megalith is a real threat, an intermediate rank monster that feels almost impossible to stop. They think it might be a dungeon boss, and with a normal team beating it seems crazy. Their plan is to join the other teams and launch one big attack together. They're also worried because Suvlin is in bad shape. Nayun still doesn't understand where that poisoned arrow came from, and she's starting to think this dungeon is way too hard for cadets. Suvlin's condition is even worse than everyone thinks. He feels like dead weight for letting the group down, and that wrecks his state of mind. Doubt starts eating at him. Then a voice takes advantage of his weakness. It asks if he wants power, especially after all the pain he's gone through. The voice promises to give him exactly that, the strength he's always wanted, in exchange for everything else. Broken and desperate, Sven gladly accepts without thinking twice. The moment he agrees, the demon seizes his soul, and a twisting pain tears through him. He screams as his body gives in to the agony. Nayeon rushes to him and calls out to her teammate, but his screams end up drawing the giant monster to them. It almost looks at them like it's saying hello before flooding the area with lava. The monster swings its massive fist and smashes through the place. The cadets run for their lives, knowing that if they slow down for a second, that fist will crush them. Another blow lands, sending some of the cadets flying. They're trapped with almost nowhere to go. Even Nayeon, while carrying Sven, hits a dead end and can't find a way out. Before she can catch her breath, the creature appears again, staring at her. It's a nightmare. Nayeon can hardly believe what they're facing, and now she knows this thing isn't fake. Terrified, she finally admits they could really die here inside an artificial dungeon. The monster gets ready to strike. Then a mana bullet flies in from nowhere, slams into the monster, and punches through the top of its head. Nayeon turns toward the distant shooter. It's Hajin saving her again. Now let's rewind a few minutes and see what happened with Jonghak's team. They ended up stopped by a huge wall, which annoys Jaden since this path was supposed to lead them to the dungeon boss. He says they're still on the right path. In fact, they've never been closer. He just didn't expect a wall blocking the way. Instead of overthinking it, Hajin says the monster is right behind that wall, and tells the group to try breaking it. Jaden gets mad since he sees himself as the one in charge. Even so, he swings with all his strength. The result? He gets hit by a nasty shock because the wall is packed with heavy defense. Not even a magic-powered attack can break it. Then Hazuki spots something and points to the opening above the wall. Hajin says they can use that gap to cross, but Jaden calls the idea insane. To him, nobody is getting over a 10-meter climb. Realizing Jaden just can't do what he can, the protagonist decides to go first. He uses his parkour skills, strengthens his grip, and moves upward with expert speed and control until he reaches the top. Then he leaves the group behind and takes off running. Right then, everyone hears a loud crash from the other side. The dungeon is shifting again, sudden and unexpected. Jaden has no idea what's going on, but what they don't know is that the huge lava golem has been tearing through the area. That's when Hajin arrives to save Nayeon. He's relieved to see his shot's paralysis didn't last long against such a huge creature. He shouts at Nayeon to run while she still can, instead of just sitting there, but things get worse fast. The giant monster picks MC as its new target. He goes pale and begs Nayeon to save him now, instead of running. At once, the group forms up and attacks the lava golem from several sides. But even with solid hits, nothing works. The beast stays as tough as ever. Seeing the others come to help, Nayeon steadies herself and gets ready to fire a powerful arrow. She tells them to keep the monster busy while she charges it. A few moments later, Sven suddenly jumps in. He keeps the monster occupied, giving Nayeon more time to gather strength. Remembering what happened against the devil-like human before, she swears this time will be different. Then Nayeon releases the shot. The arrow slams in and completely destroys the monster's face. The golem's body crashes down as the lava around its head starts to melt away. The cadets can't believe they brought down something that fierce by working together. Some are already hoping for a big point reward. Nayeon and Sven catch up with the others too. The others are stunned by Nayeon's sudden strike, and she proudly calls it her finishing move. Hajin barely cares. Instead, he watches Sven, who still hasn't turned into a demon at this point. That changes the original story, but he knows the transformation is still coming. Sven already made a pact with a demon in this cave, so it's only a matter of time before he turns on the group and throws everything into chaos. Nayeon's attention shifts to the boy farther away, still catching his breath. For a moment, she puts aside her anger toward him and walks over to speak with him alone. She knows she owes him something, so Nayeon awkwardly forces out a quiet thank you. For Hajin, hearing that feels almost unreal, and he has no idea how to react. Lost in thought, he asks what she said. That only annoys her more, and she snaps that she won't repeat it. The protagonist can't believe Nayeon actually thanked him like that. Her whole life has been full of pain. The first big tragedy came when she was 6, when a monster killed her mother. That loss pushed her to become a hero someday. Most kids are taught to laugh and play, but Nayeon was different. She was full of anger and trained her body hard from a very young age. She kept herself alone and couldn't build real bonds because opening up to people meant showing the hurt she carried from her past. Because of that, only a few people have ever earned her gratitude, and almost no one can truly call themselves her friend. That's why this matters so much to Hajin. The character he wrote as someone who could barely even say sorry has now said something completely different. As the novel's author, he knows that better than anyone. Nayeon has changed. Then Nayeon asks why he lets Jonghak's lackeys push him around when he's clearly this capable in a real fight. After all, one shot from his gun was enough to lock the monster down. Guys like them shouldn't be able to trouble him, so she can't understand what he's trying to do. MC says he honestly has no real way to beat them. Nayeon finds that hard to believe after seeing him handle a monster with his gun. He shows her the weapon and explains it's just custom-made gear that helps him cover his weakness. In short, he's faking being stronger than he is. Nayeon is shocked. He admits that so casually. Modified guns are illegal at the academy, and could get him suspended right away. Hajin says that's exactly why he only uses it when he really has to. Luckily, he found a way to hide the gun inside his stigma, letting him keep stronger weapons stored away without getting caught every time. Even so, Naeun still doesn't fully buy his excuse after seeing how strong he is. So she asks if he has some kind of gift tied to firearms. Hajin avoids giving a clear answer, but she seems satisfied enough and starts to leave. She won't report the gun, though she tells him to stop using it. Then she pauses and brings up the same issue that made her hate him in the first place. He stays quiet for a moment and still refuses to explain or apologize. He doesn't want her forgiveness or a closer bond because that would only make things worse later. He's planning to kill her older brother, Jin-yoon, in the future. Getting close to her now would only hurt her more. But his goal won't change. When Naeun returns to her group, everyone wants to know if she's somehow friends with him. She quickly denies it, but Sven's strange look suggests he noticed something. Then an announcement suddenly tells all the cadets that the dungeon exercise is being shut down at once. The order comes late. Without Hajin, they might have been collecting bodies. A lot went wrong during this assault drill. First, every surveillance camera died right after it began. Then real monsters appeared instead of fake ones. And the staff waited until the last second before stepping in, when everything had already gone bad. It was a major incident, but since no one died, Cube chose an internal investigation instead of calling the authorities. The protagonist explains that devil-like humans hidden among Cube's executives probably managed to bury the case. He knows the investigation won't really move until episode 2 is over. Right now, what worries him most is the co-author's goal and what they want with Sven. A demon pact comes with side effects, emotional pain, and obsession. Hajin's worst fear is that Sven will lose his mind and kill Naeun, and he wants to make sure that future never happens. That's why he secretly keeps track of both of them. MC opens his messaging app. He quietly apologizes to himself for using shady methods to get what he wants. The system links him to Naeun's account, where he finds a bunch of chats, including ones with Suho, Sven, and Junghak. The only one he really cares about is Sven, who's inviting her by text to this week's House Club event. In the original story, that event is when Sven's unstable state finally explodes. To stop anything from going wrong, Hajin decides to follow them and interfere if he has to. He's also raised his stats now, so he thinks it's finally time to hunt in the garrison dungeon. Later in class, he gets a sudden message on his smartwatch. He has no idea why Suho is contacting him out of nowhere. Suho asks if he's free on Friday because there's something he wants to ask him in person. Now about the garrison, it's a mountain in Gangwon-do famous for its spiritual energy. Martial artists from all over the country call it a training paradise and come there to sharpen their skills. But they aren't the only ones. Plenty of drifters visit too, roaming the mountain for buried treasure instead of risking their lives against monsters. One of them is the ginseng gatherer Kim Yoon-jin, and he'll be joining Hajin for this trip. The protagonist isn't moved at all by Yoon-jin's excitement. Yoon-jin is sure MC's method will never find any ginseng, but MC tells him he isn't here for that. He wants something else. There's so much pointless chatter that he just tunes it out. Yoon-jin smugly assumes the kid has no experience, and honestly, he's not totally wrong. Hajin keeps tripping as they travel, but then he finds a shining ginseng root. He can hardly believe it. The protagonist ends up eating the 7-year ginseng root. Thanks to his modification ability, it temporarily boosts his stats by 2 points each. What makes this even crazier is that the ginseng could have sold for 700 million. MC still uses it instead of paying off his debt. After more stumbling, he realizes it makes sense that the dungeon he wants still hasn't been found. Beyond the garrison's fame lies the place he came for, the Dungeon of the Undead, a cave of terror now standing right in front of him. The dungeon boss is the Death Knight, a very tough upper intermediate monster. The ginseng boosted Hajin's stats, but this enemy could still crush him. Even so, he doesn't care. He came here for a different reason. Just then, a horrifying hand rises from the ground, and a crowd of undead crawls out to greet him at the dungeon entrance. Ready to take them on, Hajin uses his stigma magic and reminds himself that beating the boss isn't today's real goal. What he actually wants is the dungeon's hidden stage. Suddenly, the skeleton monsters rush the seemingly helpless boy, but they're about to regret it. The protagonist pulls out his pistol and blasts one undead monster at point-blank range. The rest go down just as easily, one shot after another. He activates his precision skill, Eagle Eye, to track every bullet's path. Then he uses his speed and agility to leap over the monsters, striking from above and stacking up even more kills. After taking down enough of them, Hajin stops firing and realizes he's cleared them all out. Still, he knows the number of undead will keep rising as he gets closer to the hidden stage. That's a clear sign he's heading toward the Gospel's location. Evandel is actually a witch meant to serve as the hidden stage boss of the garrison dungeon. She matters a lot later on. In the future, she'll build Evandel Castle, the most terrifying undead fortress in human history. She'll use an abandoned school as her base and cause chaos, and once she fully matures, dealing with her will be a nightmare. That's why Hajin wants to reach her while he still can. If he defeats her, he expects to get 2 items. The first is the upgradable gear called Aether, and the second is the Seed of the Gospel. In the original novel, those 2 items help the demon Tomer grow strong enough to become one of evil's top forces. So if Hajin wants to get stronger much faster, Aether is the better prize. MC approaches the hidden stage door, where only darkness waits. Activating his Eagle Eye, he presses forward. With Eagle Eye active, he peers deep into the cave and ignores the lesser monsters. There he spots a dead tree glowing with crystals. His real target is the young witch, still immature and vulnerable. Beating her later once she fully matures would be far harder, so this is his only good chance. For now, the little witch is just playing with magic like a child at play. But Hajin came here to stop the disaster she would one day bring. His feelings almost hold him back, but as her creator, he forces himself to act. Even Tamara once made the same ruthless choice. As he walks closer, the protagonist reminds himself of one thing. She exists because he wrote her, and now she may die for the same reason. A normal spirit form witch can't be killed with bullets, not even mana bullets. So Hajin uses stigma magic to make a spear filled with light magic. That should be enough to kill her in one hit. He's also shocked by how much the old ginseng boosted his stats. And MC hurls the spear with everything he has. It blasts through the baby witch's head and destroys her spirit body in one clean strike. Brutal, but effective. He thought that would finish her. But she's tougher than she looks. Even immature, she survives the hit. Using what little power she has left, she starts rebuilding her spirit body. Then the whole dungeon shakes violently, and the young witch finally loses control of her form. She bursts apart into a cloud of dust right in front of Hajin. At last, the two items he wanted drop to the ground. The seed of Avendal holds the witch's soul, letting Avendal revive once it fully sprouts. The other item, Uther, lets its owner strengthen a weapon and boost its power. The moment Hajin gets Uther, all his stats rise by 0.6. The system also says the item can't be traded anymore. The protagonist is pleased with the result. The raid was a success, and once Aether levels up, it should make his abilities even stronger. With everything he's gained so far, MC feels strong enough to stand with Cube Cadets at his current level. On top of that, he earned nearly 50 story points and got the effects of the ginseng too. Still, the best prize may be the Seed of Evandel, since it can bring the witch back through germination whenever he wants. The title Witch of Despair makes her sound like a pure villain, but if he handles this right, Evandel could become a powerful ally. According to Hajin, raising the seed isn't actually that hard. It just needs a lot of blood over time, and the witch's personality will be shaped by whoever provides it, so he needs to choose carefully. He's already thinking about asking Suko or Rachel, hoping the witch turns out at least a little kind to him. At the same time, he can't imagine asking Yoana or Nayun. They'd make a huge scene, and worse, they might twist the witch's personality. The real problem is getting the blood. The protagonist decides to worry about that later. For now, he should get some rest. Tomorrow is the main event, and it'll take a lot out of him. The hunting club trip, where Sven will likely cause trouble for Nayun, is coming fast. The next day, at the Bayakpa Hot Springs, the cadets are excited for their first outdoor orientation, and one girl starts addressing the group. She goes over the club activities one last time, while Hajin listens closely. Leonidas will hold its usual hunt, but she reminds everyone this isn't just a game, it's real work meant to protect the public. While she talks, MC is drenched in sweat. He has no idea how much events might change. All he knows is what happened in the original story. In that version, Sven attacked Nayun, leaving her badly hurt before dying in battle himself. He wrote it that way so Suho could get closer to her and take care of her. The twist is that while everyone focuses on Nayun as the demon's target, Leona ends up becoming the helpless victim instead. That difference makes Hajin deeply uneasy. Things are already drifting away from the plot he originally gave Sven. Even with some demonic power now, Sven still hasn't fully transformed. The protagonist thinks the best outcome would be for Sven to lose control here, where others can help bring him down. Meanwhile, Nayun starts noticing how often the protagonist keeps looking her way. It makes her uneasy, and she doesn't understand why he's watching her so closely. Not knowing MC is really tracking Sven's every move. She even starts wondering if he secretly likes her. Sven notices it too and tells her to be careful, but Nayun brushes him off since Hajin doesn't seem threatening. Sven explains he means the recent disappearances, hinting that he could be involved. But Nayun trusts him enough to think he's too harmless for that. The hunt begins, and Sven and Nayun move ahead with Hajin trailing them, ready for anything. Some time passes, and deep in the forest, a deer is torn apart by a demon. That demon is Sven. He's testing the new demonic power he just gained. When Nayun calls out to him, Sven lets the animal go. She's hunted something too, but what shocks her is how much more Sven caught in such a short time. He stands there acting normal, while she has no clue what's really going on. Sven claims the win in their hunting bet, which means he gets to ask her for anything. But when the moment comes, he stumbles over his feelings and tries to ask her out. And while that happens, Hajin keeps a close eye on both of them, knowing this could turn ugly. The demon Sven made a pact with is the carnal of desire, so anyone turned into its puppet gets consumed by their own cravings. That's why Sven can't control himself now. Finally, he forces the words out. He wants Nayun to be his girlfriend. She freezes for a second, unsure how to respond. Her confused silence makes him think he's being rejected, and Nayun admits she doesn't know how to feel about dating someone she barely knows. The cold answer hits him hard, and Hajin thinks that should be enough to set him off. It should push Sven over the edge and bring out his demonic side. Then Nayun adds that she likes guys who are stronger than she is. If the first answer didn't sting, that one definitely does, and it does. Sven looks completely crushed. Nayun repeats herself and starts to leave, but Sven still doesn't get it. He asks if all he has to do is prove he's stronger than her. Now she's getting annoyed and uneasy. Then a demonic hand shoots toward her. Sven smashes the ground right beneath her feet. His body twists into a beast-like form, almost like a tailed monster. Naeon only survives because Heijin jumps in and expands his defensive shield with Aether at the last second. As soon as he turns to check if she's okay, Sven drives a heavy strike straight through him. Naeon reaches for her weapon with the little time she has, while Heijin struggles to breathe as the demon chokes him. She instantly uses magic power condensation and slices off one of the tentacles, ordering Sven to let the protagonist go. Instead, he goes completely insane, ranting about how much he loves Naeon. The deeper his obsession gets, the stronger his demon form becomes. Furious, Naeon keeps using magic power condensation while MC remains helpless. Then a flash of green light bursts out as Naeon reaches a whole new level of power. Hajin explains that some people in this world end up choosing weapons that don't match their real talent, and Naeon is one of the biggest examples. Her true gift isn't long-range combat, but magic. With all her strength, she forms a giant sword and demands that Sven release him right now. Then Naeon charges and unleashes a devastating strike on the demon. The attack leaves nothing but destruction in its path. She tears through the ground itself, and even Naeon is stunned by her own power. Hajin can hardly believe it either. To him, it looked like she just fired off a giant light blade. Naeon is just as confused and has no idea what she just did. What matters most is that she worries about the protagonist first. He says he's fine, but her condition is awful. Using that last attack drained her completely. Her vision starts to blur and she collapses. Hajin rushes to catch her. After a while, the unconscious girl finally wakes up with a start and realizes MC is carrying her on his back. She's so embarrassed that she wants him to put her down right away, but he knows that's a bad idea and only wants to help, so he lets her go, and the second he does, her legs give out and she drops to the ground again. Naeon panics because she can't even stand on her own. It's like her legs stopped listening to her. Hajin gives her a confused look and asks if this is her first time dealing with mana exhaustion. From the way she's panting and staring blankly, he can tell she's probably never even heard of it. Then he explains that mana exhaustion happens when someone burns through every last bit of mana they have. Since that's what happened, moving now won't be easy. He even teases that maybe he should just leave her here. With no other choice, Naeon accepts his help and climbs onto his back. On the way back, Hajin asks if she still plans to keep using a bow as her main weapon. He saw something amazing in that fight, but Naeon has no idea what he's talking about. The protagonist tells her she must have felt it too. Something new awakened inside her, a power she didn't know she had. With her magic, she could wipe out hundreds of monsters and demons with a single swing. In a full war, Naeon would be almost unstoppable. That's why in the future she's called the supreme ruler of the battlefield. But to reach that point, she'd have to give up the weapon she's treasured since childhood. That only makes Naeon angry. She hates how much he acts like he knows what's best for her, and MC figures she'll stick with the bow for now. Once they get close to the portal, he tells her to handle the rest on her own. Naeon is left helpless by how suddenly he tries to leave. She even begs him to stay, but Hajin just walks off. He's calm, distant, and clearly not trying to be her admirer. The next day, news about the attack on Naeon spreads through the cube. The cadets even learn that Sven was the one behind it. He just walks past them without caring, then heads to a door and opens it, only to find several important people gathered inside. There's Horak, Jonghak, Yuayana, and the class representative Shin Jonghak. A lot of key players are here, and now Hajin is one of them. But first, let's go back to the day before Naeon's incident. Suho had asked the protagonist to spare him some time on Friday, because he needed a favor. When Hajin asked what it was, Suho said he wanted help investigating the missing students. The school had chosen him to lead a cadet team for it. Since they wanted to avoid outside involvement, they decided to run an internal investigation using cadets from every grade to catch whoever was responsible. The first-year team includes well-known names like Suho, Jonghak, and Naeon. Suho adds that the school could have used a staff team, but if the culprit is hiding among the cadets, then cadets themselves are the best way to draw them out. MC understands that part, but he still doesn't get why they asked him. Then he learns Naeon personally requested that he be added, so Suho came to invite him. That's why Hajin agreed to come. It could also earn him extra story points, which works out well for him. Suho starts by saying they need everyone's thoughts to narrow the case down, and he wants to go over the theories they've made so far. For now, none of them think Sven's attack on Naeon is tied to the missing student case. But the moment Suho says that, Jonghak cuts in to ask if they mean the Naeon from his class. Suho doesn't get why he's acting like that, and says she might become the next target. That idea makes sense because demons command other demons, so the one who made a pact with Sven might keep going after Naeon through different puppets. After that, Suho asks if anyone has a suspicious name to add to the list. Hajin actually knows who's behind the disappearances. Still, he's been trying not to mess with the story, so he doesn't want to expose the culprit yet. At least that's what he thought. In the original story, 6 students vanished over 2 months, but now 3 have already disappeared in just 2 weeks. That means events are moving faster, and more students could become victims soon. Thinking about that and about how he just helped Naeon, Hajin faces a hard choice. Letting the story run as planned could also mean risking people he now cares about. He doesn't want to be someone who ignores evil anymore, so he raises his hand and says he knows a possible main suspect, Hein, the charming bastard and president of the study club. The room goes completely silent after that accusation. Suho argues that it can't be him because they already checked Hyun and found nothing. Shin Jong-hak mocks the idea, saying that would mean Hyun is using psychic magic to lure in his victims. Hajin answers that he doesn't know if it's standard psychic magic, but he still has his doubts. Then Yen-tu jumps in and turns the attack on the protagonist. She says it's strange for him to accuse anyone at all. In fact, instead of the study club president, she thinks the protagonist is the one most likely to be behind this. That accusation catches MC off guard. Let's go back to the start of the novel. While writing it, he felt the main character needed someone beside him, someone strong-willed and complicated who could help Suho. So the author Kim Hajin happily created that character and named her Yu Yen. And now, back in the present, Yen-tu doubles down and calls the protagonist the real demon in the room. Suho tries to defend him, pointing out that MC used a portal when the incidents happened. Yen-tu replies that she's only throwing out baseless claims the same way he did. To her, accusing the study club president makes even less sense when Yen-tu's alibi is stronger than his. The protagonist tries to calm things down, but it's already out of control. One of the others gets fired up and suggests they all attack him to see whether he transforms or not. The room starts leaning Yen-tu's way, exactly as she wanted. Meanwhile, Hajin is stunned that he has to carry everyone's suspicion like this. Then he lets out a short laugh, and instead of backing down, he snaps at the cadet to come try it if he really wants a bullet in the head. Suho quickly tries to stop the fight, while Hajin says they should ask Nayeon and clear this up. He's about to explain that they were together in the portal when Jane Shak suddenly throws a basketball at him with full force. Angry that MC brought up her name, Jane Shak demands to know why he said it at all. He fires back that he and Chae Nayeon fought the demon together. He even mocks Jane Shak and the others for not caring enough to learn the basic facts of what happened. Gyeonghak loses his temper and the class representative steps in to calm him down. The whole meeting falls apart. After clearing his name, Hajin turns to leave. But just as he reaches the door, a cadet rushes him with a heavy punch. The protagonist feels the pressure right away and ducks in an instant, avoiding the blow as it smashes the door into pieces. Even Jong-hak is shocked by that sudden attack, and the attacker is just as surprised that Hajin dodged something that fast. Now MC is really angry, so he pulls out his gun and aims back. The cadet charges again, and he gets ready to fire. Before either side can move, Suho stops both of them with a slash of his sword. He says Kim Horak has gone too far, and Jong-hak is making things worse instead of asking Chae Nayeon first. Then he pauses and uses his smartwatch. Hajin leaves in a rage, and Jong-hak soon hears directly from Chae Nayeon that it's physically impossible for the protagonist to be the suspect. Now that Chae Nayeon herself has cleared him, everyone in the room feels both embarrassed and guilty for treating him so badly. Honestly, MC walks off in disgust and heads to the field to clear his head. He's hit a real wall and can't understand why living this life feels so hard. First, he got dragged around by the plot of the novel he wrote, and now he's stuck fighting the very characters he once created with care. Unable to keep going, Hajin curls up and admits he's tired of this world. He misses his real family back home and wants to return to his own world. Even small things start bothering him, like whether his lease has expired and whether he's already been listed as a missing person back there. Then he thinks about his parents too, wondering if they're safe and whether they're looking for him. There's so much he's been forcing down. In this moment, he feels weak, trapped, and completely alone. He knows there's no way back, but he still can't stop wishing for it. While he's complaining, the system pops up and reveals that his endurance stat has increased because of everything that happened today. Hajin thinks it's not all that useful, but he's still glad his endurance went up a little. He knows the person thrown into this world might have died already without the toughness to keep pushing forward. So he decides to stop whining, wipes himself off, and rises from that curled-up posture like a hero ready to face life again. Now let's go back to Suho and the rest of the idiots who messed this up so badly. Jong-hun. Someone asks where Hajin went, and Suho says he probably stepped out to be alone. Yu Young-hun knows that idiot Kim Horak even used his skill just now. That only makes her more suspicious, because he somehow dodged a martial artist's attack even though he's supposed to be a long-range fighter. Then she suddenly gets a message. It's from Hyun, asking to meet her in the study room the next day. That's exactly what Hajin warned her about, but suspicious as she is, she still agrees to meet someone who is literally in the middle of killing people. The protagonist starts to get why people say staying busy helps when you're depressed. Since entering this novel, he's been so focused on training and hunting that he barely had time to think about what he misses from the real world. Now he sits in silence while Suho and Jong-hak keep worrying about him, especially after the mess from the other day. It frustrates Hajin to realize he's trapped inside a story he wrote, so he starts thinking seriously about finding a way home. Nayeon comes back to class after recovering, even though Jong-hak is still worried about her. Suho offers to help since she still isn't fully back to normal. Jong-hak gets openly possessive over her, while MC keeps his eyes on Young-ha, who acts like nothing happened yesterday. Class starts with the instructor reminding everyone that midterms are coming. First comes the written test, then the practical exam. The practical part has 2 evaluations. The first is cadet duels, and the second is a monster battle using beasts summoned by mages. The instructor makes it clear both tests will be tougher than usual training. Hajin thinks about it and realizes he's not worried at all about the written exam. The only thing on his mind is the duel. Each cadet gets 3 nomination cards to choose opponents, At first it sounds like the top students could just crush weaker ones, but Cube already accounted for that with a reward rating system. If a high-rank cadet beats a low-rank one, they get barely any points, and depending on the gap they might even lose points. Still, not everyone cares. One fighter only has one goal in mind, smashing Haijan. But that isn't the only thing bothering him. Rachel has been acting strange around him and staying unusually close. He notices she keeps secretly watching what he's doing, even though she normally studies alone. He has no idea what she wants or if she's trying to copy his work. Rachel peeks at his notes and sees him happily writing down his parents' names. That only leaves her even more confused. The scene shifts to Yoo-yeon Iwa's side, where Yoon waits nervously for her to arrive. Not knowing what he wants, she heads to the study room, where he greets her like some cheerful prince. She doesn't care much, but quickly notices none of the other club members are there yet. Yoon tells her to sit, saying they'll arrive soon. Yoo-yeon Iwa spots a strange scented candle in the room, and Yoon claims it helps him focus while studying. They start talking about the investigation into the students who disappeared. Yoon says he's on one of the teams too, but his side has found nothing, so he asks if Yoo-yeon Iwa's any main suspect. She says no, though she can't help remembering Hajin's claims. Curious, Yoon presses further, then with a snap of his fingers he takes control of Yoo-yeon Iwa's body, making her feel deeply relaxed, almost hypnotized. Under that effect, she admits one of her classmates suspects Yoon is the demon and that he's using psychic powers on the victims. Yoon eagerly asks if there's any proof. That's where this bastard slips up. The second Yoon mentions proof, Yoo-yeon Iwa catches it. He tries to play dumb and says he misspoke, but by then her suspicion is already locked in. Yoo-yeon readies her weapon and says innocent people don't start talking about proof when they're accused, they just deny it. She lashes Yoon with her whip and demands to know who he really is. The curtains are finally pulled back. This sinister villain reveals his true side and tells Yoo-yeon her turn will come soon, so there's no need to rush. Then the story moves to the second-year dorms. Yoo-yeon wakes up and finally regains consciousness, only to find herself tied up. Her eyes move to the things inside the empty room. She quickly realizes she's in the second-year dorms, which means Yoon captured her. That also confirms he's the hidden villain behind the student disappearances. And only now this idiot realizes Hajin was telling the truth. Instead of dwelling on that, she focuses on getting out. She struggles against the ropes around her hands and begs for someone to save her. It's useless because Yoon is already there and wants her to stay quiet and do what he says. Then the scene cuts to Hajin, who gets a sudden message late at night. It's from Yoo-yeon, and he can't make sense of it. She sent only the number 9, way too cryptic for him to understand right away. Meanwhile, that bastard Yoon smashes her smartwatch and mocks Yoo-yeon for sending such a vague message in the middle of a fight. He also notices it was sent to the protagonist, the same person Yoo-yeon refused to believe before. To him, that means the protagonist is doomed too. Yoo-yeon yells that he won't get away with this, especially with the investigation team hunting him down. Yoon breaks the rest of her watch and reminds her he has no plans to stay at Cube. He's going to kill her and leave. Hearing that fills Yoo-yeon with a rage so deep it only amuses that charming psycho. Then she decides to call on the demon Lilith, the one bound to him by contract. But Yoon wants to twist that rage into terror. Now we cut back to Hajin, who still tries to figure out what Yoon meant by that message. Questions pile up until he suddenly puts it together. It's supposed to mean 9/11. He instantly pulls out the Book of Truth and asks for Yoon's exact location. When the answer points to the second-year dorms, Hajin is stunned. The scene returns to Yoon, who now hears the voice of the demon Lilith. Lilith speaks to the girl's loneliness and tries to comfort her, but Hyun's psychic power still isn't enough to break her. Yoon glares back at him, showing her will is strong and she refuses to lose her dignity. She fights off the mind control, so he steps closer and brushes her hair, claiming even Lilith wants her to give in to the spell. Yoon struggles with everything she has to break free from the psychic hold, while Hyun smugly says there's no escaping Lilith's power, no matter how hard she resists. Then out of nowhere, he gets shot in the head through the window. His brain hits the floor as he groans in pain. A voice calls out to Yoon, mocking her for getting into this mess after refusing to believe him. The wounded demon curses the insolent attacker. Hajin cheerfully says the bullet was custom-made by him. Without proper surgery, it can't just be removed and healed away. Hyun loses his mind and unleashes his demonic power, demanding MC show himself. In a frenzy, he tears apart the room, and even hits Yoon with his attack. He thinks he's just wasting energy. He mocks Hyun, who still has no idea where he is. Our boy gets ready to fire again and says he's sitting somewhere far away. Then he sends 3 more shots straight through the demon's body, knocking him down. As he collapses, he finally spots the protagonist's hidden position in the distance. The protagonist has been firing with perfect aim through his tuned sniper rifle. Easy kills are exactly why he loves long-range shooting. He tells Yoon he's about to waste every bullet she gave him, keeps punching more holes in Hyun, and says she'd better pay him back later. By now, Hajin has completely terrified the demon, who starts thinking this guy is crazier than a real demon. Another powerful shot punches through Hyun's back. At this point, Hyun looks like a walking corpse full of holes. Satisfied, MC figures that should do it. He asks if Yoon is hurt, and thankfully she isn't. He tells her to just stay unconscious, since the rescue team will arrive soon. As she fades out, she thanks the person who saved her life. Yeonho wakes up in the hospital with Suho sitting beside her, peeling an apple. Suho says there's nothing wrong with her physically, so she should recover fine. Annoyed, she asks why he's here, and Suho explains that everyone has been taking turns watching over her until she woke up. Now it just happens to be his turn, and Yeonho can't understand why they'd do that for her. Suho says they feel responsible. They were part of the investigation team, and while they were focused somewhere else, one of their own got hurt, so he apologizes for the whole group. Yeonho doesn't know what to say. She thinks Suho is stubborn, but this also makes her like him a little more. Even so, the misunderstanding with Hajin is still stuck in her mind. She asks if a certain person came to see her, but Suho has no idea who she means. Too embarrassed to explain, Yeonho drops it. Instead, she just looks out at the sky. Later that day, Hajin gets a private message from Jungha. She wants to repay him for what he did. For him, the whole thing turned out pretty well. He gained almost 500 story points, and his Deadeye skill rose to rank 7. It's the most story points he's ever gotten from one action. To him, dealing with a major story arc was worth it. Even though he hasn't used his sniper skills much, they were enough to save Jinha. Right then, someone calls out to Hajin. It's Agent Shinyuk, happy that the young cadet reached out first. The man even drops to his knees, begging the protagonist not to cancel their deal. But he was never planning to do that. Instead, he puts down a briefcase and says he wants to invest in SH Entertainment. That shocks everyone there. Here's Hajin's thinking. The ginseng he got and sold online brought him a huge 300 million won. He already used 250 million of it to buy Pack Horsemaster stock, and now he wants to put the rest into SH Entertainment. Because of the company's growth potential, he's sure it'll make money too. The agent is too stunned to speak. He doesn't even feel worthy of handling that much money. Hajin tells him to take it since it helps both of them. He also asks him to buy a magic bag and a high-utility vehicle with the funds. After asking the agent's age, MC tells him to drop the formal speech and talk normally. The agent can't do it, so MC wonders if he should just cancel the investment. That instantly makes everyone tense again, and the agent quickly switches to speaking more casually to him. Then they head to a convenience store to get something. The agent asks why the protagonist suddenly cares about lottery tickets. He knows he can claim the prize alone without an active guardian. Still, he makes the best move he can. Hajin wins 2 billion won in the lottery. That's roughly $1.5 million. He plans to invest that money too, and tells the agent to update the contract. The agent treats the ticket like a sacred object, and protects it with his life, afraid someone might steal it. Meanwhile, in an unknown warehouse, a spirit creature appears and tells its master that a certain group has started moving. Pack Horsemaster has been brought in. The leader only cares about stealing one specific item. The spirit also reports something odd. Someone has been buying Pack Horsemaster shares very aggressively. It started with 3 million, then 10 million, and now a crazy 250 million. For someone with no proper name attached, that looks suspicious. But the leader doesn't care and stays focused on the mission. The spirit adds that a lot of new pages have also appeared on the website. There's info about relic hunting and the Agency of Truth. Something about that agency feels off, and the spirit wonders if they should file a request to locate the target. The leader sharply calls Drune by name and tells him to stop fooling around. Drune reminds him that midterm exams start tomorrow. Everyone is talking about Suho and Jung-hak, and Drune wonders if his boss plans to step in. Turns out, she does plan to move. She hopes to find someone useful there, and it's pretty clear that person is Hajin. After some time, the opening for the practical midterm tests finally begins. Hazuki happily jumps in and hugs her mother. It's been a while since they last met. During practical week, the cube is open to many groups like guilds, the association, and the cadets' families. That turns the place into a huge crowd, almost like a festival. An announcement confirms that the cube is the world's top hero academy for raising future talent. One of the top heroes, Jinha, gives the speech herself. But Hajin isn't impressed at all. He just wonders if he should wait a little longer. He bought drones from Shinyuk and placed them around the school to secretly search for intruders. While moving around, he suddenly bumps into a woman and quickly apologizes. She's the same woman from the secret warehouse, the one who came here looking for talent. The moment Hajin sees her up close, he freezes. He completely forgot to add this character, even though she was supposed to appear during the practical exams. His shocked reaction gives too much away. Realizing he made things awkward, MC looks away and tries to fix it by saying something, but instead of apologizing, he blurts out praise about her looks. She answers with a cold, blank stare that makes it clear he just made everything way worse. Without saying a word, she walks off like he isn't even worth her time. As she disappears into the crowd, she tells Drone to keep an eye on the person she just passed. Somehow he noticed her even with an item that blocks perception. Since that makes him suspicious, she wants Drone to investigate him further. Hajin reflects that it's not just heroes welcoming the cadets. The chameleon troop is here too. Their main goal is to recruit Suho or Jung-hak. Since they're top-ranked, Suho hates their beliefs, so he gets crossed off. Then they focus on Jung-hak. That's how the original story goes. The real problem for him isn't just the infiltration, it's how the story could change because of it, especially with security heroes getting involved. If things go wrong, it won't end with only a few deaths. It could be much worse. Meanwhile, the heroes are annoyed because they still can't find the suspicious person. One of them says it would look terrible if an intruder slipped through during practical week. These two heroes are Jinyuka and Junji, both highly ranked in ability. They're trying to remove the threat before it can affect the exam week. On the other side, the suspicious group is shocked that a boy could see through the siren necklace, an item made to hide someone by blocking perception. That gets the man interested, because in his eyes, everyone around him is weak. Junji, though, can't stand this idiot. All he thinks about is fighting strong people, and now he wants to fight Hajin. He's told to stay focused on the mission. They still don't know the protagonist's true ability or whether he's a threat. Drone also points out that the duels are about to begin. The second arena is packed as the crowd gets ready for the first match of the day. The opening duel was called through a nomination ticket, and Kim Hae-jin is on his way there when Junha suddenly stops him and asks if he's heading to the arena. He says yes, he's supposed to be in the first match. Satisfied, Jinyuka has her servant hand him 100 top-grade bullets, just like she promised. He's not supposed to use them during the test, of course, but what he does with them is up to him. She also says she can lend him more later if he needs them. When Hajin takes the case, Jinyuka makes one thing clear. This isn't about paying him back for saving their lives. She wants him to see it as a gift from her. Then she adds that many people have been asking about the one who defeated the demonized human Hyun during the last incident. But since she knows his identity matters to him, she stayed quiet. MC is glad to hear that and hopes she keeps doing the same from now on. If people learn he was the one who took down Hyun, it would only bring him trouble. Junha is strangely talkative today. She says she accepts that he hides his power for a reason, but she also thinks he has no chance if he doesn't use it. He looks caught off guard. When she asks if he even knows who he's up against, his face says he had no idea. In the trainees' waiting room, an angry, muscular guy lifts weights while waiting to crush Kim, the protagonist, in their coming match. The focus returns to Junha, who has looked into MC's background. There's nothing special on paper. He was an orphan, ended up in military school, and ranks low with no standout talent. The only thing that stands out is his huge 300 million debt. Thinking back on their encounter, she wonders how he managed to get past the perception-blocking trait of her item. She still has no idea how her artifact was seen through, and Drung can't explain it either. The big guy from before, Dong Jong, goes to meet the leader of the chameleon troop, and she's already annoyed. He wasted time somewhere else before coming back. Dong Jong acts like it's nothing, but she cuts that off and asks what he found. He says he didn't notice anyone special on the way, just a bunch of weaklings. Dong Jong says that much was obvious. What she really wants to know is whether any cadet stood out, and Dong Jong says no. Dron reminds him this year's first years are supposed to be exceptional, so he should investigate them instead. Plus, Hajin's duel is about to start. This is the same boy who saw through their captain's perception-blocking skill. Back at the arena, the top heroes are stuffing themselves with food, chatting about old times and family, when one man catches their eye. He's just sitting there with a strange smile on his face. They wonder if he's some hero fan staring at them from afar. Either way, the match is about to begin. The fight starts now. Horak from martial arts is the first one to step onto the stage. His opponent is ranked among the school's worst students. Hajin, the two face each other. Since he knows he got under Horak's skin before, he keeps messing with him to throw him off mentally. Horak's specialty is using mana to form an invisible layer around his body. Enhance protective energy. Against training rounds, he's basically bulletproof, and anyone who gets close is in serious trouble. It's the first duel of the year, and both fighters are ready. The referee gives the signal to start. Horak makes the first aggressive move, while Hajin waits for the right moment. He instantly activates bullet time to read Horak's movements. And now it lasts a full minute instead of just 3 seconds, giving him enough time to keep up with Horak's speed. Even so, Horak slams the arena hard enough to shake the ground under the protagonist. Even Hajin thinks this guy is a monster. Horak keeps charging, tearing up the arena as he chases him. Then MC spots his chance and finally draws his gun. He takes the shot, making the overconfident Horak think he's an idiot for attacking a shield like his. Horak assumes the bullet will bounce off without a problem. That's exactly what Hajin wanted. The shot lands and sends sharp pain through Horak's shoulder. He freezes in shock, just like everyone watching. No one has ever heard of a bullet-piercing enhanced protective energy. Only now does Horak realize what kind of opponent he's facing. As far as he knows, no bullet should be able to get through his shield at all. The thought rattles him. He curls up to guard himself from the next shots, but every bullet still hits with painful force. Hajin almost feels bad for him. The truth is, these bullets were specially loaded with Stigma magic mana and anti-demon properties, making them far deadlier than normal rounds. He keeps firing, forcing Horak completely onto defense. The crowd cheers for the boy, but Horak has had enough. In a burst of rage, he smashes the arena to break Hajin's relentless attack. The flying debris forces the protagonist to move and dodge. Then he gives Horak a warning before throwing a knife straight at his face. Panicked, Horak dodges instead of deflecting it, worried the knife might be rigged. But that was another trick by MC. The knife was fake. With Horak exposed, Hajin unloads even more shots. That leaves Horak unable to get back up, and he slowly walks toward the martial artist, with his gun raised. Horak's body shakes, and the crowd is horrified by what looks like it's coming next. Hajin's finger settles on the trigger. He's ready to end it. Horak is helpless, and the protagonist is about to fire. Then, to everyone's shock, MC runs out of bullets at the last second. Horak is exhausted, but he still manages to stand once again. And then, taking full advantage of the moment, he flat out surrenders. It leaves behind the bitter feeling of both winning and losing at once. Even the heroes are stunned by that sudden surrender. The duel ends abruptly, with Horak declared the winner. That ugly kind of win doesn't suit a brute like him, and he roars for him to come back, but he stays calm and walks off the stage. After the match, the medics are shocked by how quickly Horak recovered, even after being hit by what seemed like real bullets. Among the high-ranking heroes, Junyax asks Yunji what she thought of the fight. She says the protagonist showed real skill, while Horak made too many mistakes. If Horak had stayed calm instead of rushing in, he might have won. Even so, Yunji can't stop thinking about Hajin's performance. His inhuman firing speed and the amazing eyesight needed to track a martial artist that fast. She also notices that once Horak started slowing down, MC matched his pace perfectly. It makes her wonder if MC has a gift that lets him adapt to any opponent. She's also bothered by the fact that his bullets seemed infused with mana. Yunji thinks that idea is ridiculous. Even mana-infused bullets shouldn't be strong enough to break through enhanced protective energy. Yunji says they still don't fully understand Hajin's gifts, and there's also a chance he enhanced the bullets himself. From what she saw today, she's almost ready to say he could become the greatest hero of all time. She makes sure to remember his name after that brilliant showing. As for Jong-hyun, he doesn't look impressed at all. For some reason, he feels no sympathy for the protagonist. To him, MC is weak and boring, just some kid with a tiny gun. He hates that the captain told him to watch the fight, but Yoon explains MC has anti-demon power, and that alone matters. Jong-hyun still doesn't care, and thinks that means nothing. Next to real strength, Yang calls him a coward for looking down on Hajin, just because he fights at range. Jong-hyun believes a real battle only counts when both sides fight with deadly intent. Then he mocks the whole thing, and asks whether this loudmouth at least checked on Suho and Jung-hak, the real targets. He says they're both solid. He saw Jung-hak fight with a spear, and his physical skill is impressive. Jung-hak's aggression alone pressures everyone around him. Yoon figures he must have a nasty personality if someone like this actually likes him. Then the talk turns to Suho, who he finds strange. Suho's sword fight was interesting because he moved with almost perfect rhythm, like he was dancing. His technique was sharp and polished, but something about it still felt off. Suho won in the end, yet Jong-yoon thinks he's hiding his true self, like he's pretending to be someone else. Still, that only proves his combat skill lives up to the hype. Jong-yoon isn't excited about any of the fighters so far. Then Hajin's name comes up, and that alone is enough to make his blood boil. Jong-yoon reminds him the captain is interested in anyone with anti-magic abilities, but Jong-yoon still hates the guy. While he's yelling out in the open, a guard notices him and says outsiders aren't allowed in the forest, so he needs to leave now. Already irritated from being caught, Jung-joon walks up to the guard and kills him like swatting a bug. One casual motion crushes the man's head, and the body drops. Hearing that, Jung-joon asks if this idiot really smashed someone's skull. Jung-joon happily confirms it, which is obviously going to make the captain furious over such pointless trouble. The story shifts back to the leader of the chameleon troupe, who starts thinking about painful memories from her past. Because of that, she's waiting for the day she can get her revenge. She orders June to keep watching her 3 favorite candidates, but the top priority is Hajin, since his special magic might help them break mana disability. June wonders if that's really the right move when they know almost nothing about him. But the leader doesn't care, she just wants the job done. After all, she plans to meet him in person tomorrow. On the second day of midterms, the crowd is just as hyped as before. A scout from the Razorblade Guild is there, and even Saint Grace of God has shown up. So many big names are here to look for promising cadets from the duels. According to the academy rankings, Suho is set to face Yohei, the school's number 8. Then Rachel is up against Nayoon, and their ranks are almost the same. It's a clash between the very best, and the first match is the girls' duel. Hajin watches from the stands. For now, he just sits there and observes. Since he already knows how this goes, the protagonist is sure Rachel will crush Chama Nayeon. Nayeon still hasn't switched weapons, and that will cost her. The 8th first-year duel begins. Chama Nayeon sees this as her chance to overtake Rachel. She fires a strong arrow upward, and it splits into a rain of shots aimed at Rachel. Rachel stays calm, dodging one arrow after another, but one is aimed straight at her head, so instead of moving, she knocks it away. Chai Nayeon is stunned by how solid Rachel's defense is, especially when the close-range fighter starts pushing forward. The crowd goes wild over the match. At the same time, the leader of the chameleon troupe sits beside Hajin. She stares right at him, and he's too shocked to say anything. Now we get who she really is. She's one of the most wanted criminals alive, the Masked Syndicate itself, a top figure in the underworld with many fake names. Her real identity is known only to her. And just as she's about to greet him, someone suddenly spills a cold drink all over her face. Her hair is ruined, the mood is dead, and even Hajin is left speechless. The person apologizes, and because of that, they miss the end of the match. Rachel wins, just like MC wrote in the novel. Anyway, he hands the woman a tissue so she can wipe herself off. After that, she finally brings up what she came for. His duel with Horak. Impressed by what she saw, she gives him a business card and tells him to contact her. She also asks if the power he used was some kind of skill. The name on the card is just one of her many aliases, Li Shofan. It isn't her real name, because Hajin might know that one as the author. Playing dumb, he asks if she's here to recruit him into a guild. He reaches for the card even though recruiting cadets this early is illegal. But when he tries to pull away, she grips him tightly and won't let go. She says she can't prove everything yet, but she has plenty to offer him. Then she asks him to call someday. After that, she leaves. Hajin is left confused. There's no clear reason she should have come to see him, which makes her visit even stranger. Meanwhile, the Suho vs Yohei match ends, and the result is no surprise at all. Suho wins. That wraps up today's duels. Everyone is talking about Suho's great showing, while Chae Naeun's loss to Rachel shocks the crowd. No one expected a top Korean talent to get beaten that badly by an international student. The protagonist gets his drone back, hoping it caught something useful for his investigation. He plans to return to his room and study the footage, but then he notices a girl crying by herself. It's Chae Naeun, and the loss clearly hit her hard. He remembers writing this scene in the novel. In the original story, Chae Naeun is falling apart here, and Suho comes by to comfort her. That moment helps her open up to him for the first time. Hajin wants to cheer her up, but he figures empty comfort won't help right now. Sometimes people have to learn to let things go, but that's not how Suho is. He's stubborn and never lets things slide. MC wonders if Suho can really help Chae Naeun here. Then he suddenly gets an idea. Out of nowhere, he texts her and praises her fight. Chae Naeun reads it in confusion, her face turning red. Then Hajin starts teasing her, saying she would have done much better with a sword. He tells her she should switch weapons, just like he did. Somehow his words hit her in a weird way. Suho arrives to play out his part from the novel, but when he moves in to comfort her, he sees Chae Naeun glaring with the rage of 10,000 lions. Instead of feeling sorry for herself, she's now focused on hating the jerk who looked down on her after her loss. And that's how the first-year midterms end. Later, Hajin casually checks his drone footage when he spots something awful. It's Jung. Jung rips someone's head off in one hit. The scene is a total bloodbath, and it makes Hajin wonder if this guy is tied to the criminal group too. From the way he acts, he can tell this is a real madman, someone who kills without a second thought, and worse, enjoys it. There are plenty of people like that in this novel. The cities may look advanced and make life easy, but monsters still hide underneath them, people with no sense of right or wrong. They may look human, but they stand against the world's heroes. These aren't normal criminals, they're the true villains of the story. The protagonist realizes being careful of the original antagonists isn't enough. Because of the co-author's changes, almost anyone in this world could turn into his enemy. The first midterm is over, and now it's time for the second practical test at the monster exam site. The cadets are greeted by Jin Yua, the mage in charge of this test. Before it starts, she explains the rules. This is where the cadets will fight monsters summoned by Yua herself. The exam is supposed to be their most dangerous training yet, because the summoned monsters are as strong as real ones and won't vanish even if Yua tries to drive them back. The cadets are shaken when they realize they're risking their lives for this test. Yua tells them to admit defeat quickly if they have to. As for grading, she says their scores will depend on how well they fight the monsters. Then she orders everyone to get in position and do their best. 4 cadets are called first for Group 1, Juno, Hazuki, Yoonjin, and Spencer. They wait as the monsters are about to be summoned. Yua tells the rest of the cadets to watch closely. Those who aren't fighting will study their classmates' performances and grade them based on what they do. They can even add notes about better strategies. Yua is ready to begin, but first she tells everyone to turn off their smartwatches. She also reminds them to write honest reports, since those will affect their written exam grades. So even lazy Naeun can't half do it this time. Anyway, the monster battles finally begin. The mage casts a summoning spell and calls in the first beast. Out of the spell appears Hazuki's opponent, an evolved ghoul. It's fast and powerful, putting pressure on the cadets right away. As the fights go on, the other cadets fill out their reports. Once Group 1 is done, Group 2 takes over. One cadet destroys a snake monster with ease. It's class representative Jung Hak who beats it without any trouble. Then a beam of light suddenly slams down onto another monster. It's Narine using her arrows to bring down the unicorn monster and clear the test. After that, Yuaha looks like she's just toying with her own monster. A few more groups pass, and then Group 10 is called. Hajin faces a rare enemy, the chrome monster. As expected, he handles it with smart evasive tactics. After finding a good position, Hajin thinks the fight is almost too easy and will end soon. But then something goes wrong, throwing the cadets into confusion. MC looks up to see what happened, while Jong Yua gets called in to respond as part of his duty. He's scolded for slacking off, and Jong Yua reminds him a guard was murdered yesterday, so this is no time to be lazy. An emergency alert has been issued, but Jong Yua asks if she found where it started. Jong Yua thinks it came from the seafloor nearby. While they're talking, a man steps out from behind them. It's Jong Yua, the villain, and he looks pleased to face the man now standing in his way. Jong Yua warns him he shouldn't be trespassing in a restricted area. Jung Young doesn't care and gets ready to fight. He tells Jung Young this is a battle he'll regret. But just as they square up, the shaking gets even stronger and steals their attention. From the sea, a huge whirlpool rises, forcing the exam to stop. The cadets are ordered to evacuate at once and put their safety first. The last group still fighting monsters is told to run immediately. instead of finishing the test. Hajun is frustrated at having to stop halfway and wonders what is causing all this. The building shakes while monsters are still running loose. Hajun hides behind cover, scared for his life because the monsters still haven't been unsummoned. He calls for help, but no one seems to be around. Then Hajun shares his suspicion. He rules out Jinjua right away, since the system would have told him if she had changed. That means no one at the exam site showed any new change that could explain this. Jinjua suddenly realizes what's really going on. He figures out the true cause of the chaos. Somewhere else, Rachel is stopped by a strange warrior, and his presence alone puts her on edge. Meanwhile, Hajun sorts through everything, and starts to think the story itself is creating a new event. Just like Kim Chundong, a character the author never wrote, it seems Sir Lancaster is tied to Rachel, and is likely the one pulling the strings. The story has taken another huge turn, and Hajun has no idea. Rachel comes face to face with Alex Lancaster, a mage who vanished during the London incident years ago. She questions him, but he only answers with a cold, twisted smile. Rachel understands right away this man sold his soul to demons for power. She can't accept that the former captain of the Royal Guard fell this far, but Lancaster barely cares. Instead, he smugly corrects her and reminds Rachel that he was betrayed while serving his king and country, so he simply chose a new master. Rachel draws her sword, accepts him as her enemy, and vows to bring him to justice. With amazing speed, the top student slashes at him, only to freeze when her blade passes straight through his body. Lancaster apologizes. The man before her is only an illusion, so he can't be harmed. He leaves Rachel trapped here, knowing no one will come for her, while the other monsters keep everyone busy. Lancaster points out how different this institution is. His country would have sent hundreds of guards just to protect royalty. Rachel remembers the pain Lancaster went through after losing someone dear, and that only makes her more sure of what he's become. The mage says he has no time to argue, and decides to leave. Rachel tries to stop him, but she never really had a chance. Lancaster's body melts into darkness, and from it appears a faceless assassin. Wielding two swords, the killer vanishes before striking Rachel with crushing force. She reels back in shock. The assassin keeps pressing with heavy blows, leaving shallow cuts all over Rachel's body. This is not an enemy she can beat head-on, so she waits for a single opening. But that chance never comes. Rachel's weapon is knocked away, leaving her defenseless. The dark figure stares at its prey, now that she has nothing left but her bare body. Still, Rachel has one more trick, telekinetic magic that can call back her sword. The blade flies back just as the assassin moves for the final hit, but an unexpected blast from outside interrupts them both. A man steps in through the rubble. The moment the assassin sees him, it switches targets and attacks at once. Hajun changes his weapon setup again, and this time he uses American breathing style, second variation, shotgun mode. Hajun drops the target with almost no trouble. One shot was enough. He doesn't mind spending 250 story points for it since it paid off. Then Rachel realizes the one who saved her is actually a classmate. The boy offers his hand and asks if she's okay, somehow ignoring the fact that she's covered in blood. Hajun uses bandages to wipe away the blood, and it seems to leave the princess flustered as she squirms while he treats her. Thankfully, it wasn't as bad as it looked. While cleaning the blood, Hajun checks the bandage and suddenly realizes he just got a sample from the top-ranked cadet. It's exactly what he wanted. Rachel thanks him for saving her. Then the institution's mages rush over and ask if either of them is hurt. They move in to help, while Jin, the magic instructor, is told that 2 more cadets are seriously injured. Jin is furious and demands to know who caused all this damage. Back to the hero at the shore. Junhyuk meets his friend who asks about the monster attack. Sadly, the creature was driven off and not by Junhyuk, but by an intruder. Junhyuk can't understand what made the monster so tense and enraged when that outsider still handled it with little trouble. By the look of his power, the man was terrifyingly strong. She has trouble believing it, and Junhyuk agrees because he feels the same. He's also sure that this same man was linked to the guard's murder. With both a high-level monster and a mysterious intruder appearing, the institution's midterms have fallen into chaos. A day passes and yesterday's monster incident ends up on the news. The whole world starts asking questions, so the midterms are postponed. With most of the teachers busy explaining things and helping rebuild the damage, the students' classes are cancelled. So Hajin's class happily celebrates because they now have 10 full days with no schoolwork. Some of their classmates almost got killed, but somehow they're still excited. Then Hajin's laptop gets another alert. It's news of yet another story divergence, which is already bad enough. Worse, it could push him even closer to becoming a bigger villain depending on how things unfold. Luckily, Hajin remembers Lancaster from the list of British characters he wrote. He was supposed to be a major villain, so showing up now is way too early. Hajin regrets not adding more heroes to support the main cast, because the villains in this story are getting out of hand. Even so, he's glad he got Rachel's blood without raising suspicion. Suddenly, a girl smacks him on the head. Only Nayun is bold enough to do that. She's mad, and honestly, she has a reason. Hajin keeps telling her to give up archery and learn something else, because he thinks the bow doesn't match her potential. Suho and the class representative watch from a distance. Seeing the two troublemakers at it again, Suho oddly thinks they've actually gotten better lately. Nayun heads back to her dorm, satisfied that she got to mess with him for teasing her. But then Nayun gets a message on her smartwatch. It's the feedback report for her recent test. Excited, Nayun starts checking what others wrote too, especially Suho's. Very surprisingly, Suho says she looked scared and unsure at first, but then she became confident and proved herself as a skilled cadet. He praises her persistence and talent, and he clearly supports her choice to keep using the bow. Suho even mentions that some people doubt her skills, but the one thing she truly lacks is confidence. In the end, he believes Nayeon can become one of the strongest heroines if she keeps proving herself. Reading those words, Nayeon is deeply moved, almost to tears. She feels more sure than ever about her talent as an archer, and ignores Haejun's nagging. Then Nayun opens the second report, written by an anonymous account. For some reason, this person wrote a whole essay, and even more eager than before after Suho's review, she quickly reads on. After a short pause, Nayun's whole body shakes with rage. Her blood boils from what she's reading, so much that Hazuki hears her screaming from inside the room. Furious, Nayun swears she'll prove that anonymous bully wrong. After placing Rachel's sample on the seed, Haeyun waits eagerly. The Evandel seed he found in Garrison has a special power. If it's fed enough human blood, it will eventually give birth to the Witch of Evandel. Haejun is a little relieved that it now has Rachel's traits, so the seed won't grow into a threat he can't handle. Otherwise, he'd be dealing with a full-blown villain. Growing impatient, he pokes the tiny seed and begs it to grow already. Suddenly, the author is hit by sharp pain through his whole body. His face turns pale because he knows exactly what's coming. The second stigma mark has appeared on his wrist, promising the same hellish pain as last time. His screams fill the night. The next day, our boy is completely out of it. Even his agent notices how troubled he looks and asks if he's okay. Haeyun changes the subject and asks about the agency. Luckily, things are going better. They finally have proper transportation for the house and they've gained more clients. That gives the man some peace after all the stress of the field, and he thanks Haeyun for all his support. Haeyun decides to move on again. Seeing a crowd gathered nearby, he asks what's going on. At first, he wonders if it's a guild. Then it turns out heroes from Essence of the Strait are arriving, causing all the noise. Among them, Haeyun spots Johanna and wonders if she's here investigating with her team too. To his surprise, she notices him looking. Johanna walks over and asks if he has anything to do with the field. He politely explains that he's only here to make some quick money, and even introduces his agent. The man is shocked that Haeyun knows an important member of Essence of the Strait. Haeyun thinks for a moment and realizes that Suho being paired with Yonha would be one of the worst matches possible because their personalities clash so badly. As established before, Suho was supposed to become the main hero's agent in the original story. When Yonha learns about his agency, she becomes the one who... That investment is what made Suho's business take off. But now there's a real problem. No one knows if the current Yonha will see Suho's agency as worth backing. If she doesn't, Soyuk's future could go in a very bad direction. Still, Yonha suddenly makes a surprising choice and joins them on the trip to the house. It catches Haejun off guard, and his mind starts racing with questions. The car ride goes on in awkward silence, with both of them keeping their distance. He waits, watching quietly and trying to figure out what Yonha really wants. At last, she speaks and bluntly asks if he has any plans for the future. Thrown off, Haejun asks what she means. Yonha wants to know what he'll do after graduating from the academy. The protagonist answers normally, he hasn't thought that far ahead yet. She says that makes sense, but by third year they won't spend much time at the academy anyway. That's when cadets become heroes in training, and life gets a lot harder. Then she gets to the point. Yonha openly invites MC to join her guild, saying it's already ranked second. The grace of the creator is still number one. But once Yana takes over her guild, she plans to make it the best in Korea. She promises full support too. Agents, weapons, everything. Poor Suyuk starts sweating when he realizes his role might end up being little more than cooking. Yana confidently says she's making a rich offer to someone who still doesn't know how valuable he is. Haejun reminds her she can't just recruit cadets whenever she wants. At this stage, that's illegal for guilds and can lead to a huge fine around $350,000. Yana is so rich, she thinks the risk is worth it. Then the car suddenly stops and Yana slams forward, hitting her nose on the seat. She snaps at the driver for braking so suddenly. A nervous Suhaik says they've arrived at today's monster site. Yonha doesn't buy it and mocks him for acting like a normal agent could find one. Suhaik explains that monsters go wild more often in April, so heroes head out to hunt them. That's why most monster zones are packed this time of year. The place he picked is perfect for Jin's strengths as a sniper and gives him the best setup in the field. Haejun backs him up, saying he already checked everything, so there's nothing to worry about. He tells them he'll come back after finishing the hunt, and with that, he leaves them behind. But Yonha clearly doesn't want to chat with the agent either. She walks off, saying her guild members will arrive soon. Then she suddenly knocks on the window, startling Suhaik when she comes back. It turns out she's impressed by his skills and wants to do business with him soon. 10 days pass after the midterms were cut short. Classes return to normal, and the cadets head back to the academy. Everyone crowds around the results board, eager to see the rankings. Haejun ends up at the top of the list, which doesn't surprise him at all. After beating Horik in the practical exam, the idiots Yonhak sent after him stopped causing trouble. So lately, the protagonist has finally had the kind of peace he never got when he first entered the academy. But while he's minding his own business, a punch flies past his face and smashes into the wall nearby. It's no surprise who it is. Nayoon, furious about the report Hajin wrote on her profile. From the way he reacts though, he really doesn't seem ready for this. Nayoon isn't in the mood for excuses and says only he could have written something that awful about her. The truth is, MC wrote it to help her. Still angry, Nayoon hounds him for always saying archery isn't meant for her. The cadets nearby watch the whole thing as Nayoon throws out a bet. To her surprise, Hajin accepts. His terms are simple. If she loses, she'll never touch a bow again. That only makes her blood boil more. She wants to prove him wrong no matter what. He says he'll even use a bow himself to prove his point, but he'll need some training first to make the bet fair. Nayeon thinks no amount of training can save him. She storms off. Sure, she'll win this dumb bet. Hajin, meanwhile, thinks about his level 7 skill in sniping. If he raises it a little more, he'll crush her. On top of that, his luck stat should help too. He believes Nayoon's real problem is that she's running from the truth. She thinks she's just as good with a bow as she is with a sword. But she isn't. At the same time, the protagonist knows empty praise won't make anyone stronger. If you want to improve, you have to build real skill. The scene shifts to room 303 of Grace Hall, where the travel club president Hanho gives an announcement after the midterms. MC is half lost in thought, remembering how the study and housing clubs were suspended after being tied to demonic incidents. The story is also moving slower and with fewer major events than it did originally, which feels reassuring because Hajin now knows which part of the plot he needs to focus on. Haika continues and reveals the club's next destination. They're going to France, and this very trip will connect to the brutal murder of a Paris millionaire, pushing the story in a new direction. He explains that it all started with a death threat sent by a dangerous group of assassins. They even gave the exact date and time of the killing. The man who got the letter was called Vidal, a man known for being kind. He lived simply and didn't waste his money. But that image was a lie. He wasn't what he seemed. Deep down, Vidal was actually Belbet, a criminal living under another name. He got rich by tricking and using people through scams. For a while, he avoided paying for what he'd done, but eventually his tracks were uncovered. He couldn't go to the police, and there wasn't enough time to hire guards strong enough to stop the assassins. Fear of death started closing in. Just when things looked hopeless, he found a strange way out. Vidal got this chance only because the Cube students were set to travel to Paris. In the original story, Hanho was struggling to find a place for the cadets to stay. While that was being discussed, Belbet slid in like a snake and kindly offered his mansion, saying it was big enough for everyone. That's how the story moves forward. But really, it was all a shield. If the assassins wanted him, they'd have to get through the cadets first. Then Hajing's computer gets a message about a new job offer. He's excited. It's from his first client. He checks the details. The client wants him to find a scammer who ruined their family. They also attached information to help Hajin track the person down. As he reads through it, he's genuinely shocked. The scene ends there, and then we get a look inside a warehouse where some members are rewatching Horrocks fight against the protagonist. One of them is excited by the anti-demon magic he used. Others are impressed by this year's new students, especially MC. One woman teasingly asks their captain why they're suddenly reviewing a rookie's fight. While she's still unsure, another member speaks up for the boy's talent. They also looked into his background and found no dangerous ties to worry about. They think Hajin's main weakness is money, so they plan to use their endless cash to bring him into the group. One of them points out their real goal: find the traitor in their organization and punish them. He thinks he would be a good fit for that job, but even if they recruit him, there's still a problem. They don't know what color to assign him. The only one left is black, the color of the group's strongest member, and also the same color used by the traitor. Then one man steps forward and says he wants that color for himself. It's the crazy brute who killed the guard, but the others immediately mock him, saying he's way too stupid to claim that color. So they settle it with a vote, guided by the captain's call. Their captain makes the decision and asks everyone to raise a hand if they want Hajin to join the organization. In the end, 8 vote yes and 2 vote no, so the choice is clear. They'll try to recruit him. The captain then gives her subordinate Jane Valorant an invitation to a VIP party in Paris, which will be the site of her next mission. As the yellow member of the Masked Syndicate, Jane Valorant is preparing to steal a ring. Now it's time for the France trip. Hanho, the club president, checks attendance and says teams will be drawn before they enter the portal. As Nayeon steps up first, Hajin thinks about how he never really got to explore Europe in the real world. But here, anything is possible. If the story goes the way he wrote it, she'll end up on Suho's team. Nayeon's hand reaches into the box, and the scene cuts. Then we move to the Eiffel Tower, showing that the cadets have finally arrived in Paris. As for the teams, there was a twist. Nayeon ended up with Hajin, which is the last thing he wanted. She keeps bothering him while people in France watch the famous academy students. Then they find out Hanyun has a lover in France, and the two of them make everyone else jealous. Honestly, the whole trip almost feels like he planned it just to see his girlfriend. Hanyun introduces her as Natasha, the doctor joining them for this trip. She greets the group politely. With that done, the cadets split into the teams they drew. They can spend the day however they want, but everyone has to return for the party that night. Since Nayeon and Hajin are paired up, she asks where he wants to go. He has no real plan, so he suggests checking out some restaurants. He's pretty surprised when she decides to stay with him. To Naeun, it's obvious, they're partners. The protagonist, though, remembers how his last partner ditched him without caring. Being overly prepared as usual, MC already made a list so they can get around without getting lost. The only thing he asks is for Naeun to stay in contact. She warns him her taste is very picky, so she won't go easy on him. In the end, they head to a very fancy restaurant. To Naeun's surprise, Hajin already has a reservation waiting. As they sit down, she wonders how he pulled that off. The story doesn't say it here, but he used the Book of Truth. When the menu comes, he tells her to order whatever she wants. That catches her off guard. He already knows she's picky with food and comes from a rich family. Then Hajin senses someone familiar and immediately tenses up. It shakes him enough that he suddenly stands. Everything had been going fine, and then he just bolts, leaving Naeun alone. Feeling that something is wrong, the protagonist wonders if the story has changed again. He rushes over to a couple and calls out to them. The girl with glasses is Seung-ah, a major character who was never supposed to be in Paris. Seung-ah doesn't know how to respond, and Hajin had to go all out just to catch up to her. She pretends she doesn't know him, but MC wants her to stop acting. Right then, the system gives another story alert, and Seung-ah's boyfriend steps in beside her. Hajin chooses to back off and checks his laptop. The system warns him that the story has changed. Jane and Seung-ah are now supposed to cross paths in Paris. Meanwhile, Naeun has no idea why he's off by himself. He remembers that their first meeting happened at the Holy Grace Guild headquarters. Back then, they both signed up as new recruits. They went on missions together and even got through hard times side by side. They were basically best friends who always had each other's backs. But then that bond shattered when Jane betrayed Seung-ah. In their fight, Seung-ah lost and demanded answers. Jane, the person she trusted like a friend, turned out to be a sadist who only wanted to toy with her. Her real identity was Jine, the yellow member of the Masked Syndicate. She is a villain and a master of disguise and theft. Right now, Seung-ah seems to be working undercover in the mansion. Yoren notices she looks upset. Seung-ah says she's relieved, because this is her chance to finally move past what happened. Yoren still doesn't trust the informant who said Jine would show up at the party. Seung-ah has doubts too, but she knows Jine well enough to believe she'd come for something valuable. After all, how could Jane ignore Homer's priceless ring? Jane knows where it's being kept, so she'll do whatever it takes to steal it. Sukai plans to strike then. After Naeun eats her fill, Hajin asks if she's finally ready to split up, since he has other places he wants to check out. Really, he just wants to be alone so he can work out a plan for the party. Since she has no reason to stay, Naeun gets ready to leave. Of course, the protagonist can't resist making one last smart comment, and she snaps back like always. The scene jumps to the party, where Suho and Yuana draw everyone's attention. People nearby start wondering if they're celebrities or something. Yuana is glad she took care with her disguise, while Suho finds the tight suit a little too convenient. Then Yuana offers him her hand for a dance, since it would look strange if they didn't. As that happens, the focus shifts to Hajin, who arrived at 5:30 and also confirms Seung-ah's here. So far, nothing unusual stands out. The event is being held at an old palace outside the city. MC is here to make sure the story doesn't change too much. Using his Deadeye skill, a shocked Hajin spots a magic portal opening out of nowhere, which should not be happening. Normally, with portals like this, only demonic humans can open them, and only strong demons can manage it. That means this is a serious threat. Someone inside the hall is secretly acting as the demon and keeping the portal active. Then he gets another system notice. This time, it's a comment from the co-author explaining the change. The mysterious co-author thinks an ultra-rare item like Homer's ring should attract more attention, so an evil group called the Brotherhood of Bad Actions has joined the event. Once Hajin learns that, he remembers just how dangerous they are. Their leader Hakpyo is a very dangerous man. They love war, steal powerful artifacts, and keep showing up behind conflicts all over the world. In other words, the protagonist now has to deal with a whole villain group just because the co-author decided it. After activating his ether spell, Hajin covers his face with a mask and gets ready to stop the plan. From above, he searches for Yoren and Jane. At that moment, Jane is secretly choking a waiter. Still in disguise, she gets access to the safe holding the ring. The mission looks almost too easy. The artifact is right in front of her. Jaeyoon reaches for the ring when a nervous but familiar voice calls from behind. It turns out Jine has been using Yoran's identity for this theft. She's surprised to see Seung-ah in a place like this. Calm and confident, Seung-ah says she's just checking on her assistant, playing dumb as she walks closer. Then she suddenly hugs Jine from behind. Jine is completely thrown off and has no idea what's going on. A second later, Seung-ah tightens her grip and reminds Jane she has no intention of being tricked again. Then she slams her with a brutal suplex. The impact is so huge people in the outer hall think a bomb went off. Jane steps through the smoke and returns to her real form. She's actually impressed that Seung-ah saw through her perfect disguise. Seung-ah isn't interested in talking and rushes in. She figured Yoran vanished as soon as they arrived in Paris, and Jane's way of speaking gave her away. Naeun admits that sharp instinct makes sense, especially after Seung-ah was betrayed once before. Before Seung-ah can hit her again, a whip catches her arm. It's Young-ah and she wants them to stop wrecking the hall. Seung-ah asks who she is, not knowing they're cube cadets. Young-ah drops her disguise and tells her to lower her weapon before things get worse, but Seung-ah refuses. Her electric energy shatters Yana's whip, leaving her genuinely stunned at losing her weapon. Sung-ah then turns back to her real target, who charges in with a piercing strike. Sung-ah barely avoids it and fires back with her sword. The force behind each clash is blinding. Sung-ah struggles to keep up with Jain, but at last she finds an opening and knocks her aside. With her sword chipped and broken, Jain falls to the ground defenseless. Furious, Sung-ah raises her blade to finish her for good, but right before the killing blow, Suho steps in. He blocks Sung-ah's sword with his own. Jain is drenched in sweat, realizing she was 1 second away from dying. Sung-ah coldly warns Suho to move unless he wants the same fate. Suho refuses. He doesn't know why they're fighting, but his sense of justice won't let him stand by and watch. His words do nothing to calm Sung-ah, who kicks him away. But when she turns back, Jain is gone. That short delay was all she needed to escape. Sung-ah rushes after her as Jain runs off with a grin. Then a wave of black darkness cuts between them. Both of them freeze in shock. A demon has taken the ring for itself. Homer's ring is now in the hands of a demonic human that looks like a tentacled siren. Watching from outside is Heijin. Now let's cut away and see what Naeun is doing. Poor Naeun got lost, just like MC expected. She keeps trying to use a map and somehow ends up in the same place every time. Annoyed, Naeun curses her useless smartwatch, then suddenly remembers her father is the CEO of the company that makes them. She instantly takes it back and decides to call Yana for help. Unfortunately, she can't reach her, which only makes her even more frustrated. Back in the hall, Yun Sung-ah recognizes the demonic human right away from its powers. As a strong hero herself, Yun Sung-ah orders the creature to hand over the ring at once. But the smug demon keeps acting proud, and says she and the other demons deserve the artifact more. Hajin keeps watching from the outside, waiting for the situation to heat up. He quickly realizes the demons already got the ring, and worse, none of the heroes in the hall can take it back. Needing a backup plan, he makes his move and summons a slime whip. He fires it out at top speed, and it smashes through the window into the hall. The demon is caught off guard, and Hajin safely snatches the ring from her hand while she looks around in confusion, not knowing what just happened. With her distracted, Yun Sung-ah rushes in and attacks at full speed. The fight starts, giving Hajin the chance to slip away unnoticed. As the protagonist checks the ring, someone suddenly attacks him from nowhere. He barely avoids a huge blast that leaves a crater in the ground. Then a man steps forward, holding an energy sword. He came to stop the intruder escaping with the ring. MC didn't expect another demon to show up so suddenly. The man greets him politely and introduces himself as Sidious. He also reveals that he belongs to the Brotherhood of Bad Deeds. The annoying talker admits he's impressed by how smoothly Hajin stole the ring. Still, sharp or quick, it doesn't matter to him. After that, Sidious demands the ring back immediately. Our guy refuses, which only makes things more troublesome for the demon. So Sidious chooses his second option, take it back by force. He readies his lightsaber and charges. Then he releases a wave of dark red magic that slices through the area. Hajin barely survives without being burned to ash. This man isn't someone to mess with. He is seriously strong. Sidious explains that his weapon is a magic sword, an expensive item worth millions. As long as the user can feed it enough magic power, its potential is almost limitless. He tells him to hand over the ring and avoid getting hurt for no reason. Now here's the problem with demonic humans. Once they make a pact with demons, their mana jumps like crazy. That makes a weapon like this perfect for them, and a huge pain to deal with. Hajin's eyes stay on the sword as he thinks of a way to shut the weapon down first. Sidious confidently gets ready to strike again, sending out another energy wave. The protagonist dodges with defensive moves but ends up cornered. Feeling he needs time, MC tries to negotiate. Sidious has no interest in accepting after being turned down already. He mocks the masked fighter for thinking he can stall and win. After sizing him up, Sidious says Hajin is far weaker than the heroes inside the hall. To him, he is just a guy with a gun and good dodging skills. That only makes it stranger that someone like him would dare stand against a powerful demon. Once his little speech ends, Sidious raises his sword for a final blow, expecting to finish this in one hit. But then, the magic suddenly disappears. That shocks the demon and our guy alike. Sidious can't understand what happened to his weapon, while Hajin just stands there speechless. Then he explains that the magic sword is now useless for the rest of the day, a fact even the demon didn't know. The wild part is that the protagonist's passive luck kicked in, which is why the magic sword failed. Of course, Sidious thinks that's just stupid nonsense. Since he doesn't know about MC's powers, he stays sure he can kill an unarmed human. But Hajin isn't so convinced. That sounds like overconfidence. With his remaining stigma, he channels light magic and changes his weapons mode. Sidious rushes in, trying to finish him with one kick, but right before it lands, the protagonist fires and ends the fight. The scene shifts back to Naeun, who is playing video games instead of looking for the ball. She sees a bunch of police cars patrolling and wonders what's going on this late. On top of that, nobody is talking to her, which makes her feel left out. Naeun is in a bad mood and doesn't even get why she's acting like this. Then a boy suddenly sits beside her. It's Hajin, appearing out of nowhere and startling her. He's injured and can barely speak after the fight. Then he just passes out in front of her, shocking Naeun. She asks if he's okay, but Hajin, worn out and exhausted from battle, is already unconscious and can't answer. In a dream, MC relives part of his real life. He had just finished his CHAT exam and his parents called out to him. They had come for him. He wondered why they pushed themselves so hard just to be there. Then their image starts to shake and blur. At that moment, he breaks down crying and apologizes for failing the exam. His parents try to comfort him, understanding how he feels. They hold their son close and show him love, even in that hard moment. Remembering that painful memory, Hajin wakes up crying hard. He's in a bed, but where? A worried Suho and Nayoung come to check on him. Nayoung complains because she had to drag him here while he was out cold. She also notices his dry eyes and teases him for crying. Suto tells her to leave, while a maid brings apples and helps out. She explains that he's suffering from exhaustion and should rest as much as possible. Hajin still doesn't understand why everyone is helping him or where he is. Turns out he somehow ended up in the mansion, which means they've made contact with Fidel. It's already late, but Hajin says he's not hungry and won't join the others for dinner. His mind is full of thoughts about the murder incident that will soon kick off his plan. He is glad he woke up in time to see it happen. The maid asks Nayoon to come with her for the night, which annoys her, and Suho says goodbye before peeling an apple for the protagonist. He isn't sure it's a good idea for him to get up so soon. MC checks his smartwatch and sees the news report. Luckily, it says no one died and most people only got light injuries. Still, Jane isn't mentioned anywhere, which means she escaped just fine. Hajin then asks Suho what he knows about the demon. Suho says he doesn't know much either. The monster got away before the heroes could beat her. He takes a slice of apple while Suho keeps cutting more for him. Seeing Suho's injuries, Hajin tells him to take care of himself. He even jokes that Suho is the story's protagonist, so it will be a real problem if he got hurt. The protagonist thinks back to how Suho stepped in against Yoon Song-ah without hesitation, even though she was ready to kill him for getting in her way. Only the demon's sudden timing saves Suho from taking brutal damage. MC understands the hero's intentions and the path he has to follow, but there's still a weakness. People who choose good are forced to make painful decisions. At the same time, he thinks about his own life, misses his parents, and wants to go back to his original world. Suho says the word protagonist doesn't really mean much in his world, and if anything, Hajin could be just as much a protagonist as he is. In Suho's bright way of seeing things, everyone is a protagonist. Then he brings up the report the protagonist posted from his anonymous account. He noticed Mexi was being too harsh on Nayeon for no clear reason. Mexi disagrees, saying archery doesn't match her real talent. That's why he made that bet with her. If she loses, she'll never use a bow again. Suho gives his opinion and criticizes Hajin for trying to force her to quit. He fires back, asking if praising people who are doing the wrong thing is really better. After all, constant praise doesn't make people stronger or improve them. Sometimes they ignore advice anyway, which makes it even more frustrating. The protagonist asks if someone like Suho would be ready to take responsibility. Then, Suho asks the obvious question, what is MC basing all this on when it comes to Nayoon's archery? And if she ends up going down the wrong path, will MC take responsibility? He says he's researched and studied her more than anyone. Put simply, he wrote the character himself. He knows her weak points, which is why he can see things Suho can't. Suho still doesn't understand what he means when he hears a loud noise from outside. Using his special eye, Hajin realizes Nayoon had been listening with a hiding skill, and her control was so good, neither of them noticed until now. Anyway, Nayoon runs into Yanhe's room, totally flustered and embarrassed while muttering to herself. Then Yanhe wakes up and asks what has her so worked up. Nayoon tries to play it off and says it's nothing. Yanhe goes back to bed, leaving Nayoon alone with her thoughts. Nayoon tries hard to calm down and act normal. She also thinks about how neither Suho nor Hajin noticed her at first. Even so, their careful words keep running through her head. Nayoon is left confused when a loud scream suddenly snaps her awake. A shaken Yoonha jolts up again and yells at Nayoon to be quiet already. Poor Nayoon tries to explain that she didn't make any noise this time. Then both of them quickly realize the scream really came from outside. The scene shifts to one of Fidel's maids, who is horrified after finding the man murdered in cold blood. The killers have done exactly what they promised. Every cadet rushes out of their rooms to see what happened. Suho moves first and runs downstairs alone. Hojin comes out too, gun in hand, shocked that someone jumped from the third floor. Suho sprints ahead and slams the door open. The second he steps in, he freezes at Fidel's blood-covered body. Fidel's maid is shaking as she explains what happened. Once the other cadets learn the truth, they're horrified too. Belbet has lost so much blood that he looks beyond saving. The butler is the first to accuse the cadets, convinced they killed his master. His anger makes sense, so none of them argue back. The maid says she'll call the police and an ambulance, then tells the cadets to return to their rooms. But then Hojin flips on the lights. He already knows what's going on. The others don't get why he suddenly did that. Without answering, he walks straight to Fidel's body while the maid yells at him for ruining the crime scene. She demands that he back off at once, but Hojin isn't playing around. He presses a Glock to her neck. Suho and the others are stunned. Even Nayoon starts thinking he's finally lost it. Then the protagonist speaks, calling Natasha a liar. He says Fidel isn't dead at all. In the original story, Belbet never died here. He only faked his death, then later made a deal with demons, and got involved with something even worse. Now that the co-author is changing the story, Hojin has no idea what Belbet might do next. That's why he wants to stop him here for good. The whole room goes silent at MC's words. He knows trying to convince everyone in a moment like this won't be easy, and stepping in could cause trouble for him later. Still, Suho's influence pushed him to act. He wants to believe he matters just as much as the main cast. And at this point, blaming himself for changing the story feels pointless when it's already been edited so many times, so he stands firm. Fidel is alive, and this is just a trick to put him into suspended animation. To push back against that claim, Natasha uses her role as a doctor to shut him down, but Hajin is already ahead of her. He points to the wound first. It doesn't make sense for that injury to have been made from above. Then there's the blood. A person can't lose that much. The amount around the body is way too much to be real. And the strongest proof of all comes next. The protagonist taps his smartwatch and shows that Fidel is on the international wanted list under the name Swindler Belbet. He says that's why they staged all this. Natasha turns to the butler and asks if the ambulance is on the way. After hearing yes, she still tries to brush off Hojin's claims and says the experts should handle it. She tries to end the argument, but MC takes it even further. He pulls out his gun and aims it at the so-called corpse, leaving Natasha completely shaken. She stares at him and asks why he's pointing a gun at a dead man. Even the other cadets think he's gone too far now and should stop. Hojin doesn't budge though. He says he'll count to 3, and that will prove whether the man is dead or not. His countdown starts, and Natasha panics. She begs the other cadets to stop this psycho from aiming at a corpse. But he keeps counting, pressing the gun to the man's head as he gets ready to fire. Natasha asks why he's so desperate to prove it when the authorities are already coming. Then he reaches 3, and in that instant Natasha breaks. She can tell from his eyes that Hajin is serious. He really will shoot Fidel. She throws herself over the body, ready to risk her own life, begging him to stop. At last, Natasha confesses. This man is actually her father, and she can't let anyone kill him. That gives everything away, and now everyone understands what was happening. The butler jolts at the sound of a gunshot as Hajin fires. The protagonist says they need heroes here, not police. They've just exposed and caught a wanted criminal inside the mansion. The authorities finally arrive and arrest Natasha while taking away her father's body. The fake murder was a plan made by the two of them. Since Belbet was already being hunted across Europe, they wanted to fake his death and escape the investigation. They also planned to use the Cube cadets as witnesses, so the story would sound believable. After putting him in suspended animation, they would revive him later. A quick note, the drug used to put someone into that state isn't very expensive. Natasha could get it easily because of her experience working for the institution. Then she used illusion magic from a rogue mage to fake the chest wound, plus a lot of blood bags to make the scene look real. Anyone arriving first would naturally think the man had been murdered. The police were secretly paid off too, so during body recovery they would switch in a fake corpse and help him disappear. After that, the Cube cadets would give their testimony, making Belbet's fake death look even more real. It's hard to doubt witnesses from Cube. That would let Belbet live on under a new identity and keep committing crimes. At least that was the original plan. Now it won't happen. Using the Book of Truth, Hajin learns that Belbet is being taken by the Hero Association in France. It's safe to say he's finished for good. MC hums to himself, pleased with how the investigation turned out, and with the good image this gives the Institute. Yana is impressed by his detective work and jokingly calls him Sherlock. She even says he should start his own detective agency. But one thing still bothers her. Hajin seems to know criminals a little too well. To cover himself, he blames it on his family background. Funny enough, the author doesn't even know Kim Chundong's real backstory, since he never wrote that character in the novel. Now we cut to the Fiendish Group's headquarters. When Sela Sin reports that she failed to recover Homer's ring because a masked warrior interfered, she's still shocked that the same warrior managed to beat Sidious. The group's leader asks if that person might have been a demon, but Sela Sin is sure he wasn't a demon or a hero. With those options crossed out, the leader tells her to investigate mercenary groups and hunters to find a match. Because it's dangerous, he warns her not to chase the man alone and to report back first. He's also furious that Sela Sin openly presents herself as a demon like she's proud of it. She tries to act innocent, but he knows better. He scolds her for not hiding her demonic identity from others. She apologizes for that and changes into a human form so she can blend in. Then the leader asks again about the masked warrior and the magic sword Sidious lost. Sela Sin clearly isn't happy to admit they lost the weapon. As for that lightsaber-like blade, it's now in Hajin's hands, though he still doesn't know what to do with it. He isn't skilled in magic and can only rely on stigma magic, so the weapon is basically useless to him. Selling it would make money, but wasting a rare item like this feels wrong. While checking the very rare Homer's ring, he thinks about how its real power normally needs a huge amount of magic to unlock. For him though, that's easy to bypass by spending a few story points. He can just change its properties and activate it himself. Once the purchase goes through, the artifact glows and reshapes into a silver ring. Its effects include a passive boost to the user's IQ over time, plus some extra magic power. Hajin is glad he can use it safely and even trade it later if he wants. He considers giving it to Suho or Nayeon instead, since they'd use it better. Between the two, Nayeon may fit it more because she's naturally gifted with magic, even if she doesn't realize it. Curious about himself, he checks his own stats and sees little has changed besides agility and sensitivity. It feels like his growth is starting to slow down. Even so, he trusts his persistence to push past that wall. While thinking it over, he wonders whether he could handle the stubborn Nayeon as he is now, which reminds him to look into Chundong's past. He's sure the co-author left some clues behind. If Chundong made it into the institution, despite being an extra, and is still seen as a top cadet with hero potential, then there's no way he came from an ordinary family. To investigate, Hajin decides to hire Jin Yuk, a specialist in finding people and digging up backgrounds. He's one of the best in that field, and his huge fee proves it. But the protagonist has no better option, so he thinks it's worth hiring him. Then suddenly, a gust of wind hits. A sudden thought hits him. He already poured all his money into stocks, so now he's completely broke. Then his gaze shifts to the seed he's been raising. He keeps feeding it every day, and that's where the moment ends. Next, we switch to Yona's side. She's calling Jin Hyuk, most likely to dig into Hajin's past. Winter has fully set in across Norway, and instead of over-explaining why everyone's here, MC gets smacked in the face by a snowball. It's that brat again, Naeun, showing off her perfect aim. Hajin explains that club activities started again after the short break caused by Sven's demon incident. To relax, the household club rented a cabin in Norway for a group event. An upperclassman goes over the rules. Numbered flags have been hidden all through the forest, and each one comes with a prize, some of them pretty valuable. That reward is more than enough to get the cadets excited. Now it's time to draw teams. And of course, Naeun ends up with Hojin. She's convinced he rigged it just to annoy her. Already irritated, she tells him not to slow her down. Hajin calmly warns her she's about to step into a boar trap. A second later, she gets caught in it anyway. After that, Naeun notices he isn't dressed very warmly, and asks how he's handling the cold. He says his jacket is enough. What she doesn't know is that he's wearing a special relic, the royal coat jacket, which lets him control temperature. Rachel actually gave him that coat as a midterm gift. To him, she's basically an angel, and he even jokes to himself that he should have written more kind people like her. Then Naeun spots a flag up ahead. Hajin checks it and says it's number 1. The strange part is how high up it was placed. Naeun doesn't care and starts climbing without hesitation. Meanwhile, the protagonist pulls something from his pocket, a blade tied to several wires. Naeun thinks it's nothing special and can't tell what he's planning. But those wires have been reinforced with stigma magic, making them far stronger than normal. He throws the blade toward the base near the flag, not worrying much about the first path it takes, because he can guide it with magic. The knife hits exactly where it needs to, and the flag drops from above. Even Naeun is impressed that it actually worked. The flag lands in front of him, and he picks it up to check the reward, while Naeun runs over, excited. Hajin reads the note and finds out they got first prize, Young Chang'a's real phone number. Naeun thinks that's amazing, but MC looks completely unimpressed and tells her to keep it. She starts talking about Young Chang'a's status as vice master of an elite guild, but it means nothing to him. He already has her number. That casual kindness throws Naeun off. She tries to give it back, saying she didn't do anything to earn it. Hajin agrees and says they should just head back to the cabin. Then we move to Yanaha, who keeps replaying her talk with him and the answer he gave. She's clearly confused, trying to understand how the protagonist could know anything about Belbet. Belbet is a European criminal, so they shouldn't have any connection. Maybe MC memorized wanted faces, but even that doesn't fully add up. So Yana builds her own theory. Hajin must have had a painful past, and he's searching for the person who ruined his life. That's why he memorized those criminals. Since he's an orphan, she even wonders if his parents were secretly murdered. To her, it would explain why he hides his real ability and keeps a low profile, waiting for the chance to hunt that criminal down and finish it. Still, that's all just a guess. His past is still a mystery. But if she's right, Naeun thinks she might someday use that to recruit him into her guild. All this planning leaves her feeling drained, mostly because she hates having to call Jin Hyuk. The scene shifts to Jin Hyuk's office. He's answering a call at his agency, but the moment he hears Yana's voice, he freezes, wondering why his niece is calling him out of nowhere. She gets straight to the point and offers him a job. Investigate Kim Hojin, a 17-year-old cube cadet. She wants everything about his past and trusts Jin Hyuk more than anyone to handle it. Later, the students are shocked that Hajin found not only flag number 1, but also number 4. That one gives a much more useful reward, a VR headset instead of some girl's phone number. After that, everyone settles in and enjoys the cabin trip. The food is great, and Hajin helps cook for the others. Because of that, people start seeing a very different side of him from the bad rumors they heard at first. He remembers helping at his aunt's barbecue place, so he's pretty good with a grill. As they eat, the students start talking about the end of the semester. They say you can't trust anyone during finals because the exams are brutal. Worse than that, the pressure ends up ruining friendships. Finals week matters a lot for everyone's grades, and after a while someone brings up the recovery unit, catching Hojin's attention. It's exactly what it sounds like, a class for cadets who fell behind and couldn't keep up. There are about 200 students in it, and 20 of them have already made deals with demons just to pass. That's why this year's finals could turn into a real mess. With the co-author twisting the story, the remedial unit keeps growing, which also shows how badly the institution is falling apart. One of the girls compliments Hojin's cooking, saying he made the pork belly perfectly, and invites him to eat with them. But Hojin is fine eating alone. He also finds it a little weird that she's talking to him so warmly over grilled meat, which makes him wonder if he's really that good. Once everyone finishes eating, it's time to rest back at the cabin. Naeun gets teased by her group thanks to one of Hojin's jokes. After dinner, she enjoys the moment and realizes it's been a long time since she laughed like that. Then Hojin gets a sudden system notice. A client is looking for the con artist Jerome Miller. Hojin thinks the case might be tied to Belbet, so just to be safe, he activates the Book of Truth and starts asking questions. He learns everything about Jerome Miller, but the flood of information gives him a pounding headache, like always when he uses the book. He types up the report on his laptop and gets 5 million points for the info. Easy money. After closing the laptop, he takes a moment to enjoy the aurora. Times like this remind Kim Hojin that in his real life he picked up smoking. He spent almost 5 years addicted to cigarettes, yet ever since coming to this world, he hasn't even thought about them. Naeun watches him quietly and notices that small change. Hojin is startled when he realizes she's there, but she had only just arrived. She seems oddly disappointed, thinking he used to smoke and probably had a rough life in high school. Now he's getting hit with random accusations and tries to dodge them, but Naeun presses harder and asks something serious. She wants to know if Hojin really thinks he can beat her. He answers with a question. Is she really ready to give up the bow forever if she loses the bet? Naeun puts on a sad face and says there's nothing to worry about because she'll win anyway, but her body language says otherwise. She looks uneasy, like she might cry if she loses just like before. Then she changes the subject and brings up the recent news from France, saying this guy is being called Sherlock Holmes. Naeun leaves in the same childish, petty way as always, but before she goes, she stops to ask what cigarettes taste like. The scene cuts before Hajin answers. Now let's check in on Detective Jin Hyuk. He's investigating Kim Ha-jan's background while using a concealment skill to stay unnoticed, and his patience is wearing thin. Then he spots a hooded figure leaving a baby near an orphanage. That person's identity is still unknown, and before Jin Hyuk can learn anything else, the vision disappears. That only leaves him more confused about who Kim Ha-jun really is. Back near his assistant's room, Jin Hyuk returns with no clear answer yet. Even so, he knows his priorities. First, he needs to use the bathroom before sorting through the details. What he did confirm is this. Kim Ha-jun grew up in an orphanage. Using his detective power, he looked into the past on the day Ha-jun was left there to identify the person responsible. But all he found was what looked like a child suddenly appearing with the baby. Jin Hyuk still can't connect the rest because a strong interference blocked him. To dig deeper, he'd have to keep his full power active for a long time. So yes, he's literally thinking through the case while on the toilet. He wants to report to Yenan, but it feels like a scam to give away this much for free. Then his shameless assistant peeks in with an interesting update. Someone else also wanted a report on Haejin, and the same info could be used to make money. That person is another Violet Haze user with the same rank as Jin Hyuk, and the request gets straight to the point. They're willing to pay 100 million points up front, then 500 million more if he finishes the job. That's way too much money for a normal request, so Jin Hyuk already has a good guess about who's behind it. It has to be the criminal group, the Masked Syndicate. Now Jin Hyuk is starting to think this kid really might be special if people are digging into him this hard. Friday's class begins, and the instructor announces that the final exams are only a month away. Part of it will be a practical test, even harder than the midterms, covering the hero skills the cadets learned all semester. The midterms had an audience, but Hajin points out the finals won't. The test will also take place on a remote island full of dangerous monsters, where they'll have to survive for a week. He already knows the co-author will probably make this whole thing miserable with more changes. Even without that, plenty can still go wrong, so he plans to stay sharp and avoid getting dragged into trouble. The instructor won't share more details, but he does stress one thing. This time, no outside interference will be allowed. High-ranking heroes already made sure of that, so the cadets only need to focus on the exam. After that, class is dismissed for the day. As Hajin packs up, Yenan walks over and reminds him about their bet. He enjoys teasing her, so he brings up the fact that she's about to lose her bow. She snaps back and says she'll beat him in the match. At last, it's time for their one-on-one showdown. They head to the archery range, where both cadets get ready to compete. Hajin is actually surprised that she brought a whole group just to watch. Yanghak, Suho, and the class rep are all excited to see the match, and Jonghak acts like there's no bad blood between him and the protagonist, even after everything that happened before. Then Jonghak suddenly grabs him by the hair, clearly offended that MC told Naeun to give up her bow. In return, he says the MC should leave the academy instead. Naeun doesn't want a crowd around them, so she drives everyone back and starts the match. The game is called skeet shooting. A launcher will fire targets into the air, and both of them have to shoot them down. Naeun suggests they start at 100 meters, adding 50 more each time someone lands a hit. With the rules set, she assumes he must be nervous by now. Hajin, though, stays completely calm. If anything, he expected something harder. Naeun is ready to crush his confidence. Both archers take position, and Naeun starts the launcher, sending the targets flying. She fires and shatters the target with perfect aim. She's sure he can't top that. For Naeun, 100 meters is easy. Then she notices he still hasn't fired. Turns out this idiot didn't expect the discs to fly out that fast, so he never even released his arrow. Hearing that, Naeun and everyone watching just freeze. A second later, they all burst out laughing, thinking he has to be joking. Oddly enough, instead of laughing with them, she's annoyed by how casually he says it. She also thinks Hajin's stance is a mess. Since she's sure his next shot won't matter anyway, she lets him take another try. He sets himself and pulls the string back. It's true that Naewon has much better form, but that isn't what decides this match. Hajin isn't the kind of person who sticks to the basics when something more matters. The real gap between weak and strong comes from their abilities, and the protagonist's powers are no joke. Then the launcher fires again and MC releases his arrow with help from his marksman skill. Perfect hit. The disc breaks apart. Hajin's innate talent leaves Naewon and the rest of the doubters completely stunned. Ready for round 2, he tells them to keep going. Now we get a bit of Naewon's past. Back then, people admired her as a strict and gifted disciple. Then she made the shocking choice to switch from the sword to archery. It was obviously tied to her mother, even if she tried to pretend it wasn't. She told herself she'd be fine no matter what weapon she used. After returning the magic sword and apologizing to her master, she shocked the famous hero. He accepted it as her final choice, but asked one last time if this was truly what she wanted, because it could become a deep regret. Back in the match, disc after disc gets destroyed as Hajin and Naewon stay neck and neck. To everyone watching, it's hard to believe he can actually match her. They've even reached 400 meters. One cadet points out that he isn't just fooling around, he's trying to pressure Naewon mentally. Little by little, that pressure starts building in her head, adding to Hajin's tactic. By now, people are starting to accept that the protagonist might really win. The look on Jonghak's face says everything. He's furious and desperate for her to win. But Naewon's latest shot is off and misses the target. MC takes the chance to tell her she was never meant for archery. Annoyed, Naewon tells him to stop talking and take his shot. Watching her, Hajin realizes she was never calm or steady. She's easy to provoke, and that alone makes a long-range weapon a bad fit for her. Yet she still chose the bow. He keeps pressing, calling her scared and getting deeper into her head. This time she's truly furious, snapping at him to shut his mouth. But he doesn't back off. To him, this is the only right move. There's no reason to protect her choice. Everything she said so far is just pride she built around herself. Naewon's composure keeps falling apart. Her hands shake on the bow as she tells him again to be quiet. Then Hajin lands the final blow, saying being good isn't the same as being great, and that she'll never beat a demon alone or avenge her family like this. Now that finally sets her off, and Naewon fires at the flying target. The arrow misses completely, to the shock of everyone there, including Jonghak. Even she can't believe she missed. In the end, Naewon loses a match that should have favored her. After the match, Jonghak finds Naewon sitting alone, crushed by the loss. Since he cares about her, he asks what happened. Naewon can only think about one thing. Hajin brought up her family so casually. He didn't care how much it would hurt, and that cut deep. She feels betrayed for trusting him at all, even knowing he was never kind. Jonghak suddenly feels the urge to help her understand. So instead of just comforting Naewon, he brings up the protagonist's past as an orphan. He talks about MC's life growing up alone. He also says he may share a pain similar to Naewon's since she lost her mother. That changes everything for her. Jonghak guesses that Hajin might actually see her as someone important, someone he wants to push and teach, hoping she'll live a better life. Once Naewon reaches that thought, her eyes brighten and Jonghak decides it's better to leave her alone for now. With Naewon by herself, she remembers the choice she made as a child, when she said swords felt boring. At the time, her brother supported her and believed she could still do great things, but he asked for one promise. When the right time came, he wanted her to rethink that choice, which meant he also believed she was better suited for the sword. Remembering that promise, Naewon finally feels a new sense of resolve. As for Hajin, he's improved the story far more than expected just by changing her life. In the end, Naewon walks forward with confidence, ready for a new start. Back with the detective, he tells his niece that the protagonist's life seems tied to crime, then asks if he should stop digging any deeper. Jonghak tells him to keep going and says she's set on recruiting Hajin into her guild. That makes Jin-Yuk smile. Now he's ready to work twice as hard. After the match with Naewon, things got messy because so many people saw what happened. This time, MC is actually nervous about what will happen when he walks into class. He even thinks about skipping, then he runs into something unexpected. It's Naewon, practicing with a sword. Her hair is short now. She's startled to see him and quickly hides the sword, even though that changes nothing. Hajin asks if she's training, and glances at her hair. Naewon demands to know what he thinks. He teases her for cutting it just because she got upset. Flustered, she insists she only did it because of the summer heat. Hajin gives her a real smile and says it looks good, then asks if she feels better. Naewon says yes, so the protagonist leaves her to it and goes back to his own training. She remembers that Kim the 1100th was supposed to be a swordsman when he first entered the academy. He threw away years of experience and risked everything on a different weapon, the same thing she's doing now. That makes her wonder why he made that choice. Then her magic sword starts glowing, and the power surprises even her with how far it reaches. Now his words sound less like mockery and more like honest advice. Now she's sure Hajin knew what was best for her from the start. And speaking of him, he's out buying supplies. Right before finals, every cadet has to pass an inspection for their gear and weapons, so he's getting ready. That includes camping gear for the island test. Meanwhile, the seed keeps bugging him to feed it. He checks its size and realizes it's grown, so it should hatch soon. He figures she'll look like a normal 4-year-old at first, and he can probably hide her in the dorm until her appearance changes. As he looks it over, the seed enjoys Hajin's hug and he hopes it hatches soon. Now we move to a meeting of the Masked Syndicate. Jane Valerin is shocked that the boss is going so far as to disguise herself as a cadet just to watch the finals. She needs Jane Valerin's help, though he still thinks this is overkill. The captain says she wants to check someone's abilities and retrieve something from the test grounds. Jane Valerin has no choice but to obey, so uses magic to change her appearance. She already has the papers for the cadet she'll be impersonating, and to blend in, she has to copy that student's personality too. Jane Valerin feels worried for her, which is unusual for someone so carefree. The boss calms him down and says nothing will go wrong. Back in the classroom, Jane Valerin is getting picked on by her classmates. Her blank expression makes her stand out even more. She tries hanging out with Jane Valerin's friends, just like Jane Valerin told her. Then Hajin suddenly walks in, right in the middle of her fake act. The funniest part is that he's freaking out inside, because his observation lets him see right through the disguise. The boss can tell he already knows. Hajin tries to leave as fast as he can and quickly takes his seat. He's completely lost. There's no good reason for the captain of the masked syndicate to be here. Anyway, the written exams end fast, and then it's time for the practical test. The cadets board a ship for transport. The protagonist keeps a close eye on Ji-won because he knows she's really the captain. He thought she wouldn't show up again, but she broke away from the original story and came anyway. So now he's watching her to make sure nothing goes wrong. He even tried speaking to her once, but all he got was a drink. Now he wonders if this has something to do with her investigation into Suho and Junghaek. Then the instructor calls for everyone's attention and starts explaining the rules. The cadets have to survive on the island for up to 5 days and earn as many points as possible. They can get points by defeating monsters, stealing from other cadets, or buying and selling points. Anyone aiming for a top score can even try stealing a supervisor's name tag for 200 points. It sounds easy, but Hajin knows fighting heroic supervisors is basically impossible. The exam is about to begin as the ship nears the island. Once they reach shore, the cadets spread out. MC immediately spots Rachel and asks if she wants to take the final exam together. She's caught off guard by the sudden offer, but when it comes to the characters he created, Hajin is trying his best to protect them from any changes the co-author might make. There's still the threat of a powerful villain mage hunting Rachel. That's why he thinks she's in the most danger during this exam, and he wants to protect her. Surprisingly, even someone as polite as Rachel knows when to say no. Hajin isn't shocked. Top-ranked cadets usually prefer handling things alone, so instead he asks to share location info with her, just in case. He has no interest in following the co-author's version of the story. Rachel accepts the location info without thinking much about it. That night on the island, a lone student moves carefully through the dark. It's Naeun, and she stops when a monster jumps at her from behind. It's not just one, there's a whole pack of ugly monsters. She draws her magic sword and cuts them down with ease. The fight is over in no time, but Naeun just sighs in annoyance. She's sick of fighting endless monsters. There's still no safe place to rest, eat, or recover. Exhausted, she starts worrying she might be the first to drop out. Then a light in the distance catches her eye. Hope kicks in and she runs toward it. Sure, someone is cooking something good. She thinks she's saved until she finds Hajin, who brought all his camping gear and came fully prepared. Naeun's excitement drops fast, while the protagonist is a little surprised she came by and reminds her they're not supposed to fight this early. She's amazed he managed to bring all this gear. He agrees to share food, but only if she pays the right amount. Naeun is stunned by his ridiculous price, but since she's starving, she can't really refuse. Hajin cooks some bacon for her, and that's how, instead of ending up with Rachel, he winds up feeding Naeun, who happily digs in. At the same time, he's using his laptop and has just finished hacking the drone servers. Now he can watch footage of every cadet on the island, including Rachel. Since she seems fine, Hajin starts to wonder if maybe nothing will change this time. Then he sees Rachel meet a group of cadets and asks to buy food from them. One of them says they don't need to charge her, but that smug grin makes it obvious he's hiding something. By early morning, Hajin is already awake. He looks up and wonders if this is some kind of polar night, because the sun still hasn't risen. Naeun fell asleep right next to him, and is still out cold. As for the little seed, MC realizes it's feeding time and takes care of it. To him, the tiny thing is way too cute. He slips the seed into his pocket, then looks over at Naeun and says he doesn't need her around. He asks if Naeun plans to get up or not, but she still doesn't answer, even after he says he's packing the tent. Hajin decides it's best to finish packing and leave. This is when cadets start fighting each other, so he thinks it'd be smart to take out the strongest ones early. Killing isn't an option, but the cadets he suspected were tied to demons still haven't shown their true nature. There's a difference between demon humans who depend on other demons and those with direct contracts. The ones borrowing power through other demons can be used as sacrifices, and they can help each other recharge mana to delay transforming. Their contracts are lighter, but those who sold their souls straight to demons face harsher limits and worse side effects. Only one cadet fits that in Hajin's mind, and that's Ju. After packing up, he decides he should head for higher ground to gain an advantage. His first stop is the World Tree in the exact center of the island. Feeling pressed for time, he takes off running, leaving Naeun behind. She's still sound asleep even after he's gone. As the protagonist moves across the island, one of the cadets working with Youngha finds him. She asks for permission to attack, but Youngha firmly refuses and says they are not to harm Hajin under any circumstances during the exam. That makes no sense to her teammate, since MC's rank is near the bottom at Cube, but Yohani knows what he can do and believes they still wouldn't beat him even if they tried. Soon he reaches the world tree and gets into position. Rose has no idea what he's doing and wonders if this maniac is really about to climb the world tree. He is. Hajin proves her right and launches himself up, using insane agility to bounce and move around the tree. Rose is left speechless, and Yohani points out that this is exactly why they shouldn't attack him. She reminds Rose that his rank doesn't show his real strength. He's so sharp he could notice her arrows without even looking at where they came from. Then Yaona asks Rose to keep this secret because she wants to respect Hajin's privacy for now. Rose agrees, and then Yaona gets an alert on her smartwatch about Yojung. She decides it's time for them to head back. The protagonist is still moving through the world tree when he activates his eye skill to scan the cadets nearby. One person stands out right away. Hajin focuses and confirms he's found one of the Demon Link cadets. He thinks this part is easy. Now he just needs a stick to use as a marker, with a message written on top. Once everything is ready, MC throws the stick at full speed and bends its path with stigma magic. The stick flies straight toward the target. The cadet doesn't notice until it slams into the ground nearby. Startled, he picks up the stick to see what's going on. Then he looks toward the direction it came from, trying to find whoever threw it. His first guess is the world tree, where Hajin is already watching him and waiting for the rest of the plan to play out. Now back to Che Naiyun. She's taking this exam way too lightly until she suddenly wakes up. The first thing on her mind is what he said, and it leaves her feeling shy like a girl with a crush. Those were the words Hajin said right before he left her. Che Naiyun knows people always praise her looks, but hearing that while she was asleep still gets under her skin. The funny part is that the protagonist was really talking about that stupid seed, while Naiyun is over here thinking he meant her or maybe some pet, or even himself. Just imagining him actually saying that to her makes her burn with embarrassment. She has no idea how she'd even respond. Now let's get back to our guy who has no clue what he just caused. Even so, he suddenly gets that weird feeling that someone far away is talking trash about him. Morning has the rest of the cadets moving again. In Rachel's group, she's still uneasy about what happened last night. She joined Yuhi and Yusin's team, and they didn't ask for anything in return. They were way too helpful, and that's exactly what bothers her. Her instincts tell her something is off. Most cadets are splitting up to gather points, but Ju Yuhoon's group clearly isn't focused on that. They don't really care about points. What worries Rachel most is how interested they seem to be in her. Realizing this group is definitely trouble, she decides to get away and wonders if she should find Hajin instead. But then Rachel, Ju Yuhoon calls out to her saying he found a 10-point monster and wants her help taking it down. She's not interested but decides to leave after the hunt. Rachel follows him, yet the others stay behind, and that makes her even more nervous. When they reach the spot, Ju Yuhoon points at the big bear he mentioned. Except it isn't a bear, it's a masked killer that looks thirsty for blood. Ju Yuhoon acts like he doesn't know him, but Rachel immediately senses danger. She shoves him aside and dodges the deadly strike aimed at both of them. They barely avoid the hit, and Rachel can't understand why a demon is on the island. Her first move is to help Ju Yuhoon escape, so she checks on him, but he starts making a huge fuss over a small cut. Compared to what Rachel has been through, it's nothing. Then Ju Yuhoon bolts the second he realizes there's a demon here. Rachel knows he was lying. His act was awful. Still, she has no choice but to face the demon, so she raises her weapon. Her suspicions were right, though she never expected Ju Yuhoon to sell her out to a demon. The demon human charges her and unleashes a storm of sharp attacks. Rachel barely dodges them, but that leaves her open. She blocks the next blow just in time and realizes this enemy is insanely strong. Even so, she refuses to back down, and believes she can still fight through it. Their one-on-one close fight keeps going until Rachel finds an opening and knocks him off balance. Her blade cuts into the demon, but then fear hits her. She realizes her foot is stuck in the ground. That gives the demon the perfect chance to counter while she can't move. Rachel thinks she's done for, when another monster suddenly appears behind her. She's trapped between both of them and knows she can't dodge. Just as the monster attacks with full confidence, a beam of light tears through it and kills it instantly. The second demon tries to finish her by sending a wave of slashes at Rachel. She can't avoid it, so Suho steps in and cuts the attack apart. Then he signals Nayeon to strike. With her long-range weapon ready, Nayeon grabs her bow again and fires a powerful magic arrow that takes the demon down. Their friends come running over to help, saying those guys were no big deal. Luckily, Rachel doesn't seem badly hurt. Suho notices the demon escaped the arrow by jumping off a cliff. Since they could be attacked again, he asks Rachel to stay with them for now, and they move together as a group. Then all of a sudden, Rachel feels drawn to something nearby. She spots a bullet buried in the area and wonders where it came from. That makes her remember who killed the first demon, especially with such a precise light-based shot. It was our guy Hajin just doing his thing. Right now he's shooting at that bastard Ju Yuhoon while he runs away. By the campfire, Suho learns that Nayeon has started using a sword. Of course, she's too embarrassed to tell the real reason, so she says it's just a backup weapon. Meanwhile, the princess can't stop thinking about Hajin. No one else could handle a gun like that, let alone a sniper rifle. What she can't figure out is how he knew she was in danger or why he helped, only to stay hidden again. Her thoughts are cut off when Nayeon offers to work together from now on since she and Suho are already teamed up. Rachel thinks about it, then decides it's better to leave the group despite Suho's concern. She explains that she needs to see someone right away, most likely the person who saved her. MC has earned 22 points total from Naeun and the monsters he killed. Even so, he still needs at least 50 more to be safe. Like Naeun, he's annoyed by how many monsters he'll have to hunt. Then to his total surprise, someone suddenly shows up to meet Hajin. It's the masked guild captain, hiding under Ejin's disguise. He gets nervous and wonders if she really came here to fight him. Since he knows this girl is way too strong for him right now, he forces himself to stay calm and figures she may have her own reason for coming. He tries talking casually, but the moment she draws her sword, Hajin starts panicking again. He smiles at her, but inside he knows he's in trouble in this fight. Hajin tells him to draw his weapon. The protagonist quickly realizes there's no way he can beat her head on, so he tries another plan to buy time. To him, there's only one thing that decides a cadet duel. Without her noticing, he releases Ether's slime thread. Ajin warns that if he won't use a weapon, she'll just knock him down. The thread reaches her and finally catches its target. Hajin has her exactly where he wanted. The captain doesn't understand what he's doing, then realizes he's surrendering by taking off his smartwatch. The funny part is, it isn't even his watch. Using Aether's thread, he stole her smartwatch without her noticing. She's completely shocked by the trick. Hajin explains that cadet duels are decided by whoever takes the other person's smartwatch, so the moment he presses the fingerprint button, she basically loses. The captain is stunned that he caught her off guard like that, while MC thinks she should have done more homework on him. Feeling a little generous, he tosses the smartwatch back and says he'll let this one go. The captain still has no idea what he means. Hajin uses that chance to run. Even so, he leaves a strong impression on the masked guild captain. Sadly, Jane Valorant wasn't fully watching because she got distracted. Even with her senses cut in half by the disguise skill, she still got outplayed by a young cadet. For next time, she decides it's better to prepare a summoning portal in advance. Back at camp, our guy is just happy he escaped alive. Meeting her nearly got him killed, so it helped that her disguise weakened her. Hajin feels he's done enough for now and should rest a bit. While checking his points, he suddenly notices Rachel, who appeared out of nowhere. He wonders if she came looking for him. Turns out she's hungry too, so Hajin offers to eat with her. To start talking, she asks what he's been doing this whole time. The protagonist keeps it simple and says he's just been hunting points. In his head, he knows she really wants to ask why he saved her, but she's too shy to say it. He also notices she's hurt, which isn't surprising after facing a demon. As the food cooks, the seed of Vonshul starts acting weird in his pocket. Suddenly, it shoots out and dives straight into Rachel's jacket, creating a painfully awkward moment and making Hajin yelp. Rachel finally pulls the seed out and asks why an almond was inside her jacket. MC is way too embarrassed to tell her he's raising an almond, so he hurriedly says it's a seed. She hands the seed back, but Rachel is still clearly embarrassed by what just happened. While Hajin checks the food, Rachel finally asks what she came to ask. She wants his help. The princess explains that there may be a team out there hunting her. She brings up Johan and him tells her not to worry, because he won't be coming after them anymore. The scene then hints that Yeonhak has already taken out the group in a rage. Yeonhak has brutally wiped out the rest of Johan's teammates. Johan can't understand what's happening, or why Shin Yeonhak of all people is here. With a cold smile, Jonghak greets him by launching a powerful projectile, making the stick land right beside Johan's face. The stick has a taunting message on it, along with a location. Johan tries to explain it wasn't his fault and that he was chasing an innocent person, but Jonghak doesn't care. He's not here to listen. Johan panics as Jonghak grabs his spear and says he hates people like him. Then grabbing the cadet by the neck, he starts choking him and talks about his disgust for manipulative snakes like Johan. The scene ends with a quick look at the control tower overseeing the exam. Part of that team is Yoon Seung-ah, who seems lost in thought. Her friend comes over and asks what's keeping her up. Instead of talking about Suho like usual, Yoon Seung-ah brings up Hajin. She explains that Suho is still their main target, but she also found something interesting about the protagonist. She got hold of a secret file called the Jonah Report. In it, Jonah says, MC might be an even better candidate than Suho. The report could be fake, but they still learned one important thing. He can use light magic. To her, his rank doesn't matter here. She still lacks proof, so she plans to bring back his name tag. After all, stealing a supervisor's ID tag is worth 200 points. Back at camp, Rachel studies Hajin's bullet, and it confirms what she suspected. She still can't figure out how he knew she was in danger. Something about it feels off, but one thing is clear. The one behind the attack was the mage Lancaster. With regret on her mind, Rachel wonders if it would have been better if she had died that day. Meanwhile, the author is busy hunting World Tree monsters. He picks a good spot to shoot from and feels the hunt is going easier than expected. Rachel looked really down earlier, but food brought her back fast. Then Hajin notices a glow nearby. He finds a lake and thinks it should have monsters worth plenty of points. He throws out a ball of light, figuring it'll lure them in. Suddenly, he senses someone nearby and heads toward them. No one answers, but it's obvious the person is still tailing him. Hajin activates his special eyes and spots Naeun hiding beyond her stealth. He fires a shot right next to her, forcing her out. Startled, Naeun gets annoyed while Hajin asks why she's been spying on him. She tries to make an excuse, but can't come up with anything solid, which basically proves she really was following him. Wanting the truth, the protagonist presses her, and Nayoon finally admits she's hunting Sung-ah. That catches him off guard a little, but Nayoon is more curious about how he cut through her stealth. Instead of answering, he opens his laptop. Since nobody else can see it, she has no clue why he suddenly kneels down. Ha-jin recalls Sung-ah's role in the novel. She first watches Suho, then starts keeping an eye on other candidates too. That means she's probably been watching him as well. Using surveillance, he checks where she's hiding, and finds her at the top of a tree. That makes him wonder if he's become a prospect in her eyes. While Ha-jin pieces this together, the short-haired girl starts losing patience. She's also shocked by how he made that light sphere. MC doesn't want to deal with it anymore, and since neither of them agrees with the other, they decide to go separate ways. He knows there's no safe way to tell her the truth. Explaining the stigma's magic would also mean telling her this whole world exists inside a book he wrote. So Ha-jin goes back to hunting monsters. 2 hours pass and he earns 15 more points. Still, someone else starts bothering him. This time, that person shows herself. Sung-ah remembers him clearly and wants him to feel at ease around her. She says her mission is to test the cadet's abilities, so she offers him a small challenge. The rules are simple. She'll stay still and use only her left hand. Ha-jin can attack however he wants. If he lands even one hit anywhere but her left hand, or makes her move even a single step, she'll gladly hand over her name tag. It's a very good deal. But this is Sung-ah, and Ha-jin knows it won't be easy. Even so, the reward is tempting. 200 points could put him straight into first place. The main problem is that he's up against the brilliant Sung-ah, so this won't be simple. She waits to see whether he'll accept or back down. He reaches for his gun, making it clear he's ready to take her on. Then he fires a bullet straight at her. Sung-ah sees it as the perfect chance to test him. With one finger, she flicks the bullet away, showing off insane speed and reflexes. She'd already seen him make a light sphere, and even though she blocked the shot, the impact still leaves her fingers throbbing. Sung-ah is pleased that the report was reliable after all. Ha-jin, on the other hand, is a little disappointed. He used a reinforced bullet, and she still deflected it without magic. That tells him a direct attack won't work on a hero like her. Next, he uses his stigma to create 2 swords and throws them at her. But Sung-ah dodges easily and notes that he used to fight like a swordsman before changing styles. His range of skills impresses her. Ha-jin reloads and starts firing over and over, but Sung-ah blocks every shot in an instant. She realizes his gun is far too strong for a standard training weapon, which confirms he has a gift that improves his weapons. What she doesn't expect is the knives suddenly flying back at her. Ha-jin is using a tricky angle to catch her off guard, knowing she can only use her left hand. Even so, she has her own tricks. Sung-ah activates her aura, knocking the knives away from her. It doesn't break the rules, the attack never hit her body, and she didn't move. Now Ha-jin is sure he just can't beat her. Sung-ah is amazed that he can bend projectile paths with magic. She's completely fascinated, wondering what kind of power that is. To her, he's like an onion, with layer after layer. She wants to examine his whole set of talents, but the protagonist is done. He puts away his gun and just starts walking off. Sung-ah is stunned. She can't believe he's really leaving. So she asks why he's heading off now, just when things were getting fun. Then the clever author turns back and reminds her that she already lost by taking a step. She had gotten careless and forgot the rule about not moving even once. The sudden realization hits Sung-ah hard, and she can't believe she got outplayed. Furious, she hears Ha-jin say he doesn't really care anyway. The fight is a waste of time. He has nothing against her, so he's giving up. Then he simply walks off, while Sung-ah trails after him like she still can't let it go. The truth is, MC only wanted to measure himself against her, because he thought he might have a small chance, but now he knows she's a monster in every sense of the word. Sung-ah keeps following him and calling his name. The whole exchange is being watched by Jejin, who is judging Ha-jin's abilities. Jun asks if everything is okay since she left her group behind just to come here, but the captain believes she made the right choice. Suddenly, the island shakes as something even bigger begins. The captain calls the tremor a pulse. Then we see a cocoon on a young tree, ready to hatch soon. Now about that young butterfly. This is a parasitic monster that grows by feeding on trees. In the original story, Rachel and Suho defeat it on the final day of the exam. Suho ends up exposed to the butterfly's powder, and Rachel gets an upgrade to her own abilities. But right now, Rachel is stuck with Ha-jin. He needs to find some way to pull her back into the story so she can fight the young butterfly. Still, there's one obvious problem. Rachel suddenly asks where they're even going, since they've just been wandering around. The problem is that he has no idea where the young butterfly will appear. Let's check on Sung-ho's group now. They've piled up enough monsters to take first place. Only 20 hours remain in the exam. While Sung-ho is busy, Nayoon suddenly asks what he thinks about Ha-jin's skills. She says he acts like he's hiding a huge part of his power. From the museum to the pair exam, every time they run into him, he's absurdly strong, despite his low stats and rank. Suho suddenly remembers what Ha-jin told him, and thinks the protagonist has a crush on Nayoon, so he starts grinning like an idiot for no reason. Annoyed, Nayoon asks what he's smiling about. While they're talking, a tree root bursts from the ground and attacks them. Both of them are shocked to see the roots moving on their own. At the same time, Ha-jin sees the roots too, which gives him a solid clue about where the young butterfly is. The roots overwhelm the cadets, leaving Rachel and MC on their own. Ha-jin lays out his plan. He wants to find the source of the tremors and kill the monster, but he needs Rachel to protect him on the way. It's a pretty normal request, so Rachel agrees. That makes him think things through. If the cadets head straight for the source, they'll have the best chance to face the young butterfly. Meanwhile, Suho watches it all unfold and wonders if she should step in, since this creature wasn't supposed to be part of the exam. On second thought, she decides it could be a great test for the cadets. It may sound harsh, but she believes future heroes should be able to handle a threat like this. Real heroes are shaped by hardship. Then Naeun drops in with a magic sword strike, cleanly slicing through one of the roots. Even she's surprised by how strong that attack was, and Suho reacts with excitement. As a swordsman, he starts giving her tips on better cuts and sword control, which annoys Naeun because he's ruining her big moment. The roots seem endless, but they can still be beaten. Suho realizes fighting the roots themselves isn't the answer. They need to kill the source connected to the trunk. Some cadets point out that the tree looks strange, and they can see a creature spinning inside the cocoon. Then the shell suddenly cracks open and the caterpillar shows its true form. Its massive size shocks the cadets. Then the butterfly pulls away from the tree and takes to the air. As it flies, it spreads a powerful dust all over the cadets. Naeun is the first to feel how dangerous it is. The dust drains her strength and the other students start weakening too. Naeun faints, but Suho catches her before she hits the ground. For some reason, he seems like the only one still standing while everyone else is worn out. That's because Suho held his breath to avoid the dust, but he's reaching his limit and wonders if he can finish the monster now. Just then, Suho notices two cadets rushing in from nowhere. It's Rachel and Hajin. They already prepared for this with masks on, and they move in fast. They charge straight at the monster. Rachel sees the collapsed cadets and realizes the dust got them. What bothers her most is that the protagonist already knew this would happen. He grabs her attention and points at the monster in the air. He wants to take it down himself, while Rachel handles the roots. Getting ready, Hajin fires a strong shot that shatters one of its wings and makes it scream in pain. The sprout butterfly lets out a cry, and roots burst from the ground. Rachel had been waiting for that exact chance, and she slices through them with amazing sword skill. Then she notices the roots are still attacking from underground and looks back at Hajin. A huge root shoots up and nearly kills him, but Rachel reacts fast and shoves him away. The problem is, one root grabs her right foot. It yanks her up and throws her straight into a tree. Hajin worries about Rachel, and that brief distraction costs him. The roots turn on him next, and it looks like he's done for. Then Suho jumps in and saves MC at the last second. But after that move, he loses control of his breathing. He turns back to Rachel, terrified she's unconscious. Then the seed slips out of his jacket and bounces over to its mother. Hajin can barely believe what he's seeing. The seed hops onto Rachel's face and starts showering her with affection. The protagonist is already annoyed, but Suho calls for help and his condition is getting worse. With no real choice, the protagonist thinks it over. Using stigma magic, he can only make 3 fire bullets. That means just 3 chances to kill the creature. Looking at Suho, he realizes he'll need his help. Then out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning strikes the young butterfly and slams it to the ground. Hajin immediately wonders who did it. The answer is the masked guild captain, surrounded by crackling lightning. As the sprout butterfly crashes down, MC even suspects she may know something about the dust. With an opening finally there, Suho uses the last of his strength to land the killing blow. The monster is finally defeated. Right after that, Suho's strength leaves his body, and he collapses. Jinae steps up to the young butterfly and reaches for the item she came to get. Suddenly, Hajin stops her and demands that she quit it. He says that's not something she should be taking. According to the author, even the captain doesn't know what the dust really does yet. She only wants it to sell later for money, but if she takes it, Suho loses a big power-up he'll need against future enemies. Junak barely reacts. She looks around and sees that everyone except Hajin seems to be unconscious. Now that the dust is fading, the captain can't believe a normal cadet like him lasted this long. She now sees him as someone worth watching. The truth is, the protagonist has been blocking the dust with ether and controlling his breathing. He tries to put his mask back on, but then Jin-ai wraps him in a black portal. Inside that space, the captain reveals who she is. She already knows Hajin figured it out from the start. He plays it safe and tries to remember the name she used when they met during the midterms. For a second, even the captain has to think about it. She uses so many fake names it's hard to keep up. Then she remembers the card she gave him under a false identity. MC wonders if she's some kind of exam supervisor. The captain stays suspicious and pushes him for answers. He tries to bluff his way through, but she fires a warning shot and gives him a serious look. The captain is ready to kill him, until she suddenly remembers she's supposed to act like a hero. The author panics and explains he figured her out when she gave him the smartwatch. He adds that he has special eyes, but even she knows glowing eyes alone shouldn't be enough to see through Jane Valoran's disguise. As she stands there thinking, the captain guesses his magic might naturally connect to anti-magic and its attribute. If that's true, then any magic coming from his body would carry anti-magic traits. That would explain how he saw through Jane Valoran's skill by focusing that power into his eyes. Accepting that idea, the captain becomes fully convinced Kim Hajin is a valuable asset. She breaks the illusion sphere and, as a sign of goodwill, decides to share the sprout dust with him. The captain starts to add a condition, but Jane Valoran cuts her off right away so she won't say something dumb. Lowen, the most basic thing she could ask for was Hokun's phone number. After that talk, the author finally breathes out. He really thought it was over for him. Still, he got what he wanted. The sprout dust is now his. The captain's interference messed up his timing though, and Hajin starts thinking about how to give the dust to Suho without making anyone suspicious. Then he suddenly remembers Rachel and the seed taking care of her. Her body starts shining with a beam of light. He is frightened because the seed has finally reached its hatching stage. The light reaches Hajin, while Rachel slowly wakes up. She sees a girl in front of her, a girl hugging her warmly and healing all her wounds. There's something familiar about her, and Rachel realizes she looks like a younger version of herself. The girl tries to speak to her, but Rachel can't understand the words. She wants the girl to say it again, but the moment ends when Hoken runs over. Beside Rachel sits a tiny Rachel. Avondel calls the horrified Hoken her dad and says her mom fell asleep again. Shin Jong-hak and the others were knocked out, but they finally start waking up. They find a dizzy Hoken carrying Suho, while Shin Jong-ha handles the others. The fourth day of the final exam is finally over. They're heading back to the academy. With the finals finished, the protagonist quietly thinks everything over. Even though the butterfly caused trouble, anyone who helped defeat it will get extra points. When MC checks his smartwatch, he notices she still hasn't contacted him, even after taking his info for her plans. Even so, he still doesn't get why she took such a strong interest in him. While he's lost in thought, Naewon brings up the dust again, so he reminds her that it knocked everyone out. She heard from Suho that Haojin beat the butterfly by breaking its wings, but to her it makes no sense that a pistol could destroy a creature's wings. He then politely asks why she suddenly chose a sword instead of her bow. Of course he enjoys stirring things up, and Naewon snaps that he was the one who told her to do it. Haojin flips it around, acting like he was only worried she'd struggle in battle with a weapon she had less experience using. Still, she says she's fine with it. She's good with a sword too, so it won't be a problem. The protagonist accepts that and asks how it felt to use a sword again. Her body language looks flat, so MC assumes it must have been scary. That makes her flustered and tense, because she wants to act like she handled it perfectly. He can tell right away when Naeun is lying. After all, he wrote that trait into her. He smiles, realizing that even with the story changing, her personality is still mostly the same. He thinks things will work out in the end, and tells Naeun she was born to use a sword, which is true, based on what the author intended. The scene shifts to Yonha, who is eating with Suho and Naeun. She secretly ships the protagonist and Naeun, and that thought alone makes her embarrassed. Even Suho suspects there might be something there after what the protagonist said. The purple-haired boy thinks most people who try getting close to MC give up because of his cold personality. That makes Naeun stand out, since he keeps showing interest in her. Naeun tries to fire back and reminds Yona that she was the one who approached him first, but that only happened because Yona wanted something from him. The protagonist and Naeun feel different. Totally embarrassed, she tries to hide how nervous she is, while the others wonder how she'll deal with it. And speaking of Hajin, they spot him nearby, making poor Naeun quickly act like she doesn't care. MC glances at her and keeps walking, which only gives Yonha more reason to tease her. Underneath it all, Naeun's defenses are clearly starting to crack, and it shows on her face. Anyway, the author heads back to his room and finds Evandal there. She looks like a tiny Rachel and is beyond excited to see her dad. She jumps at him and asks where Hajin went. He tells the little girl not to call him dad, because that would make things complicated if people found out. The girl gets stubborn and wants to know why. He is starting to realize just how much patience it takes to deal with a small child. The little girl gives him a bright, innocent smile, and the protagonist can't help smiling back. Evandal evolved beside Rachel on the last day of the exam. Hajin had been really shaken when he found out. She even hugged him, happy that he had raised her so well. MC started to panic when a scouting helicopter began checking the cadets. He quickly asked Evandel to turn back into her old seed form. She didn't want to. She kept calling Rachel her mom and felt sad about leaving her. Still, in the end, Evandel returned to being a seed, and that's how Hajin brought her back to his room. While the monster child keeps causing chaos, this guy somehow ended up as a teen dad overnight. At lunch, Evandel happily enjoys the food. He wants her to hurry up so he can focus on the butterfly seedling powder. That powder is a magic item that sticks to a target and draws out hidden potential. Its main use is boosting potential, and it works on both people and objects. The problem is, it was supposed to end up with Suho, but the captain got involved and messed that up. Now Hajin still needs to find a good way to get the powder to Suho. Then the story shifts to Rachel resting in bed, thinking about a dream involving a child. The feeling was so real that it didn't seem like an ordinary dream. She wonders if some kind of elemental tree affected her sleep, or if it was just a hallucination. Even so, she can't stop thinking about it, and the memory fills her with warmth and happiness. Rachel feels like that warmth will stay with her from now on, almost as if they might meet again someday. Then we return to Yonha, who is patiently waiting for someone. That person finally arrives, and it's Hajin, the one she thought might cancel. She tells him one more person is joining them, but since that person is late, they should go ahead first. At that point, the protagonist starts wondering who the last guest is. Yonha congratulates him for doing well on the final exam, but MC doesn't care much about his score. She jokes that he should have dropped 20 points to look more average. Even so, she knows plenty of other guilds are starting to notice him. Hajin looks out the window, then freezes in surprise. That's when Yonha finally welcomes him to the grand headquarters of Essence of the Strait. A few hours earlier, he got a message about the guild experience program, Certain cadets would be contacted through their smartwatches and get a chance to watch active heroes at work. Each guild can choose whichever cadets they want, but the higher-ranked guilds get first pick. Hajin is excited because he wants to see real heroes in action. Usually each guild picks 3 first years and 3 second years. Because of that, first years ranked below 300 almost never get a chance. Since the protagonist entered with a rank in the 900s, he assumes he has no shot no matter how well he did later. Then a sudden alert on his smartwatch catches him off guard. He's stunned that someone actually picked him. It turns out the invitation came from Essence of the Strait. Back in the present, Yana and Hajin walk together. He learns that many heroes spend plenty of time indoors, studying dangerous missions before going out into the field. Then he gives Yana a sharp look as he realizes she's the only reason he got into this guild experience at all. As the guildmaster's daughter, she can bend the rules a little. They step into the research and analysis rooms. One hero says Hajin ranked first in the written exam, so this place seemed like a good fit for him. Sanho is a hero and Yana's most trusted aide. He's in charge of running guild experiences for future scouts. He seems like a decent guy, but because MC wrote this story, he knows Sanho will someday betray Yana in a brutal way. Then someone walks up to them and speaks to Sanho and the new cadet. Yana already knows about Hajin and she's another hero from the guild. She judges him right away based on his rank and throws a look at Yana, clearly thinking she abused her power to bring him here. It's obvious she doesn't want him around. Yana supports the current vice guild master Hosok, so she stands directly against Yana. Still, that resentment won't last forever. It's supposed to change later in the story. In time, she becomes the guild's deputy leader and one of its strongest pillars. Sanho tries to defend Hajin by mentioning that he placed first on the written test, but she brushes it off as nothing special. She doesn't think cadet-level academics matter much, and she starts pressing him instead. Yana decides to test him and hands him a report to solve. Sanho reminds her that she's not supposed to share confidential data. Jina doesn't care. All she wants is to put the protagonist down. He gets annoyed and sees this as the perfect chance to prove her wrong. Reaching out to Jina, he asks for paper so he can write down his answer. She keeps mocking him, and Hajin can't figure out why she's being so harsh. Meanwhile, Yana notices that her second guest has finally arrived. She and her assistant go to meet that person, leaving Hojin to work through the report. He reviews the dungeon raid variables and admits the ideas are way beyond what most cadets could handle. Even so, his sharp eye lets him break everything down fast and write the answers with ease. He's just about to finish the last part of his explanation when Jin Ha suddenly snatches the paper away. She's annoyed that he kept solving it instead of following the others. Hajin is about 1 second away from shooting her in the face. Anyway, he leaves the analysis room frustrated because he couldn't finish the conclusion. He's just hoping she won't make him do the whole test again. Then, right as he's about to step out of the elevator, MC runs into Nayun. She's just as surprised to see him there and immediately questions Yana about it. Hajin watches Yana's reaction and realizes she intentionally kept them both in the dark. It's been a while since we checked in on Jinyuk's detective agency. He's wearing himself out trying to gather anything he can on him, but nothing useful is turning up. Hajin's past is almost completely blank. No real trace of his parents or how he became an orphan. Jinyuk is hitting his limit after his niece gave him this impossible job. At the same time, everything about this boy only makes the case more interesting. A report fragment mentions an accident that killed a pregnant woman and her unborn child. Next comes the mobilization task for Nayun and the protagonist during the guild experience. Sanho asks why she was late, and Nayun says she had a meeting with her grandfather before rushing over. Her grandfather is no joke. He's the great hero Chejo Cheo. Yanha gets an important call and tells them to move on without her. In the bathroom, she speaks with her uncle Jinyuk and asks for an update on the investigation. Jinyuk teases her, saying he hasn't even had time to really start. Yanha gets angry at that, and Jinyuk asks why she's so interested in the boy's parents in the first place. After all, it's not like Hajin is openly searching for them. But based on Hojin's past interest in criminals, Yunho thinks he might be looking for his parents, which makes her wonder if they were tied to some crime in the past. That links back to Jinyuk's investigation into the Guangzhou shelter massacre. He cuts her off, says he has a client to deal with, and ends the call. Then Jinyuk starts wondering if there's a real connection between the boy and that massacre. Speaking of it, about 16 years ago, a wave of monsters swept through Guangzhou and killed many people. 9 heroes and 87 civilians died in the attack. Jinyuk led the investigation back then and was eventually cast out by his family because of it. The government claimed demons were behind the attack, but that was only a cover. The real people responsible were somewhere else. They were the country's president at the time, Kim Sok-ho, Daehan Group chairman Ju Chol, and Yonha's father, Ju Nong. They never tried to pursue the truth and instead sent assassins to silence it. The incident barely mattered to them. That raises a question. What if someone survived? What if Hajin's parents died in that massacre and it pushed him toward revenge? Feeling real danger, Jinyuk decides he has to stop digging into the case. If Ju Chul targets him, he'll be the one in danger. The story returns to Nayun, who's having fun sprinting ahead with the others. Sadly, MC's physical stats are terrible, so he can barely keep up. Sanho wonders if Hajin will be okay. Nayun doesn't seem worried about him, but for some reason Yana looks seriously upset. Most of that anger is aimed at her useless uncle for hanging up on her. They reach the monster site where a group of golems is tearing things apart. One golem is just about to kill innocent people. It raises a huge fist to smash the ground, but Yuna's whip catches it and stops the attack. That opening lets Sanho charge in with his spear, throwing it with all his strength. Jonghak hurls his spear and smashes the golem. Meanwhile, Hajin finally catches up to the group. Naeun gets ready to shoot an arrow at the golem, but then decides her sword would work better. She remembers the golems all share the same weak point, then rushes in to slash at their ankles. Her blade fills with magic, and just as she moves in to strike, the golem catches her off guard and slams a fist into her stomach. Naeun cries out in pain and hits the ground hard. She can't believe the golems got this strong. The monster moves in for the finish, when someone suddenly calls for her to move. It's Hajin, pulling her away with ether magic. The save works, but he ends up a little too close for comfort. Strangely, just wanting to save Naetun made his ether react on its own, and the moment turns awkward fast. While he scrambles to think of something to say, he settles on giving her real advice. If things get rough, fight from farther away. He even points out that her sword can launch longer range attacks. Naetun doesn't take it badly, but her mind goes blank. Still, she acts tough like always. Then she turns away and thanks him. Hajin knows there's an important reason she has to keep using that sword. With it she can one day hold around 10 times more mana than a normal hero. Naetun's inborn gift is called Mana Ocean, and her sword helps bring it out. Put simply, her mana pool is insane. Even her raw output beats Suho's. The mission ends with the heroes taking down the golems, and the rescue team handles what's left. Then Hajin feels someone staring straight at him. The second their eyes meet, he knows exactly who it is. Naetun calls out that they need to go, so he turns away, feeling sorry for the person watching him. Elsewhere, Jinha is sick of being stuck in the office for endless hours. Her friend tells her to hand the work off, but this arrogant idiot still thinks she can do it better than anyone. Then her friend checks the document Hajin wrote. Since Jinapple already looked down on D1, she planned to grade his cadet test harshly too. But the moment she reads the report, she's stunned speechless, and her whole attitude changes. She starts bombarding the protagonist with messages and demands that he call her right away. Too bad for her, MC has no desire to go back to headquarters or deal with her again. Instead, he leaves a message for Jonghak, saying he won't join tomorrow's guild activity. Hajin thinks this should make things more interesting, while Yana answers Jonghak with pure sarcasm. She reminds him of his rank at the academy, and says he's not fit for a guild as amazing as Straits of Essence. That only makes Jonghak angrier, since this whole mess started because Jonghak couldn't keep her mouth shut. Knowing Yana will be furious later, the protagonist still thinks this is the best move. After the long day, he starts getting sleepy. It's even worse because he still has to keep his energetic little kid busy. He picks up Evandale and thinks about doing something else while she stays fast asleep. Then Hajin takes out the powder and checks it carefully. Lately, one thing about it has been on his mind. There's a lot of it, enough to strengthen several main characters at once, including himself. So he decides to split the powder into 3 parts. He reminds himself that he also has to survive alongside the main cast, which means using every chance he gets as smartly as possible. After dividing it, he takes 1 share, but decides using it on his body would be a waste. There's no hidden talent there to awaken. That means the best place to use it is on his ether magic, and he sprinkles the powder onto the golden sphere. The effect should kick in soon. Then Hajin gets a late-night message from Naetun, making him wonder what she wants. She texts him to thank him for helping her, and then keeps typing without sending anything for a full 10 minutes. When his patience runs out and he asks what she means, Naetun brushes it off and says it's nothing. MC just tells her to go to sleep because she's acting weird. Instead of getting mad, she laughs, which only confuses him more. The fact that they're talking this casually already feels strange. He started out as a background character with no power in the story, but now he's become someone important right in the middle of the main cast. It makes him wonder if he counts as a supporting character now. Even so, there's still a lot he needs to deal with. The scene shifts to Yonahyu, who's exhausted from work. She's been buried under tasks lately. Straits of Essence has its own intel team, but they're weak at gathering information. So Yonai is trying to recruit new agents. And yes, she's still annoyed at her shameless uncle for dropping the investigation and leaving her with the dirty work. Then, at that late hour, Nayun suddenly calls. Yonai answers and says she's busy, but Nayun keeps it simple. She and Suho are going to a seminar and want Yonai to come too. She almost says no until she hears that Jonghak will be there. Ready to end the call, Yonghak asks if that's all, but Nayun changes the subject and brings up the drone footage from yesterday's golem fight. Yonghak confirms it exists. She has to write the guild report for management anyway, so she's already seen it. Being sharp as ever, she instantly realizes Nayun is worried about the part where Hajin caught her. The camera got a very clear angle of them together. Nayun is practically praying that clip doesn't get shared, but Yuna just teases her and asks if being held like that felt nice. The call ends with Nayun blushing hard while Yuna hangs up. Afterward, we cut to Nayun and see that she's completely red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yuna is sure Nayun is just trying not to face the truth, and she heads back to work in a much better mood. That mood lasts until an unexpected message arrives. She's so shocked she jumps out of her seat. Hajin has voluntarily quit the guild experience because of Jenna's stupidity. Now Yena is beyond furious. She tears into Jenna for ruining such a great prospect, and she's annoyed with him too for never doing what she expects. Back to the protagonist. His story points are taking a hit because his role in the plot keeps growing. He wasn't expecting to gain many points lately, so he decides he needs to spend them carefully. Thinking it over, Hajen admits his physical stats will keep falling behind. His real strength is fighting smart, just like when he invested the powder into ether, so this time he chooses to spend his story points on his weapon. It looks risky, but the effect is worth chasing, especially since his luck usually pulls him through. Going all in, MC decides to awaken the skill and hopes this doesn't go badly. He types on the keyboard and confirms the activation, still nervous about what might happen. When he opens his eyes, the system gives him bad news. The skill's quality dropped because he didn't have enough story points. Still, his luck saves him at the last second, so the loss isn't as bad as it could have been. Hajen feels relieved, even if he's not fully happy with the result. It was a reckless idea, but at least it didn't end in disaster. With that prep work done, he remembers why he upgraded his skills now in the first place. Checking his smartwatch, he gets a notice about the travel club's next destination. It's time for the main story to start moving again. Over the past week, Hajen has thrown himself into physical training on purpose. Even after spending points on his weapon, he still didn't want to give up on improving his body. Every session leaves him worn out, and he still can't raise his physical stats to the level of an average cadet. But when he activates his ether magic, he's glad to see that at least its development is finally complete. We get a clearer explanation of ether. It's basically a fluid he can shape however he wants for different uses. His physical strength modifier has risen to 0.7, and now he also has detailed materialization, which lets him control the fluid's color and texture. He experiments with it and decides not to make guns since they're too hard, so to test the fluid, he shapes it into a knife. It works perfectly and feels like a normal knife, but there's one big difference. Using his observation skill, Hajen sees that materialized objects get a strength boost of up to 44%, meaning this blade is far tougher than a real one. He throws it with all his strength to test it, and the blade slices into rock, something an ordinary knife could never do. Detailed materialization is a huge upgrade, especially when paired with random enhancement. Even if both abilities are still below mythic weapons, they're strong enough to trick his enemies. A careless person can still get badly hurt by something as simple as a knife, and that works in his favor. Then we cut to Avandel playing with the ether fluid. Hajen tells her to stay in her room while he heads out for club activities, and he even promises to bring her something tasty if she listens to him. He jokes with the cute little potato, then heads out. Avandel smiles, waves goodbye, and says she'll be waiting for him. Meanwhile, Rachel is visited by a servant who came to check on her safety. After the recent attacks, the school assigned important staff to protect her. They also bring up the cadet who saved her life. The Royal Guild wants to recruit Hajen, and that makes Rachel genuinely happy. She already knows his combat skill is far above a low-rank fighter. Rachel guesses other guilds are probably preparing offers too. Still, no one can move openly yet, since serious recruitment at this stage is illegal. The Royal Guild may not rank with Korea's very best guilds, but they're great at approaching cadets, so Rachel believes they can give Hajen the best deal. Then we move to the travel club president who introduces the group to England. It's really hot, and Nayun is already annoyed. Junhak asks why the protagonist still has his cadet uniform on. Nayun is even more shocked that he looks perfectly fine with a jacket over it too. To them, that seems insane. What they don't know is that he's wearing the black coat Rachel gave him, which adjusts to the temperature around him. Suho and Hajen are impressed by the country's architecture. Then they learn their final stop for the day is somewhere that doesn't exist in the normal world. It's Clancy Islet, a floating island. The only way there is through a portal. MC explains that the man-made island belongs to the government and was built with floating stones. It's a place full of money, entertainment, auctions, and product launches. In short, it's a golden island, basically this world's Las Vegas, and the main stage for the next part of the story. Once they arrive at Clancy, Nayun lights up with excitement. Suho is surprised to hear that both Hyuna and Nayun have been here before. But the memory hits Nayun hard. Last time she came with her brother, and soon after he was caught in a terrible incident. Trying to cheer her up, Suho asks her to guide him around. That quickly lifts her mood, and she happily agrees. The club president explains there will be an event on the island that afternoon, and everyone has permission to attend. Until then, they're free to explore on their own before meeting back up. Nayun immediately raises her hand and asks if they can go to the casino. She really is a born gambler. Since cadets are treated like adults here, they're allowed into the casino area. So the four of them head there with Nayun being the most excited by far. The whole place screams money and gold. Hojin didn't expect it to look this flashy. Nayun is ready to jump in right away, but first they have to show their ID cards at the front desk. Using his observation skill, Hajen instantly sees through Jen Valoran's disguise and casually asks how long she's worked there. He plays it off, but now he knows Jen Valoran is already inside. That matters because the event at 7 o'clock is dangerous. Several demons will gather here and he clenches his fist, trying to stay calm. His nerves are already getting tested, though not for the reason you'd think. He's actually excited to gamble and test how far his luck can carry him. The incident won't happen until 7, so he has plenty of time to play first. Before long, Hajen empties one slot machine after another. Thanks to his absurd luck, now he starts wondering what game to try next. Meanwhile, poor Nayun is on a terrible losing streak. The man across from her is named Bert. Frustrated by all her losses, she gives up and tries to leave. But Bert suddenly stops her and offers back 20% of what she lost, because he feels bad for her. That kindness only makes her even angrier. She slams the table and vents at the game. What makes it funny is that in about 2 hours, she's going to be crying in this casino with nothing left. Sadly for her, the casino staff control how the games flow. Their leader, Bert, is a minor but important figure in Hajin's story. The protagonist watches Nayeon lose again and figures there's only so much she can do against a man who plays for money and has tricks ready. So he steps in like her hero and takes her seat, confident because he wants to see how this game plays out. Nayeon thinks he's being reckless since the minimum bet is 100,000 won. Even so, Hajin joins the game, which only irritates her more. The players get their cards and start checking their hands. Then one of the men looks at MC in surprise and asks why he hasn't turned over his cards. He calmly says he doesn't plan to. With observation, he can read them even face down. To everyone else, that sounds crazy. Coming from a kid, so they wonder if he even knows how to play. Hajin ignores them and purposely shows his lowest card. One man gets fed up with the protagonist's attitude and the way he's looking down on him. The protagonist shoots back that the man was the one who started talking first. Things almost turn into a scene, but Bert steps in and reminds his friend to behave. They're dealing with a cube cadet, so they need to show respect. Bert is just as shocked by Hajin's move, but he hides it well and keeps his cool, at least until MC ruins that too. Some time passes in the casino. Jane Valoran, still disguised, confirms 6 members of the evil society are here, along with 3 association heroes undercover. There's also a scammer and 1 hero acting alone, though that last one seems harmless. She also ran into him, whom the captain seems to like. Now she wonders if he can recognize her after meeting before. The captain says he can see through her disguise with his special skill. She assumes he wouldn't use that on ordinary people, but she's completely wrong because Hajin's skill is active all the time. Back to Bert. His face is starting to crack while the protagonist keeps playing with total confidence. It's already the 12th round and the pot is close to 60 million won. Bert is holding the ace of hearts, and with the rest of his hand he has an incredibly strong set. Even with cards that good, he keeps a perfect poker face. He calls, matching his opponent's bet. Another player raises, Hajin follows, and Bert stays in too. Bert's hand is so strong that beating him should be almost impossible. Winning here should be rarer than hitting the lottery, but MC isn't normal. Bert points at the cadet, fully focused now. His eyes land on the ring hanging from his necklace, the artifact he got in the hall. Nayeon notices and asks about it, but the protagonist plays dumb and says it's nothing important. Still, knowing how she thinks, Nayeon probably assumes he's saving it for someone special. She gives up on the game and stands to leave. Hajin wants her to stay, but Nayeon says it's already over. She even offers to pay him back for what he might lose instead of letting him risk such an important ring. MC grabs her and tells her it's fine because he's not going to lose. That sudden move leaves her flustered all over again. Then he tells Bert the ring is very expensive, so if they're doing this, Bert should put up his bracelet too. Bert agrees. Now both artifacts are on the table. Time for the reveal. Bert goes first and shows 3 aces with 2 jacks, a full house. Naeslun looks completely crushed. Bert even apologizes as he reaches for the chips. Sure, the win is his. Then Hajin reminds him that his own cards still haven't been shown. The game isn't over yet. Bert almost looks offended by that idea, so he quickly flips the cards and reveals 4 of a kind. Nayeon's face says everything. She can't believe he actually pulled it off. Hajin brushes it off like it was all just luck, but Bert is done for. He can't understand how this happened, and his calm mask finally breaks as he lashes out at the protagonist. It gets so bad that security has to step in and stop him. After checking everything several times, they confirm MC won fair and square. Nayeon thinks Bert looks pathetic while he examines the bracelet. It's a special magic artifact with a seal that lowers the damage the wearer takes and turns that energy into mana. The funny part is that Bert never even knew what it really did. The bracelet's wearer can't directly use the mana inside it, so the mana just stays sealed within the artifact. If someone added 1 or 2 more magic seals, they could unlock that mana. But in the original story, Bert wouldn't discover that for another year. Nayeon gets curious and asks what Hajin would have done if he had lost. He answers calmly that he would have accepted death in that case. Now that he's rich, he even offers to pay back everything. Nayeon lost. She doesn't care about that and tells him to keep it. The only thing she really says is a shy compliment. She thought he looked really cool. Yeah, she's definitely falling for him. Anyway, Suho and Yuno meet up with the protagonist and Nayeon. They barely made it in time for the event. Hajin is dressed like a fashion model, and even Yuno asks what brought on this change. He says he just stopped by an antique shop and somehow ended up in a high-end designer outfit. When money comes up, Nayeon proudly talks about how MC kept winning every luck-based game like a maniac. Their chat gets cut off when a guy shows up who seems to know Nayeon. She didn't expect to see him here, and he says he only came for fun. He jokes that maybe he's her secret boyfriend, and Nayeon instantly blushes and denies it, hard. The guy is Jun Woo from the Forsaken Plains Guild, the same hero Jane Valoran once called harmless. Jane Valoran seems pleased and greets him in a very polished way. They keep talking while the masked guild captain watches them from the shadows. She asks for Jane Valoran, who appears with magic, ready to play her part. Then the event begins, with tons of broadcasts covering it live. They mention VIPs from all over the world, showing how important this event is. A new method for using the white crystal is about to be revealed, and everyone wants to hear it. Rachel arrives in a fancy car and steps out. Right away, she draws everyone's attention. A flood of reporters rushes in, asking for her opinion. The princess ignores them and her guards step in to hold them back. She shuts the door behind her and stops in front of what looks like a spatial gate. Rachel is glad to finally get a moment alone, but then Zealand, the CEO, greets her. She clearly isn't happy to see him and asks if the anti-demon security is really in place. He says Clancy Islet is the safest place in Europe right now. Top heroes are here to handle any trouble, so nothing should go wrong. Lithon Corporation also strongly supports the Royal Guild, so they're using this event to boost its reputation. Still, something about the way he says it feels shady to Rachel. His smug smile makes it obvious he's hiding something, but all he says is to look forward to the event. Meanwhile, Hajin sits alone at a table. There are still 30 minutes left before the official start, but the place is already packed. What bothers him most is why anyone would hold such a dangerous event in a place crawling with demons. The author created plenty of evil companies in this story, but Lithon may be the worst. It's not because the company is full of demons, it's because the humans running it are disgusting. They possess the white crystal, a powerful treasure no demon should ever get. From the main story, Hajin knows at least 3 demons will reveal themselves today. The last one is Hakpyo, the captain of the collection team. At his current level, the protagonist can't really stop them from doing what they came to do. This time, he has to let the story play out on its own. Then someone unexpected calls his name, the masked guild captain. She catches him off guard and says she's just patrolling the area for security. Jane Valorin teases the captain for talking to her crush. That makes her furious, and poor Hojin wonders if he's the reason. After calming down, the captain apologizes and says she heard something strange through her earpiece. Oddly enough, Hojin heard Jane Valorin too, which shocks him even more. Suho notices Hojin talking to an unfamiliar woman and asks who she is. MC introduces the captain as Zhao Feng, a personal acquaintance, then greets his friends. She acts like she already knows them because of their high rankings. Another guest jumps in, Jun Woo. He's very curious about how Zhao Feng knows a cadet. He also wants to know about her guild ties, so he's probably figured out who she really is. Time passes, and the event finally starts. Suho and Yuanha stay together, leaving Hojin with the other 2. Xiao Feng avoids answering his question and says she needs to return to her assigned post. She quickly leaves. As she goes, he breaks into a sweat, hoping this clown still hasn't figured out his identity. Then Rachel looks down from above and spots the protagonist's table. She also notices he's wearing the same black royal coat she gave him, which makes her smile. Then the event begins. Zealand introduces himself as the company's CEO and talks about pushing innovation. He explains the energy that drives monsters in the first place. It's mana, and when mana naturally condenses, it becomes a treasure with amazing power. Among them, white mana crystals are especially valuable. In all of human history, only 480 have ever been found. The problem was that nobody knew how to use them. Now Zealand says that has changed. He unveils the artifact and announces that, after long research, his corporation discovered the best way to use the white crystal. The crystal sits sealed inside a chamber, its true purpose still hidden. The crowd applauds, full of awe and curiosity, while Hojin waits quietly. The vacuum cube chamber is said to be tied to the Persian Empire and its long history. As the speech continues, Rachel keeps her eyes on several shady figures moving around. At first they looked like security staff, but now she isn't so sure. She can tell something bad is about to happen, yet she can't move without proof. Then she notices Hojin getting up and leaving in a hurry. It makes no sense for him to leave before the event is even over. That only makes her more suspicious of MC, who always seems to be near trouble and gives off a mysterious vibe. It's hard for Rachel not to suspect him. She orders her guards to check for anything suspicious in the hallway. They rush off, leaving her alone. Rachel touches her ring and activates Shadow Step, which hides her presence. With that, she can move around unnoticed. Her main goal is to follow Hojin, because she knows something is happening behind the scenes. Both Zealand and he believe something will happen inside Clancy Hall. An investigation into Lethan Corporation's internal documents has already been done. The item inside Tai Clancy Hall is believed to be a real artifact, an ancient piece of pottery. The strange part is that no one knows why Zealand took the risk of displaying the real thing instead of a copy. Hakio thinks Zealand is simply too confident, and maybe he believes this stunt will raise the company's stock price. It sounds reasonable in theory, since the entrance portal to Clancy Islet is heavily guarded. The island was also made with magic, so demon-made artificial ports are useless here. So instead, Hakpyo and his group chose to use a plane. No one would expect demons to come that way. Meanwhile, Hajin heads toward an unknown place, with Rachel quietly following behind. She stays careful and watches from a distance. Hidden by her skill, she sees him trying to open the rooftop door. The problem is, those doors stay locked for security reasons. The protagonist thinks for a second and pulls out a hammer, leaving Rachel totally baffled. She wonders if this idiot really plans to smash the door open. Weapons are strictly banned on Clancy Islet, so a tool is the closest thing to one he could carry. Even so, using a hammer on a reinforced magic door sounds absurd. But Hajin doesn't care and swings with full force, blowing the doors apart. Rachel is left speechless. She can't believe what she just saw. This guy is casually walking around with almost superhuman strength. Then she hears chaos erupt in the hallway. The attack has begun, and several demons are already moving. They're slaughtering people without hesitation. Even Zealand is, and, in the middle of it, one villain gets the white crystal. That villain is suddenly attacked by a hero. By the end of the strike, the hero is shocked that his target dodged and then used a multiplication skill, making him a seriously annoying enemy. Shang Chen identifies himself as an elite hero, but for some reason the villain's copies scatter and run. Shang Chen calls him a coward and can't even decide which one to chase first. Watching from nearby, the masked guild captain waits for her chance to move. Monsters are also tearing through the event, leaving Naeun stunned. Now they're dealing with both demons and monsters. Junwo, covered in blood, runs to help her. He tosses Suho a sword so he can fight, since he couldn't bring his own. Junwo knows Suho has to fight. He dragged him here, so now he expects him to prove himself. On the rooftop, Hajin watches everything below. Just like in the original novel, Nate split into 8 copies and escaped with the white crystal. Now a hero is chasing one of the copies, but that one doesn't have the crystal, so it's pointless. Jane Valorant is chasing another copy. And then the captain goes after the real one, the one carrying the white crystal. Just like in the original story. She gets ambushed by a group of demons who outnumber her, but they keep forgetting how strong she really is. She sends out a small black sphere, and her enemies badly underestimate it. The moment they touch it, the sphere starts swallowing their very existence. One man screams as his body is dragged in by the crushing pull of the black hole. The sphere pulls in the rest of the demons too, and they're all swallowed by the attack. Even Nate is afraid after seeing that move. A black whip quickly catches him and pierces through his body, pinning him in place without mercy. Even though Hajin wrote her abilities himself, he still thinks her fighting style is terrifying. Going by the original story, the white crystal should end up with the masked syndicate. But then something changes. The Nate in front of them is just a copy too, so he doesn't have the real crystal. That makes MC check his laptop right away to see if the story changed. There's no message, so this isn't some direct planned update. It's just the result of the story's variables shifting, and that's bad, because Hajin has no idea how to deal with something he never wrote. Then he remembers his stigma, the last card he can still play. He pours magic power into the stigma and focuses through Eagle Eye. He pushes his senses way past normal. With that, he can scan through walls and search the whole area much more easily. He still can't spot the white crystal, so he desperately keeps searching for whoever has it. Then a vehicle catches his eye. The person inside is carrying the vacuum cube, but suddenly something hits Hejin, and he jerks back. Too much information floods into his brain, making him stagger. He's overused his power, but this isn't the time to stop. He jumps to get a better look and finally spots the crystal at the perfect moment. He gets on and mutters an apology for stealing the bike, then starts it and speeds off. The story shifts back to the chaos at Clancy Hall, where Nayeon is doing everything she can to help people escape. Hajin shows up asking for her, and she gets annoyed because he didn't come sooner. Then he throws her something important. It's the magic sword he stole from Sidious. He tells her it suits her abilities, and she'll need a proper weapon if she's going to fight demons. This sword reacts to the user's mana, and as already shown, Nayeon has an insane amount of it. With this weapon, she can stand up to any demon she meets. Nayeon asks why he's giving it to her, but Hajin has no time to explain. He leaves because he still has something else to do. She tries to stop him, but he's already gone. After putting some distance between them, the protagonist tracks down the vehicle carrying the mana crystal. He speeds up to close the gap as fast as possible. Inside the car, the man wonders how long it'll take them to get out. Then Hajin slams his bike straight into the car, hitting it hard enough to flip the whole vehicle. He pauses to catch his breath after putting so much force into the crash. The man kicks the door open, furious and ready to kill the bastard who did this to him. More importantly, he's still waiting for his escort. Hajin realizes that's why this guy was acting so confident. The escort is a cargo plane, but they don't know MC is about to spend story points to send it back. That shocks the man holding the white crystal. With no warning at all, the plane just turns and leaves. Now this guy has nobody left to protect him, so Hajin walks up and tells him they should have a quick talk. Then he feels a sharp presence coming from another direction. A second later, a huge blast drops from above and tears through everything nearby. This is the same brute working for the Masked Syndicate, the one who already dealt with Rachel too. It really is the worst time for him to show up. Hajin's advantage disappears in an instant. He gets an even bigger shock when he sees Rachel unconscious beside him. Getting ready to fight, he gathers his ether magic. Hajin never thought things would get this messy. Jonghack sees what he's trying to do and warns him not to pick a fight unless he wants to get hurt. But the protagonist refuses to back down. He aims his gun at the case holding the white crystal and threatens his opponent. The brute realizes MC is worried about the princess and says he only brought Rachel because he thought she was after the crystal too. He doesn't get why she matters so much to him, but then gives him a cruel choice. He asks if Hajin is really ready to pull the trigger before he rips Rachel's head off. The author still won't back down and gets ready to fire, warning that if this keeps going, he'll destroy the very thing they came for. Impressed by the kid's nerve, Jonghack finally gives in and drops Rachel to the ground. Now she lies right in the middle of the battlefield, and the man demands the mana crystal. The protagonist quickly throws the case, and the man catches it easily. The thing is, Hajin was never really chasing the crystal. He knew it would end up beyond his reach. At best, he could trade it to save someone, and this time, that someone was Rachel. He still wants to ask her a lot of questions, when suddenly the brute gives a dark smile and tries to catch MC off guard with a sudden brutal punch. Hajin's face says it all. Oh crap, a fist is flying at him at full speed. The blow releases a huge shockwave, showing just how monstrous the brute's strength really is. When the smoke clears, the villain stands there surprised. His fist stopped just short of his face. He didn't flinch or panic for even a second. At that moment, the brute acknowledges his fighting spirit. He was only testing the boy, and now he's convinced Hajin has talent. Calling his performance impressive, the man walks away, and the protagonist finally lets out a breath of relief after he's gone. The pressure was so intense that MC drops to his knees. It was the very definition of a near-death moment. Just thinking about it, he remembers that fist stopping inches from his face. Nothing he had could have saved him from that hit. If he had made even the tiniest mistake, he would have lost his head. Then Rachel starts moving, which means she's awake again. She doesn't understand what happened because everything moved too fast, and Hajin tells her the villain is already gone, so she's safe now. Since she still looks confused, he explains how they got the white crystal, then asks if she was after it too. Rachel honestly says she was only following him. She holds out a bullet she found during the finals. He realizes it must be from when he used the sniper rifle. He tries to take it, but she quickly pulls it back and slips it into her pocket again. Rachel had been worried about him, so she followed Hajin, but the enemy beat her and she lost. Taking the chance, Rachel asks why he helped her during the final. It wasn't just then, he also helped her before, so she wants to know why he keeps going so far for her. Rachel thinks he's been paying very close attention to her. It's a hard question to answer, so Hajin slowly comes up with an excuse. He says he's her biggest fan, which sounds pretty weird. Then he doubles down and says he even joined her online fan club. Inside, the protagonist wonders if he pushed that lie too far, but he can't tell her the truth. Rachel is one of those characters who keeps running into danger, and if she dies or gets badly hurt, the story could fall apart for good. Rachel, clearly shaken, struggles to put her thoughts together and asks, "So you really like me?" Once again, Hajin is sweating like crazy and looking completely trapped. Anyway, back to Clancy Islet, which is still a mess. Jonghak is upset because part of his hair got burned, while Nayun quickly asks if he saw what just happened. She's confused, because she really doesn't get what Nayun means. Nayun talks about how Yoon was crushing monsters with his bare fists, without even using a weapon. Then there was Suho, cutting through anything in his way like an unstoppable swordsman. And finally, there was Nayun herself, swinging that magic sword and nearly wiping out monsters in one hit. She's clearly thrilled with her new weapon. Nayun also brings up Hajin suddenly taking off on a bike. Yoon says he only saw him for a second before he vanished, and Nayun still has no clue where he went. Then Suho anxiously brings up Rachel being missing. Her guards are searching everywhere, and Nayun can't understand where she went since Rachel was there before the attack. Nayun suddenly realizes the demons may have targeted Rachel too. Could they be planning to use her as a hostage against the British government? Yoon is angry and shaken when everyone suddenly spots Rachel returning on the bike. Her safe return eases Yuna's until they realize it's the same bike Hajin used to leave. The guildmaster's daughter quickly puts it together. While everyone was distracted, MC ran off and now Rachel is the one coming back. That can only mean one thing, making her greatly overestimate his ability to beat every demon by himself. She's stunned, because he already seems strong, but now he feels way beyond a cadet's level. Later, at the premium double-star hotel, Nayun looks like she's waiting for someone. Hajin comes to meet her, and it's surprising that none of the club members are around. Turns out they all went to eat because he showed up so late. Nayun asks him to come with her and seems weirdly eager to leave. The protagonist has no idea why she's being this nice, and he really can't figure out what's going on. With every step Nayun takes, her feelings grow stronger. She stops and turns to face Hajin, but this isn't some love confession. Embarrassed, Nayun asks if they're friends, and with their history that means a lot. Instead of just accepting it right away and saying yes, MC flat out says no, his face completely serious. That answer instantly upsets her, so she turns away and brushes it off like it meant nothing, then walks ahead hoping he forgets she ever said it. But the truth is, Hajin does care about her. He just can't call himself her friend, with the path he's going down. One day he'll be responsible for taking the life of the person she treasures most. That's why he won't get any closer and hurt her more later. To himself, he admits they were never meant to be friends. The next day, he returns to the dorms and Evandal is way too happy to see him. She brought him some tasty chicken, and that alone is enough to send her running off in excitement. The co-author is really starting to value having her around. Now, with no more distractions, it's time to get back to work before break starts. The first thing he does is sync his smartwatch with his laptop. It had always annoyed him to run to the computer for sudden story edits, but now he's finally willing to buy that feature. By the way, Yu Yong's punch didn't stop just because Hajin wanted it to. It also lined up with the author's crazy luck stat, which kicked in at the last second and saved his life. After earning story points from that, he's ready to spend almost 200 on the smartwatch. And now, the sync is done. He can use every function through this thing, which makes him wonder why he waited so long to buy it. With that handled, it's time to call his agent, Suho Hyuk. Hajin asks if he got what he requested. Turns out, he ordered a bike. Suho Hyuk explains that even the cheapest option will cost at least 150 million won, which is a lot. The protagonist is ready to go even higher and spend the full budget, so Suhoyuk reminds him how insane that price is. Still, MC buys it. After all, this is the same guy who made 2 billion won at the casino, so this barely hurts him. Plus, the story is getting close to the part where the master of the Warhorse Guild raids the Devil's Lair dungeon. Once that happens, their stock will shoot up, and all of Ho-chan's investments will finally pay off. Realizing he's about to get filthy rich, the guy starts laughing like a villain. The break finally ends, and Hajin watches the excited students nearby. Speaking of social media, it's been a while since he checked the main cast's posts. He used to look every day to see if anything important popped up. Fast forward, and he finds Jonghak posting a bold picture with a pretty daring caption. That guy keeps posting nonstop, almost like he's trying to make money off Instagram. Hajin is a little grossed out by it. As for Suho and Jonghak, they barely post at all. Rachel's account, though, is obviously run by the Royal Palace. Then there's Nae-roon, who still hasn't uploaded anything since the casino incident. He knows his words probably hurt her, but he figures she'll get over it. Once he joins the class, he's glad things are moving along smoothly. Their unforgettable teacher announces the start of the second semester and goes over the changes coming with it. First, there are updates to their rankings. Second, Cube has new transfer students. A recent transfer ceremony brought in some top mages from high-level magic academies. They're all future heroes, and each class will get 20 new students, bringing every group up to 200. Hajin has already memorized who they are. Then the instructor calls them in, and the class applauds as the mages enter and take their places. But one of them catches the protagonist off guard. He can't place the face at first and wonders if he's seen that person before. When the new student turns enough for him to see clearly, he realizes it's Tamer. She looks different, but he's sure it's her. The real question is why she's here. Then the system sends a notice about a change in the story. The co-author conveniently added her to the list of main characters, so her role just got much bigger. That immediately worries Hajin, because now the story has one more annoying change to deal with. And with that sinister smile on Tamer's face, it's easy to tell she's planning something. Back at MC's place, he now has a brand new dorm room thanks to his second semester promotion. Rachel is thrilled because the place is huge. Apparently, he got this upgrade thanks to his improved rank as student number 335 in the academy. He jumped over 600 spots and made it into the mid-level cadet group. That's good enough for him, especially since Avondel can move around freely now. More importantly, he wants to focus on Tamer, who he still hasn't figured out. After politely telling Avondel he's heading to class, Hajin leaves. The first class of the semester is an outdoor training session with their instructor. The goal is to help the new students and old students work together. This exercise is called the Dangerous Walk, and even if there aren't any real monsters hiding on the mountain, there are plenty of traps hidden around. Those traps will act like demon-made monsters. But this time, the risk is much higher. One small mistake could send a cadet straight to the hospital. That puts everyone on edge. They'll split into teams of 12 and start from assigned points. Naeun and Suho end up in the same squad, while Rachel and Hajin seem to be elsewhere. Once the groups are set, the dangerous walk begins. Naeun's team is clearly uneasy about the dark atmosphere. Just a moment ago, it was morning. Suho warns everyone to watch out for traps because they could run into one any second. Right on cue, a student steps on a trigger, and monster-like vines snap around him. The cadets pull out their weapons and fight back, but in the end, everyone gets caught except the two swordsmen. Naeun helps free the others, and then they get scared half to death by a girl who looks straight out of the ring. Both Suho and Naeun are shaken. They know that was a terrifying moment. Still cheering him on, Suho praises her performance. That makes Naeun want to ask him the same thing she asked Hajin. She wants to make sure the two of them are really friends. Caught off guard by such an obvious question, Suho says of course they are, and asks why she'd even wonder that. Naeun is still nervous and his answer still bothers her, but she keeps quiet. She thinks anyone else would have answered normally like Suho did, but Hajin is different. He rejected even the idea of it. That leaves the clueless girl wondering if maybe he's planning to confess and wants something deeper than friendship. Anyway, they're surprised when they run into the protagonist group in the same area. Once gathered, the cadets talk about rumors of an illusion barrier. After all, they've been going in circles through the mountains for an hour. Then they point to Hajin, who took matters into his own hands and got them out of the barrier. They praise MC like he's some divine navigator because of how amazing that was. He reminds them it's almost time for his team's training session, and Ji-won backs him up. When they're asked if they've picked partners yet, both Naewon and Suho say they still haven't decided. Ji-won has seen enough of Cadet Hajin to decide she'll choose him as her partner. Her words catch Naewon and Delic off guard. Since the teams need balance, and among the mid-rank cadets he looks like the smartest pick, Naewon gets frustrated, but can't explain it well. She just calls him a stubborn guy who's hard to deal with. Honestly, even Naewon seems confused by how far she's going with this. Dalek leans in and reminds her about the dark rumors around the shooter. People say he's always leaving campus and wasting time on expensive shopping trips. That gets Suho-jin's attention right away, which only makes Naewon even more annoyed. She snaps at the idiot and asks if Dalek has ever actually seen Hajin do any of that. She and Suho are both angry that people believe baseless rumors. They even defend him, saying he's actually a good guy. Furious, Naewon storms off, and Suho suggests they get back to the hiking mission. The scene shifts to Yonhei, who has just finished disguising her voice. Since this is her first meeting, she doesn't want to make even a tiny mistake with these people. This is the Falling Blossoms Intelligence Guild, a new group of agents under her direct control. Wearing a cloak, Yahello addresses the team and thinks everything is going well so far. She's already split Falling Blossoms into 3 departments. The first will gather information from different guilds. They're the spies. Their top job is learning the plans of groups like Holy Grace of God and Desolate Moon. The second team will focus only on finding powerful monsters in dungeons. That unit will be called the Scouts. Then comes the third and final team. They'll work in secret out of public sight. Their job is to handle strange matters, even things as brutal as murder. They're called the Shadows, and they operate more quietly. Turning to Team 3, she gives 5 of them a mission to investigate those targets. Her only rule is simple: never get noticed and never get caught. The interesting part is that 4 of the 5 targets are fake. She wants to see how they'll react, and looks forward to the results. Among those 5 names, the only real target is Kim Hojin, her person of interest. The alarm is already stopped, and morning came sooner than Hojin expected. He's surprised to find little Evandel asleep on his bed, completely out cold. She pets her for a moment, then hears a cat meow coming from outside. The co-author notes that making ghost-like beings with witch magic is easy, but this ghost cat is different. It's actually a real cat, a vandal created with her power. For now, it just looks like a cute little visitor, and it might be useful later. After that, he heads out for breakfast. On the way, he's surprised to run into Jonas, and wonders where he's off to. The boy says he's going to get something to eat. They walk together, and Young-ha brings up how much his rank has gone up. At the same time, he admits this is probably as far as he'll go, which makes her ask if he's thought about his future. Kim Hojin says he's not worried at all. They still have plenty of time. Young-ha doesn't see it that way. She reminds him the real trial starts in their 3rd year. Then she directly invites him to the Guild of the Essence Strait, the group she's meant to lead one day. Joining it would make success come a lot easier. But to her surprise, he says he's interested in the Guild of the Abandoned Plains back home. He doesn't know if they'd take him, but he likes their mercenary style. Trying to win him over, Young-ha says she might be able to change his mind if she can find the thing he wants most. That makes the co-author uneasy, so he asks what kind of information she's talking about. Young-ha smoothly dodges the question, and reminds him she already dealt with Gina for messing with him. Then the story moves back to the classroom, where the co-author quietly watches Suho, who will soon raid a dungeon. In the original story, after coming back from break and climbing Mount Geomag alone, he finds a hidden dungeon. Clearing one solo should be impossible, but Kim Suho does it anyway. As the main character, he beats the boss and gets an important weapon and a power-up. With Butterfly Burst, that weapon helps him rise even higher. The only problem is that Hajin has the dust right now, so the weapon won't get that boost anytime soon. That's why, in this timeline, the protagonist wants to go with Suho into the dungeon. This version of the story isn't as kind to the hero as the original one was, and honestly, this greedy bastard also wants in because he thinks there may be treasure waiting there too. Later that afternoon, back in his room, the co-author thinks over how to deal with Tomer. A vandal is resting on his lap while he tries to build a solid plan before entering the dungeon with Suho. Tomer isn't exactly friendly with demons. If he can track down her father, there's a real chance to turn her into an ally. After all, this dangerous mage wants only one thing: to find her father and kill him. The problem is, Hajin doesn't know where that man is either, which makes things hard. Even the Book of Truth can't help him here. Detective Jinyu can only investigate inside Korea, so that path is limited too. That leaves just one lead. According to the data system, the only person tied to Kim Jun-dong is Kim Ho-sup, and Hajin contacts him right away. Kim Ho-sup has been working hard at an intelligence-gathering agency, so Hajin asks him to find someone. Ho-sup worries his boss might catch him, but he accepts the job anyway. MC also wonders if that school bully is still bothering Kim Ho-sup, because the guy sounds like a zombie. He tells Ho-sup there's a way out if he ever wants to quit his job. He should join the Blossoms Guild under Jong-ha. With that, the call ends, and Hajin feels like he's helped strengthen Jong-ha's agency even more. Now it's time for Kim Suho's solo dungeon raid. He's busy carefully training with his sword and polishing his strikes when Hajin walks up to him. Suho wonders if he's training late at night too. He thinks Suho may be pushing himself too hard this early in the semester, so he casually asks if Suho is training for a dungeon mission or something. At first, Blue Boy plays it safe, until the protagonist directly mentions the Geomac Mountain dungeon and says he knows about the same dungeon Suho is after. That shocks Suho, and he asks how MC found out. Hajin acts like he saw it when he discovered the dungeon. Pointing to his sharp eyes, he stresses that this is what he's good at. Then he makes Suho an offer. He wants to join the dungeon mission, even if they split the rewards 90-10. Hajin is fine with tagging along and letting Suho do things his way. Suho admits he found the dungeon last week. It looked smaller than most, so he thought he could handle it alone. Knowing how risky a solo raid is, he thinks it makes sense to bring someone else. Suho says he's not sure the protagonist is someone he can trust in a raid. For now, he wants to test Hajin's skills to see if he's good enough. Then he suddenly challenges him. The only way MC would have any chance against Suho is if Suho had a handicap, and even then the gap between them is huge. Still, he decides his best bet is to focus on dodging. He accepts, but complains that the open ground gives Suho too much of an advantage. Suho stays serious and says he's not here to test weapons, and there's no point in Hajin trying to win. He'll stop the match himself when he thinks it's enough. The protagonist realizes Suho means this is a real test and won't go easy on him, so he leans on the only thing he has left, his brains. The wooden training sword Suho is using is filled with mana, which makes MC's bullets useless right away. If he relies on those, Suho will embarrass him. That means the only weapon he can really trust right now is his luck factor. Suho tells him to give the signal and start the fight. Hajin stalls for time while quietly adjusting his stats. With everything set, the protagonist decides it's time to begin. A serious Suho starts the fight by rushing straight at him at full speed. Hajin uses bullet time to buy himself a few seconds and react to that lightning-fast charge. Thanks to it, he can read the path of Suho's sword before the strike even comes. By slipping past a few swings, Hajin avoids most of Suho's attacks. Even so, Suho's monster speed is still getting to him, and MC realizes he can't stay on defense forever. Hajin finally attacks and fires a shot at Suho's face. Suho calmly reacts and turns defensive instead. The fight is a pretty humiliating experience for the co-author. Even with a skill that slows time, Hajin still can't fully avoid Suho's attacks. If this drags on, he'll only fall further behind, so he's doing everything he can to bait Suho into one small mistake. Then Suho vanishes and appears right behind him in the blink of an eye. With his back totally open, Hajin quickly uses ether magic to pull himself away by hooking onto a tree. The hero's monstrous strike smashes the ground, which surprises even Suho. At the same time, Suho rushes in again at top speed to get right in the protagonist's face. And that's exactly what MC wanted. He'd been baiting Suho into stepping on his jacket. The second his foot lands, an explosion blasts Suho into the air and catches him completely off guard. Thanks to that, Suho crashes down, and Hajin takes the chance at once. The fight ends with a Glock aimed at the hero's head. He judges that it didn't do serious damage, but the cadet jacket he modified was a trap made with story points. That unexpected trick beats Suho, who feels the protagonist's resolve and agrees to take him into the dungeon raid. The two shake hands, starting their partnership. Then the story jumps to an abandoned factory in Suho. Glass shatters across the floor. It turns out Yoonjun broke the relic on Drun's orders. It's a planned move to increase the relic's value. Now all that's left is to activate the white crystal. Drun starts the process, and the crystal sends out a focused beam of light. That light reshapes the material and turns it into weapons. Magic swords, they're copies of the original, made from fragments alone. Drun figures they don't need to search anymore because this test proves they can make fake weapons stronger than low-grade relics. With one fragment they can make 30 swords. As for the full amount, Drun estimates they'll produce 600 swords total. Even if they sell each one for 800 million won, they'd make around 500 billion won in profit. An insane amount, nearly $400 million. Yoonjun realizes they've just found the greatest winning lottery ticket possible. Jane Valorant brings more good news to the group. She talks about the Pack Horse Masters Guild, which plans to raid the dungeon soon. That's their next target, because the captain of the Masked Syndicate plans to take everything from them. While thinking back on the fight, Suho remembers that Hajin left more than a dozen openings. Even so, Suho still couldn't bring him down. What made it even stranger was the weird finishing move MC used. Suho still can't figure out what happened. He wonders if he pushed him back with pure strength or some burst of mana. Smiling, the lovable hero admits he has no clue how Hajin's powers work. Even so, he now knows one thing for sure. The protagonist is seriously strong, and the only reason he hides that strength is for his own sake. In a weird way that makes Suho relate to him, since he also hides parts of himself. He just didn't expect to meet someone so similar. A noise nearby pulls him out of it, and he realizes Nayoon is practicing in the park. Suho's voice catches her off guard, and she instantly feels embarrassed. She's also surprised he's still out this late. That gives him an idea, so he casually brings up Hajin, and she asks why they met in the first place. To tease her a little, Suho says they were cheering her on, which makes Nayoon snap at him. Pushing back, she demands an answer, and Suho finally admits they were just sparring a bit. That catches her completely off guard. It's shocking to her, because she always thought Suho was way stronger than Hajin, so training with him never seemed useful. Suho keeps the details to himself, which leaves her a little upset. Fed up with his teasing, she goes back to training. Trying to help, Suho gives Nayeon a few tips on using her sword. He shows her how loosening her grip a little can make her swings much faster. That clean slash leaves her speechless. So impressed, she asks him to do it again. Before long, Sushio ends up training Nayoon for a while. Later, back in her dorm, she remembers Sushio offering to help with her sword practice. At this point, she's starting to get it. Nayoon gets up, grabs her VR headset, and puts it on. This game has been getting really popular lately. In it, seasonal matches are held and streamed live, letting the winners become famous enough to turn into household names. The game stands out because, unlike most others, it doesn't rely on stats or items. You have to use your own skill to control the fight. Nayoon has an amazing record, 98 wins and only 17 losses. She doesn't care much about rank right now and decides to just find someone to fight. Her eyes land on a swordsman named Extra 7. His record is perfectly even, and he's also in platinum, so he looks like the right target. She expects to finish this in just a few hits. After sending the duel request, Extra 7 accepts. The match starts in 3 seconds. Na-yoon studies her opponent, ready to see how he opens the fight. What she didn't expect was for him to attack before the countdown even ended. Their first clash puts Na-yoon on the back foot. Then he grabs her by the neck and knocks her off balance with a low kick. Extra 7 follows with a finishing blow, and that's how Na-yoon loses to a guy with a plain 50-50 record. She gets so mad she starts thinking he must be cheating, and she demands a rematch right away. But she loses again. Then comes a third match, and the result doesn't change. Na-yoon gets beaten again. Surely the next round will be different, right? Nope. Na-yoon goes down again. She's furious, but she has to face her own helplessness, while her opponent just stares at her. He wants to log off and sleep, but she begs for one more rematch. She learns he's usually online at this hour, so Na-yoon asks him to teach her new skills whenever they meet. Extra 7 agrees and logs out. The author takes off his headset, confused about why that kid was so stubborn. He just won 7 straight. His goal was to test the game's random enhancement system, and he used it on the headset to massively raise his stats. The random upgrade system is turning out to be way more useful than he first thought. It cost a lot, but it boosts any piece of gear and takes his game experience to another level. Because of that, his senses feel sharper overall. It's a little disappointing that the max boost is only 44%, but Hajin thinks luck might push it even higher. Avondel is eating an entire cake by herself. MC realizes he has to step in and takes it away. She starts crying and begs for another piece, but he uses the ultimate anti-kid move. He puts it on the top shelf, then picks her up and promises something even tastier in the morning. That calms her down a little. Heijun promises he'll keep his word as long as she doesn't eat cake tonight. Once she's fast asleep, he checks his smartwatch and finds a message from Sushio, inviting him to the raid meeting. With a small smile, the author is pleased with the timing and feels everything is going according to plan. The only thing left now is clearing the raid. A few days later, training keeps going as usual. The classes haven't changed either. In the game, he eventually tears through Na-yoon without meaning to, but that only makes her more curious about his moves. Since Hajin is a terrible teacher, he has no real advice to give. What really confuses Na-yoon is his 50% win rate, especially when he's clearly far better than she is. Trying to explain it away, Extra 7 says he doesn't care about match results. She likes that side of him, because Na-yoon takes every loss personally. Extra 7 thinks that's enough for today. She says she looks forward to seeing him tomorrow, totally sure he'll be on at the same time. Na-yoon's face lights up as she waves goodbye. Hajin logs off saying he'll be back. The game is part of his daily routine now. He's actually surprised to find someone this polite. Even so, he has no idea what to call her, since her username looks like random keyboard smashing. Hajin starts wondering what that username could mean. Then it suddenly clicks, it might be Na-yoon. Still, he just can't imagine her acting that politely like this. Her behavior feels too different, so he convinces himself it's probably some guy behind the screen. Meanwhile, the brat keeps getting better with every strike. Suho is just as impressed. She tells him she's been playing a game and it's really helping her improve. He realizes she's talking about Century Gladiators. He doesn't play it himself, but he's heard how useful it can be. Na-yoon explains that she found a mentor in the game school, someone with incredible skill. He trains with her every day, and he's the only person who really gets her excited to fight. She says his style is aggressive and precise, with every move planned to break down his opponent in close combat. Suho figures that guy must be pretty clever, and probably some kind of hero. Na-yoon says she already asked, and apparently that's not the case. Then Hajin's voice suddenly catches her attention, and she throws him an embarrassed look. The protagonist is surprised to see them together and asks what's going on. Suho starts to mention training, but she quickly cuts him off and acts like they just ran into each other. He looks stunned while Na-yoon tries to play it off with an annoyed little face. Hajin says they should get moving, so Suho says goodbye. Curious, Na-yoon asks where they're going, but Suho treats it like private business and won't explain. Before leaving, MC tells her to enjoy training. Na-yoon is left puzzled, really confused by how well those two seem to get along. She knows Suho was probably joking earlier, but now she's actually starting to wonder if they've been meeting because of her. Na-yoon's imagination is running wild. She tells herself that makes no sense, especially after Hajin turned down her friendship. This silly girl acts like she doesn't care for a second, but then she secretly follows them. Na-yoon watches the two chatting, and then he suddenly brings up Na-yoon, which startles her. That only feeds her imagination more. Now she's convinced he might actually like her or something. Both Suho and Hajin eat lunch together before heading for the dungeon in Suwon. They have to stay careful, since Suwon is known as the most dangerous area near the capital. The monster and dungeon outbreaks permanently warped the land, turning the place into little more than mountains. That's why Western Suwon became a restricted zone. Geomak Mountain sits right on the border. The author thinks about all the hidden pieces he placed in this world that still haven't been found. Some are too hard for him to claim alone, but leaving them there could let the villains get them first. If he enters the dungeon with a hero like Soho, Hajin is sure he might be able to claim one of those hidden pieces himself. That thought grabs Soho's attention as they finish eating. Since Soho didn't bring cash, the protagonist ends up handling the preparations. Then someone completely covered up walks into the restaurant. Their outfit immediately makes Hajin uneasy. The person physically trembles after seeing him and quickly places an order. From that reaction, MC figures out what's going on. This little menace must have recognized him with her observation skill. The person boldly calls out to Nayun, using her purple hair as the clue. She tries to be as loud as possible to get her attention. Of course, he knows it has to be her, since she can't even eat normal food without standing out. He tells her to come eat with them, which only makes things worse. Feeling totally humiliated, she grabs her order and runs off without even paying. Hajin decides to cover her bill. The protagonist points out that Yanha spent 3 whole days hiding her face. It's Friday, the day of the dungeon raid, and Soho takes the lead. Deep in the mountains, they keep moving after a long walk. Mount Geomak is risky because it sits right next to the restricted zone. Hajin stays on guard. He watches everything around them until they arrive. Soho marks the spot and reveals the dungeon entrance. The opening is so small that it makes sense people rarely find it. Since the gap is narrow, Soho warns that escaping won't be easy. He wants Hajin ready for whatever happens inside. MC, as usual, already is. He pulls out his golden gun. Then he says it packs plenty of power. Just in case, he also spent points to make lighter bullets. They won't do much to a high-level boss, but Hajin trusts Soho to handle the rest. Right before entering, he reaches out and asks Soho to take his hand. That earns him a confused look. The protagonist explains the path inside is too dark, and using a flashlight would only draw monsters. Soho likes the plan, so the two head in holding hands. As they move, Soho notes how weird it is that the cave is huge inside but has such a tiny entrance. It's freezing in there too. That Hajin senses something and tells him to wait. To his shock, there's a second entrance to the dungeon. Even he didn't know about it. He activates his perception. Scanning the other passage, Hajin finds intruders coming closer. From their footsteps, he can tell 2 men are approaching from the other side. Soho doesn't get what's wrong, but MC tells him to stay quiet. He focuses on their voices but still can't tie them to any known group. Even so, their dark energy makes one thing clear: they're trouble. Then the system suddenly shows a comment from the co-author, who changed this raid. The co-author thought the dungeon was too small and boring for the reward, so they rewrote it into a hidden stage linked to the Devil's Den dungeon. That means the 2 dungeons are connected in this timeline. Worried, Hajin asks Soho for the date. It's August 14th, the worst timing possible. That's the same day the guild plans to raid Devil's Den. Now he is almost sure those 2 men belong to that group. He tenses up and Soho notices. Hajin finally tells him where the intruders are. That guild is one of the strongest around, and even these scouts are mid to high rank fake heroes. If even the story's main hero would struggle here, what are they supposed to do? Luckily, fortune is still on their side. The 2 demons only came to scout this section, and they decide to regroup with the main party. Hajin realizes this is their only shot to beat the boss fast. He activates Eagle Eye and boosts it with the power of his stigma. Now his vision reaches farther and wider, letting him spot the boss. After locking in the route, Hajin notes the location and urges Suho to finish this quickly. At the same time, in Suwon's Devil's Den, the main party is worn out from hunting. The raid leader contacts the 2 scouts he sent ahead. It's Jin Kyung, the guild master. They report a hidden opening that leads to a secret stage. Satisfied, Jin Kyung tells them to stay put. The main force will come to them. That makes things much worse for our heroes, because Jin Kyung now cares more about the hidden stage than the main dungeon. Before moving out, one member points out that 2 people are missing from the main group. He touches his earpiece and gets someone else's attention. Behind him, Keeling has opened a giant black portal. Even though nobody asked for it, Keeling looks annoyed and refuses to explain it to the person speaking to him. Jin Kyung orders Callan to shut it right away, but he only toys with his earpiece. Jin Kyung snaps and rushes in to attack, but with a single finger the man is brutally killed by a spike driven through his skull, and his body is split apart. The remains hit the ground, leaving the others horrified. Everyone is frozen in fear. While they focus on Kelling's madness, the real threat steps out. It's everyone's favorite villain, the masked syndicate captain. She releases waves of dark energy and wipes them all out by herself. The only reason she leaves them alive is because she's waiting for the stock price to rise. Now the captain wants to explore the hidden stage connected to this dungeon on her own. Chao Ling asks if the plan has changed. She says the 2 targets inside the dungeon aren't enemies. They're a treat. This is just a test to see if they're worth recruiting. Turning her body into dark fluid, the captain goes after them. Meanwhile, the hidden stage is packed with weak undead, and Hajin shoots them down one after another. Since long-range combat works best here, he also covers Suho's side while Suho struggles to see in the dark. The ease of it shows just how strong Hajin really is, and Suho is clearly impressed. Still, the protagonist tells him to move faster. The 2 keep cutting through the undead together. There seems to be no end to them, but they're so weak that it doesn't matter. At last, Suho finds writing, and Hajin realizes they've reached the boss's location. Ancient words are carved into the wall, and Suho wonders if his smartwatch can help. MC has it scan the text and learns it's a riddle. Suho says he's heard of dungeons like this before. In the original story, he couldn't solve it and barely managed to translate it. Back then, he needed help from Yunha and her intel guild, but now they don't have that kind of time. Since Hajin is the author, he already knows the answer. Lightning. The moment he gives it, the writing disappears. Suddenly, the ground starts to shake, and the wall opens with a loud crash, revealing a path deeper inside. So the answer was right. The funny part is that Hajin didn't even invent the riddle. He borrowed it from another story. He breaks it down. Lightning and thunder happen together, but people notice them at different times because light moves faster than sound. Suhyu thinks him as a genius for figuring it out so fast, not knowing the truth. He readies his gun to bring the raid to an end. They head inside while the captain is impressed by Hajin all over again. She feels his judgment and long-term thinking make him remarkable. Even in a small dungeon, he reached this point in only 10 minutes without help. For her, that's more than enough proof, and more than enough reason to think about recruiting him into the masked society. Still, one thing bothers her. She still hasn't seen him kill a person without hesitation. Then she hears the two maniacs sent to scout the hidden stage. The captain realizes Hajin has no idea they're demons, so she decides they'll make perfect test subjects. The two cadets prepare to face the boss who sits on a throne. He is the swordsman of ruin, the dungeon master. The swordsman stares at them with sharp eyes and suddenly moves at insane speed, targeting Suho. Suho doesn't even understand what just happened. He rushes for his sword when Hajin shouts his name. Suho had been distracted, and he assumes the boss must have used some kind of teleportation skill, but then he feels the overwhelming force pouring off the swordsman of ruin, and it shakes him badly. This is an upper mid-level monster that can even speak like a human, far beyond anything he's fought before. His confidence starts to crack as the swordsman plants his blade and promises them a quick death. That sword is what Hajin really wants. He quickly speaks to Suho, who seems steadier now because sword fights are his specialty. Suho's talent is centered on swordsmanship, and he's meant to reach true mastery. Against another swordsman, he shouldn't lose. Hajin then reveals something important. The sword is the real boss, and that earlier voice came from it. The knight is just an ordinary corpse. That's how it was in the original story. Suho was supposed to learn this in the middle of battle, but the protagonist wants to end things fast. He tells Suho to focus on the sword while he targets the knight. That way he can back him up. Before they can finish talking, the swordsman of ruin leaps forward in a surprise attack. Even Hajin can't believe this is happening. The strike blasts a crater into the ground and MC panics over what happened to Suho. But Suho is still the protagonist. He blocked it with his sword at the last second. The clash throws both swordsmen apart. Suho rushes the knight again, and his skill clearly catches it off guard. Then Suho attacks from above, trying to catch the knight by surprise. The knight reacts in time and smugly thinks he has his enemy trapped. But when the dust clears, its sword has only slammed into the ground. Suho is already gone. Using his insane speed, Suho gets past his opponent. He strikes from the knight's blind spot, going straight for the sword just like Hajin told him. The stab lands, but not where he wanted. He only damages the body, and that still isn't enough. The knight praises Suho's sword skill. He stopped the attack by giving up an arm. Worse, the demonic sword now tries to take over Suho's talent.